Dungeon Black Company Employee Sword Saint becomes a streamer. Volume 1 by Kimono Genkatsu. Translated by Sam's Translations. Translation Editing and Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Part 1. Tanaka is retiring. Chapter 1. Tanaka dives into the dungeon. Marriage is the graveyard of life. There is such a word, but I think it is a little different. Employment is the graveyard of life. I, Makoto Tanaka, a salaried worker, murmured to myself while looking at the email describing today's work. The quota written there was not an amount that could be finished within the specified time. Overtime confirmed today too. I let out a deep sigh. 5 A-class minotaurs and 4 basilisks. On top of that, 3 S-class tyrant dragons. I don't think we'll make it in time for the last train today. They're all troublesome monsters. Even if I were to dive into the dungeon from now on, 24 hours would have passed even if I was in a hurry. It was 10 years ago that I took up the job of subjugating monsters, when I was 15 years old. It still feels like a dream. 10 years ago, mysterious structures called dungeons suddenly appeared all over the world. Unknown creatures and over-technology weapons were sleeping there. People became explorers and dived into the dungeons to find treasure. A special power dwells in the humans who enter the dungeon, making them dozens of times stronger than normal humans. Of course, it wasn't all of them, only the talented ones, and luckily or unluckily, I awoke to my power. It's a dungeon exploration that is side by side with death, but it seems that it's becoming popular to distribute that state on a video distribution site called DTube. By the way, I've never done it. I don't even know how I can get money from it because I've been living with my work. It's times like these that I realize I'm getting old. Now then, shall we enter the dungeon immediately? And before that, I take out a small spherical machine from my pocket and activate it. Then it floats softly near me. This is a small drone. It's an excellent product that takes a picture and automatically sends it to the company. Depending on the settings, it seems that it can be distributed on the video site as it is, but I only use this for reporting quotas to the company. I take out my smartphone and fiddle with the drone settings. Select a server for company distribution. Sudden lightheadedness and dizziness on the spot. Come to think of it, I only took a 2-hour nap today. I haven't been home for 2 weeks. When was the last time I had a good night's sleep? What am I doing? The company I work for is a government subcontractor. It's admirable if you ask that much, but it's just that you're being forced to do troublesome things that even the government doesn't want to do. There is always a lot of hard work piled up in our company. At this rate, I'll die from overwork. I know that, but I'm too busy to even think about quitting. I dive into the dungeon with a dead face as usual today. My vision is blurry. This is the setting. It should be fine. After setting up the drone, I stepped into the dungeon with a sword on my waist. This time, we dive into one of the largest dungeons in Tokyo, Shibuya Underground Dungeon. It is the largest dungeon in Japan, and the deep part of it is today's site. From now on, we will start our business. I tighten my tie and dive into the dungeon. At this time, I had no idea. Because of this dungeon dive today, my life will change greatly. Section. What is this delivery? It's titled for company records, but maybe you've set it up wrong? He didn't realize he was streaming. It seems he didn't even read the comments. I mean, this is Shibuya Dungeon, isn't it? He's diving deep alone, but is it okay? This is a suicide stream. You'll die quickly if you go to large dungeons without at least 3 people. Hey, 3 people in the same room is too small lol. Well, this channel doesn't usually stream. This is the Black Dog Guild channel, right? Is the office worker in this suit a member of the guild? He's not on the guild member list on the official website. Hey, there's today's quota in the summary column, but it's not the amount you can do by yourself lol. It's true lol. I think it's a typo, but if it's serious the Black Dog Guild is too black lol. It's not just black, it's very bad lol. Looks interesting. I'll let the people on the bulletin board know. I think I've seen this person before. Where did you see him? Chapter 2. Tanaka dives into the dungeon. Yo, huff. I run lightly through the dungeon. Dungeons are roughly divided into upper, middle, lower, and deep layers. But what I'm aiming for right now is the deepest layer, the deep layer. Normally, It's a theory to go down little by little, but I don't have time for that right now. So I decided to go deep into the depths at once. I'm depressed. Sometimes I want to go home and sleep peacefully. I want to eat something warm. I continue on the way, complaining to no one in particular. The video is taken, but the president doesn't see such a moving scene. This much should be allowed. I don't want to get a pay raise, but I'm sick of all the dangerous work. I wish I could get 2 hours of sleep today. I normally wouldn't care, but the Black Guild is too much. I can't even laugh. Live strong. I mean, isn't the Black Dog Guild crazy? They're ignoring the employment law for explorers. I have to record it. I mean, the number of viewers has increased. At first there were 3, but now there are 20. Now, there's like 10,000 people lol. This phone is amazing. When the smartphone shakes, it vibrates and does not stop. I don't see the screen, but it's probably from most companies. This phone only contains business contacts and contacts of a few old friends. I don't do anything like SNS, and I don't think I'll be notified of that. Now then, shall we go to the depths? The central part of the Shibuya underground dungeon is a large atrium, so if you jump down that big hole, you can go to the depths at once. I reached the atrium and jumped down from there. Of course, there are few explorers who do it because it's a dangerous act. Even I wouldn't do this if I wasn't given a stupid quota. He fell. A suicide stream. He'll die. Scary. What are you doing? The smartphone shakes again. I tilt my head while falling headlong. The phone calls are persistent today. Something may have happened, but I'm busy right now, so I'll ignore it. With that in mind, I ignore the vibration of my smartphone. Well, the drone that is filming is. Well, it's following me. I'm still not used to being photographed, but I can't help it because it's a rule. I'm so nervous even for company records, so how embarrassing would it be if I actually distributed it? If you think about it, the distributor is amazing. If I do it, will I get any comments? How much will he fall? This is a great video. It's a valuable record. I came from the bulletin board. What's happening? Shibuya Dungeon, accidentally streaming, falling. I think I understand. As I was thinking about it, the ground was getting closer and closer. Well, it's about time to prepare for landing. As I was thinking, a big shadow approached me. Exclamation mark. Flying towards me with a roar was a flying dragon with red scales, red wyvern. I'm pretty sure this is a monster from the lower layer. It seems like it thought I was food and flew away. What is that monster? That's a wyvern. It's quite troublesome. Even an A-class explorer will have a tough time. It's over. It looks like it would hurt to be bitten by those fangs. The red wyvern opens its big mouth and attacks me to bite me. When I adjust my posture in the air, I grasp the sword attached to my waist and then pull it to the last minute. Pull out the sword at once. Ho! The sword flash runs and the movement of the red wyvern stops. Then, the next moment, the body of the red wyvern is cut in two, and fresh blood is scattered around. Phew! This is fine. After defeating the intruder, I suddenly land on the ground. I feel a heavy weight on my feet because I fell from a high place, but at this level it's nothing. What happened? The red wyvern split in half on its own? You were holding a sword, but you weren't swinging it? What's that? Maybe it's so fast that the camera's frame rate can't keep up? Is there such a stupid story? I've never heard of it. No, red wyvern is the same, but why is this person landing normally? Didn't he fall nearly 1,000 meters? This is getting interesting. There are too many cohabitants. It's already 50,000 people because it's going viral on social media. It's already a festival. My smartphone is noisy. How many times are you calling me? I take my mind off the constantly trembling smartphone and look ahead. This is the depths of the dungeon. It's a dangerous area where dangerous monsters run rampant. You have to brace yourself. Let's go out right away. When I looked up, many monsters appeared in front of me. Minotaur to ogre, Death Knight to basilisk. They are all dangerous monsters. Lulu. Behind them is a giant dragon with brown scales, the tyrant dragon. He's tough, so he doesn't want to fight, right? Now, it's time for business. I held the sword firmly in my right hand and plunged into the crowd of monsters. Chapter 3, Tanaka fights Gawa. It was a group of ogres that rushed in while raising their oars, a frightening face on a muscular body. I had a hard time when I fought for the first time, however, I cut them down as they pass each other. It's true that it's a highly durable opponent, but if you cut off its head, it won't be able to move, and it doesn't have any special abilities. It is a weak category among the monsters that appear in the depths. There's no way he just did that to an ogre. Ogre was an A-rank monster, wasn't it? He defeated it so easily. Is this really a strong monster? Even an A-rank explorer would have a hard time fighting alone. They use weapons and use their wits, so they're troublesome monsters. At least they should be. This is video synthesis, isn't it? I'm from the bulletin board. The Black Dog Guild had such an amazing explorer. Wow. You're calling me really persistently today. Even though I'm at work, I take my mind off the trembling smartphone and turn my gaze to a different monster. There was a giant chameleon-like monster, a basilisk. The basilisk puffs up its throat while looking at me. Is this a basilisk? It's my first time seeing it. Ogres also appear in the lower layers, but this guy can only be found in the deep layers. It's so rare, you don't see many live videos out there. It looks scary. I can't be an explorer. Don't worry. You won't be able to reach the depths. More importantly, this guy is about to throw out his petrifying breath. Avoid it or you'll die. It's been a long time since I've seen a festival like this. The basilisk shakes its head forward and tries to blow on me. His breath has the effect of turning opponents to stone. If that happens, it's game over. If I had friends, I could heal them with items, but I've been solo for a long time and I don't have any friends. That's why I'm going to win before it's thrown out. The moment the basilisk exhales, I thrust my sword into the slightly lower part of its swollen throat. Then the basilisk dies before it can open its mouth and falls down on the spot. It's not well known, but this is the basilisk's key point. If you miss by even a little, petrifying breath will be scattered around. I did not know what. Is it lesser known or does anyone even know? How many basilisks has this guy been hunting? I no longer feel uncomfortable that I can't see his movements. Amazing. Who is he? A famous explorer? Finally, foreigners started coming. It seems that an overseas broadcaster spread the word. A real samurai has appeared in Japan. Oh, I see. There are more than 10 million people on the stream. If he's so strong, I can understand why he's given such a quota. No, I don't understand. The Black Dog Guild is crazy. The smartphone continues to vibrate while fighting. It's more persistent than ever today. Of course, I ignore it, because I get nothing but nitpicking when I answer. Gah. And a roar that shakes the dungeon resounds. The owner of that voice is Tyrant Dragon, a giant dragon with brown scales. Its danger rating is an impressive S. It is tens of times more durable and aggressive than an ogre. It is a powerful foe with durability and attack power tens of times that of an ogre, and its mouth breathes superheated breath that melts even iron. What is this dragon? It's too big. Hey, he's gonna die. Sad news. Mysterious swordsman dies. Could it be a tyrant dragon? It's impossible. It's a monster that you don't know if even an S-rank party can win. Please run away. 50 million watchers? It's a festival. Chapter 4, Tanaka notices the delivery error. The tyrant dragon fills its mouth with flames. The firepower of his breath is tremendous. If I were to fall victim to it, I would burn up without even a coal left. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of your investment is to make sure that you are getting the most out of your investment. What the hell is this guy doing? Run. He's going to die. Oh, and the AI? He's really good at it. The opponent is the tyrant dragon. The next moment, the tyrant dragon releases the flames it has stored up. A huge flame spread across my field of vision. I swung my sword as hard as I could at it. Then a shockwave is released from the sword, cutting the tyrant dragon's flames in two. The shockwave then rips through the tyrant dragon's solid scales, killing it. Ha. Do swords nowadays produce shockwaves? Of course not. It would be worse if the tyrant dragon was killed by a single blow. Please tell me this video is fake. Find out who this businessman is. I knew the corporate warriors were strong. He's so cool. Goo, you are. As the tyrant dragon falls, the other monsters stop attacking and begin to distance themselves from me. Apparently, Tyrant Dragon was the boss of these guys. Now that the boss is down, I don't feel like fighting anymore. Even if I beat him anyway, the company would take the materials. I've already met my quota, so there's no reason for me to fight anymore. Go. I'll let you go. I sheathed my sword and said that, and the monsters ran off after me. I'm finished sooner than I thought I would be. I'm going to get my quota of materials for the monsters and go home. But first, let's just check the time. I opened my phone and tried to check the current time, but at that moment, I see something impossible. What? 9,999 notifications? My phone was full of notifications. Sure, I was getting calls all the time, but 9,999 notifications was clearly out of the ordinary. I hurriedly operated my phone to check the contents of the notification. Then, it was filled with notifications saying, "You received a comment on DTube." I was confused and confused. I was confused. Why am I getting a DTube notification, and why is there a comment on my video? When I opened the DTube screen, there was a comment on the screen next to the video of me being filmed at blazing speed. I don't understand what's going on. Wait a minute. I thought I set the streaming settings to my company's website, but I've been using DTube. I realized that I had made a mistake, and my blood suddenly drained from my veins. No way. So everything I've done has been broadcast nationwide? But my dungeon video streaming wasn't being watched by that many people, was it? Praying so. I checked the number of viewers of my video. I checked the number of viewers of the video and was surprised to see a surprising number. 100 million viewers watching. I almost fainted at the out of this world number. I could understand if the number of viewers would be as large as the 2,000 or so registered users on my company account, but in reality it was far more than that. But in reality, it wasn't that much. I think that most of the famous streamers don't have more than 1 million subscribers, and yet, 100 million is a lot. Oh, you finally noticed. Are you watching? That was cool. Time for business, he said. That was really cool. Can you tell me your name? I saw you trending on social networking sites as the corporate slave sword saint. Will you join our guild? How did you become so strong? I stare in amazement at the comments that flow by at a blistering pace. There was no way to cover this up. No matter what I say now, the situation will never be resolved. In my fading consciousness, I remembered the most troubles thing and muttered, I wonder if I'm going to be forced to write a report. Chapter 5. Tanaka answered the phone. Wow, there's so much buzz about it. The day after the streaming incident, I woke up in my chair at work as usual and muttered to myself while watching social networking sites and online news. The headlines on the internet news were as follows. The headlines read, Mysterious Searcher appears to solo the deep end. The corporate sword saint solo defeats the S-class monster Tyrant Dragon. The first stream of the event reached 100 million users. Should he apply for Guinness World Records? The Black Dog Guild, violating the Labor Standards Act. Experts say whether the controversial video was faked or not. And social media. That guy's too strong. Why hasn't this been mentioned before? Black Dog Guild, he hid something like that? No wonder he gets so many government jobs. It feels like he's a corporate slave to me. His eyes look dead. Too many people are getting caught. If you can't tell a lie from a lie, you shouldn't be on the internet. That was really cool. Does anyone know how to contact him? I normally want to scout him for our guild, but where do I contact him? Why don't you quit the Black Dog Guild? I could definitely get into a higher paying place. I was the topic of conversation everywhere. I guess this is what is called buzz. I was not familiar with such things. Having spent my days immersed in work, I wanted to get an opinion from someone who was familiar with the internet. Sure, I'm probably the only crazy person who dives into the deep end solo, but is really something to talk so much about? I nod my head. It's true that I only dive solo these days, so I don't really know the level of other explorers. I started diving right after the dungeon was born in the world, so I thought I was a fairly strong person. But I wonder if it's enough to cause such a fuss. The first thing that comes to mind is that I'm a dull-looking salaryman. I'm in a suit and I look like a normal office worker. I have dark circles in my eyes, and I don't really look like an explorer. That's why people are fussing over that gap. Just as I'm convinced of that, my phone vibrates. Hey! I jump up on the spot in surprise and involuntarily stick to the ceiling. Because of what happened yesterday, I was terrified by the vibration of my phone. I won't forget that notification-ridden experience for a while. I've already disconnected from DTube, so it shouldn't happen again. What now? I climbed down from the ceiling and checked my phone, where it read, Mitsaru Adaki, incoming call. Adaki is one of my few friends. We used to hang out a lot, but I haven't seen him at all lately. The truth is that I've been so busy that I've forgotten he even exists. The reason he called me at this time is no doubt related to yesterday. To be honest, I don't really want to talk about it, but it's also true that the only person I can talk to is Adaki. After a little hesitation, I press the call icon. Hello, Tanaka. I saw your stream yesterday. He. I was laughing throughout. How are you feeling right now? I'm hanging up. I hang up. Well, let's get ready for the first day of work. Just as I put my phone back down on my desk, the ringtone rings again. I sigh and pick up the phone again. What is it? Sorry. I won't mess with you anymore, so don't hang up on me. PFFT, do you want to get hung up on again? I say threateningly, and Adaki apologizes profusely, trying somehow not to get cut off. You totally haven't changed a bit, have you? I understand. I won't hang up on you. You're a hard man to deal with, aren't you? To be honest, I'd like to borrow Adaki's wisdom right now. Cutting off the call won't be good for me either. Adaki is a good talker and has a wide circle of friends. And I'm sure he knows a lot about social networking sites. Adaki should be able to come up with a way to deal with this situation. Adaki thanked me for not hanging up on him and quickly cut to the chase. I saw the video. You're as strong as ever. I think you're even more polished than before. I don't need the pleasantries. What do you think I should do? What do you think I should do? What do you want to do first? I'm troubled by Adaki asking me the opposite question. Well, let's see. I want to delete all the videos that are circulating. That's impossible. Adaki laughs at my wish. That's terrible. The number of your warriors clipping videos is not 100 or 200, you know. Besides, they've already spread overseas. There is a real samurai in Japan. It's already been translated into 5 languages when I checked. Give it up. I didn't know that was going to happen. I thought that if it was only in Japan, I could manage it, but I didn't realize that it went overseas as well. Come to think of it, when I was streaming it, it had comments that looked like they were from overseas. Chapter 6, Tanaka looks for his next steps. I'll give up deleting the video then. Can you think of a way to make this situation as small as possible? Hey, what are you talking about, Tanaka? Adaki sighed deliberately. You've made a name for yourself. Why would you want to throw it away? You'll never get another chance like this. What are you talking about? I'm not a streamer or an influencer. Being famous won't do me any good. I'll just get sarcastic comments from my boss. As soon as I said the word boss, my stomach began to churn. I've eaten acid slime that could dissolve iron, but my stomach is not susceptible to stress. I'm so ingrained in the spirit of corporate slavery. Tanaka, you know what? You should quit your job. I saw your eyes in the video, and your dark circles are too dark. I bet you're still working for that Suda guy for a low salary, aren't you? I can't deny that. The person named Suda that Adaki mentioned is the president of the company I work for. Adaki, and Suda were classmates and used to play together when we were in elementary and junior high school. We used to play together when we were in elementary and junior high school. But I owe the president, Suda, a debt of gratitude. To suddenly quit is just not right. When your parents got sick, he lent you money, didn't he? You've already returned the money and paid him back for that favor. Come on, live for yourself. When he said that, I felt my heart lighten. I had been so busy that I had never thought about that. I had been too busy to think about it. It's about Suda. If you quit here, you won't find another job. Is what he said. Damn, he's got that corrupt president thing going for him, too. Tanaka, don't take those words seriously. There are plenty of guilds that would love to have you. Besides, you don't have to belong to a company, you can go freelance. But you can't make money as a freelancer. I don't have the qualifications to cash in. The things you get in dungeons cannot be converted directly into yen. The first thing you need to do is to convert them into a special currency called G. Then, you need to convert the G into yen. To convert it into yen, you need a qualification, which is usually held by a company and not by an individual. It's a troublesome system, but I heard that if you don't do this, the economy can be easily destroyed. The things you can get in the dungeon are that valuable, but Adaki should know these basic facts. I'm not asking you to become a freelance explorer, I'm asking you to become a dungeon streamer. Dungeon streamer, hey, dungeon streamers, as the name implies, are people who stream their dungeon dives. It is true that some famous people are making a lot of money, but can I be a dungeon streamer? I won't force you to become one. If you do, I'll do my best to support you. That's reassuring. I'm counting on you. Adaki smiled happily when he said that. Adaki works for a company that supports explorers. He must know a lot about dungeon streaming. He's a well-tempered guy, but this guy has always been dependable. I'm quitting the company. Huh? I can't imagine it. When I think about it, I hesitate. Unemployed is too heavy a word for someone my age. I was thinking like this when Adaki, perhaps sensing how I was feeling, started talking to me. I hate to say this, but I've always admired you, you know. What? You admire me? The sudden words upset me. What on earth do you mean? I used to admire being an explorer, too. I thought I'd be active in dungeon diving, but when I saw your fighting style, I thought, if there's a great guy like you, I don't have to dive. Adaki, I didn't know you felt that way. The most important thing to remember is that you should never be afraid to ask for help. That's why I got a job to support explorers. To support someone someday. What? Who is that? Do I know you? Well, you've always been a little slow, haven't you? He was rude. Anyway, I'll tell you what. If you have a hard time in your current job, you should quit it immediately. If you want, I can hire you as a tea waiter at my company. I must be pretty sick to find that offer so appealing. When I say this jokingly, Adaki laughs and says, yeah, I'm very sick. I feel much calmer after talking to this guy. I think I can make a calm decision now. You can even beat a tyrant dragon, Adaki said. Don't let Suda beat you. Thank you. I'll be in touch. After a short exchange of words, he hangs up the phone. I looked at my watch and saw that it was already time for me to leave for work. It was time for the other employees to arrive. Just as I was thinking this, the door to the office suddenly opened with a loud bang. The door opens with a loud bang. The person who entered the office stared at me as soon as he saw me. Tanaka, I hope you're ready for this. Akihiro Suda, the president of the Black Dog Guild and my childhood friend, said in a hushed voice. Chapter 7. Tanaka set it up. I hope you understand what you have done wrong. Suda, the president of the Black Dog Guild, approaches me with an ogre-like expression on his face. I should have been prepared for this, but when I hear his voice, my stomach starts to hurt. It seems that my mind was more fragile than I thought. I've been listening to him for so many years that I'm completely ingrained in his corporate guts. Thanks to the conversation I had with Adaki earlier, I can now look at myself objectively. If I hadn't talked to him, I might have surrendered at this point. Because of that stream, the company's reputation is in ruins. How are you going to take responsibility for that? Suda yelled at me, his face turning red. This is an everyday occurrence in our guild. He has no great managerial skills, but he is very good at using fear to control his employees. He has a great talent for running a black company. It's ruined my body and soul. I owe him a debt of gratitude, but if I don't continue like this, I'm doomed. I want to live for myself from now on. Other employees will come soon. Then I'll beat you down. Prepare yourself. Suda smiled wickedly. I'm sure he's enjoying the sermon. He always says he's doing it for your sake, but that's a lie. He's a scumbag who likes to bully people who can never fight back. I'm so glad I was able to wake up to this. Even though I'm at, I still get sick to my stomach and my legs when I'm in front of this guy. At this rate, I doubt I'll be able to successfully rebut him. As I'm thinking about what to do, my phone vibrates. I secretly check my phone so that Suda doesn't find out. I see a message from Adaki, who I had been talking to earlier. What in the world is going on? Since it's you, you're still scared of Suda, right? If that's the case, think. But I can kill this guy in an instant. Then you won't be afraid. I see. Suda used to be an explorer, so he's stronger than most people, but he hasn't dived in dungeons for a long time. I'm sure I'm stronger than him. If you look closely, you will see that Suda's movements are full of gaps, not those of a warrior. If I close the distance in 0.2 seconds and hit him in the heart, yeah, it would take less than a second to kill him. Huh? If you think about it that way, it might not be scary. Tyrant dragons are much scarier. I used to be afraid that they would make me quit my job. But now I don't care if I quit, and there's not a single part of me that's afraid. I can do this. I decided that I am ready to fight this time, so I secretly touch my phone and do a certain operation. Once I do this, there's no going back. Okay. We've got enough people here. Tanaka, let's start. When about 10 employees gathered, Suda came in front of me with a wicked smile on his face. I knew he was having fun. Tell me, Tanaka, what you have done. Make it clear to the other employees, Suda says in a voice so loud that the office shakes. This is his usual phrase. First, he makes the employee explain and instills a sense of guilt. Then, after getting them to talk, he interrupts them, silences them, and then yells at them to take control of the conversation. Then the employee shrinks and can't say anything. He's really a bad guy. The other employees are remembering what he did to them, or perhaps they have a dark look on their faces. I would have had the same look on my face. It was my fault for making a mistake in the stream settings and leaking the contents of the business to the outside world. I do feel bad about that. Saying that, Suda gave a disgusting smile. I guess the pattern for breaking my heart is building up in my head from here. If it had been before, things might have gone accordingly, but not on this particular day. But that's it. Right now the internet is giving the Black Dog Guild a bad name, but it's all your fault. I had nothing to do with it. What did you just say? Suda, who looked surprised, belatedly realized that what he had said had been denied, and his face turned red. I had nothing to do with it. Who the hell do you think you are? Suda angrily kicked a nearby trash can. The trash inside scatters, and the employees tremble at the sight of it. You understand that this guild is in the black, don't you, Suda? It just came to light. If what I didn't do spread, it's my fault. But what I did spread, and you were the one who made me do it. Are you saying that our company is black? I don't think so. We pay you a minimum wage and give you a day off once a month. And who is it that picked up you scum that no other guild would hire to work for them in the first place? I laugh a little in my heart at the collection of black company quotes that overflow like hot water when I poke them lightly. I wonder how many people hear these words and think, this guild is doing it right. I'd like to take a survey. Aren't you the one who cuts our salary? And even your time off is below the Labor Standards Act for explorers. Do you think I haven't noticed? Goo. That's fine. I also do government work. That means I'm the government. Oh, this is no good. This guild is already blacked out. The other employees are backing down. They will be leaving soon. Well, now that I've gotten a lot out of him, it's time to break the story. I don't want to hear any more of his annoying voice. Suda, I'm really sorry. I've known you for a long time. Oh? What are you talking about? I took out my phone and showed him the screen. There's a huge amount of comments flowing in there. Wow, the black quotes keep coming up. The darkness of Japan. This is already a police matter, isn't it? This is too much. It's been a long time since I've seen a live stream this exciting. Hey, Mr. President, are you watching this? Hey, how do you feel now? How do you feel? Bankruptcy confirmed. Thinking about it, if this is the case, the president can no longer escape. Thank God for the retirement RTA. I feel a great sense of unity. I'll never be a company employee again. Even though the dark circles in his eyes are cute. I think I'm going to retire too. Hey, what the hell is this? Suda's face turns blue. He seems to have finally understood his situation. These days drones are very sophisticated, aren't they, Suda? They even have a camouflage mode. Thanks to that, I was able to stream this without being detected. I operated my phone to bring out the drone, which had disappeared until now. Yes, I had streamed the whole sequence of events on the DTube. Thanks to my streaming incident, the number of subscribers to the Black Dog Guild's channel is exploding. Soon, viewers would be flocking to the site. Goo, this, stupid. Give it up, Suda. It's time to pay your tribute. I told Suda, who was trembling with anger. Chapter 8. Tanaka gives double payback. Tell him, Tanaka. This is a clean Japan. Suda. How do you feel now? The kanji at the end of your names, it's become a common phrase these days. I'm so happy I ate 5 bowls of white rice. That's too lame. Tanaka, you're the star of all the employees. Reads as livestock. Is this where the festival will be held today? I've reported you to the Labor Bureau. Suda-kun's reactions are also petty and weedy. Just glancing around, I saw a large number of comments. Okay, a lot of viewers are properly coming. I haven't checked, but I'm sure the social networking sites are all abuzz right now. You can't get away now, Suda. So many eyes saw what you did. Or do you want to frighten them into keeping their mouths shut like you always do? Well, I doubt if you can stop the mouths of all 200,000 viewers now. You. Suda's face is bright red and his fists are shaking. If he goes that far, there is nothing more he can do. What this guy usually does is rule by fear. He's not the smartest guy in the world, although he's smart enough to know it. There is no way he can come up with a way out of this predicament. Tanaka, what the hell are you doing? Why did you do this? Are you trying to get back at me for using you like this? I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel that way. I wasted a lot of valuable time because of you. But that's already in the past. It doesn't matter. What matters is the future. What do you mean by the future? Suda tilted his head. I'm going to live for myself from now on. I'm going to quit this company first for that purpose. I haven't decided what I will do after that, but I will either live as a freelancer or find another job. Suda lets out a small laugh in response. This is the way he laughs when he makes fun of someone. You, a freelancer? Re-employment? What the hell are you talking about? You know what? You're nothing without me. You can't work anywhere else. Suda's voice was shrill as he yelled at the employees around him. And you too. I don't know how I managed to work for such a guy for so long. I understand your point. Then why don't we ask them if I can work for somewhere else? Oh? What the hell are you talking about? Thank goodness 200,000 people are here for this stream. Oh, 300,000 people already? Why don't we ask them? I spoke to the drone. If I leave this company, is there any place that will hire me? The moment I ask this, a large number of comments begin to flow. Scarlet Wolf Guild. Yes. Please join our guild. Golden Lion Guild. No, ours. We'll give you twice as much money as any other. The Silver Cat Guild. Well, I'd be happy if you would come to my place. Obsidian Bear Guild. How about me? I'd love to have a nice guy like you. Bronze Serpent Guild. If you join us, we'll take care of the deafening garbage. One after another, solicitations fly in from the official accounts of various guilds. Some of them are well-known guilds that are difficult to join. I've never been asked to join a guild like this before, so my heart is filled with emotion. Oh no, I'm going to cry. Some of the comments were, please team up with me or I'll assist you. So why don't you become a freelancer? I think it was a joke, but some of them even said, I want to work for you permanently. What a thing to say. Everyone is so kind. Here's your answer, Suda. Your brainwashing is over. No words can get through to me. You. But this guy had not given up yet. Who was it that got you? A poor student, into my father's company. Who paid for your parents' hospital bills? It was all me. You're betraying a man to whom you owe so much. I've already repaid you. You're the one who betrayed me. The old me actually wanted to work with you. Shut up. You ungrateful bastard. Furious, Suda opens a desk drawer and pulls out a dagger from inside. This is a deadly weapon, the kind you would use in a dungeon, isn't it? If you take out such a thing outside the dungeon, you will be in violation of the dungeon management law. You'll die here. Tanaka. Suda grips it with his right hand and thrusts it toward my stomach. The screams of the employees spread throughout the company, but I was perfectly calm. It's too slow. The monster's movements were much slower than those of the monsters that appear in the depths. This guy used to be a lot stronger, but he's totally fallen off his game. I slap Suda's dagger with my hand. Suda's hand swells up bright red and he drops the knife to the ground. Gah. It's over, Suda. You should know a little bit about people's pain. I punched Suda in the gut. Gusto. I was pretty easy on him, but Suda's body bent backwards, and he was blown away. Then he slammed into the wall like a bullet and fell to the floor. Phew. It was refreshing. I hope he learns a little from this. Chapter 9. Tanaka attempts to retire. Tanaka. I had already informed him of my intention to resign and was about to leave, when Suda stood up. I won't forgive you, Tanaka, for making me look like a fool. Suda's eyes are still filled with anger. Even standing seems to be painful, but it seems that his heart is not broken yet. I guess his mountainous self-esteem won't allow him to stay down. If I attacked him anymore, he might die, so it's hard for me to do anything. You guys. What the hell are you doing? Kill that criminal who raised his hand against me, Suda shouted, looking as if he didn't know which one of us was the criminal. Naturally, the employees were puzzled, and were questioning what they should do. You really are a bunch of useless employees, you know that? You. Just stop him. You'll get a pay cut. Hey. Suda spots an employee and uses his black magic to win the heart of the employee, telling him, if I stop paying you now, you'll be in trouble, or you won't be able to work in this industry anymore. The employee quickly becomes Suda's puppet. I'm sorry. I'll just hold you down and won't hurt you. The employee, who succumbed to the threat, faced me with his bare hands. This employee had joined the company last year and was one of the leading youngsters, as I recall. I've never dived in a dungeon with him, so I don't know how good he is. Okay, come at me. Yes. The employee leaned forward and rushed forward at once. It is certainly a good move if you want to seize your opponent, but his movements are too linear and slow. I pull myself back from the tackle just in time and aim my hand at the back of his exposed neck. I'm sure he didn't even realize what had happened. I moved the employee to the side so that he would not be caught in the middle of the situation, and then I looked at Suda again. Suda looked at me and gritted his teeth in frustration. I'm not going to let you get away with just a pay cut. Give it up already, Suda. This is all being streamed too. It's over for you and this company. I'm not going to let you get away with this. I won't let you ruin the company. Hey, Gowda, get him, Suda shouts, and a large man comes forward from among the employees. He is Masato Gouda, an explorer belonging to the Black Dog Guild. He stands 190 centimeters tall and has a muscular body. His hair is short and coiffed, and his face is stern. Unlike the young employee earlier, Gouda is a strong explorer with a Class A explorer's license. Suda also depends on Gouda. Gouda. Kill him. Gouda silently stands in front of me. He's my junior, but we've been in the dungeon together many times. I'm sure it won't be as easy to beat him as it was earlier. Tanaka-san, you are finally quitting. I'm rooting for you. Eh? Gouda congratulates me in a low, scary voice. What's going on? I've been thinking about it for a while. Tanaka-san is not the right person to be in this guild. You are the kind of person who should be fighting on a bigger stage. Oh, thank you. When we dived in the dungeon together, I thought he didn't like me because he was quiet and didn't talk to me at all, but it seems he didn't. Gouda congratulated me with a look of heartfelt happiness. Naturally, Suda did not like his attitude. Gouda, he said, why are you wagging your tail at such a scum? Tanaka-san is my senior who taught me the basics of being an explorer, and I can't possibly agree to such a request no matter how many times the president orders me to do so. Even if I really attacked him, I would only get a backhanded blow back. I'm sure the president knows that, too. I don't think that's true. I think I could have a good match with Gouda, Tanaka-san. I'll stop the president. Please go. Really? Thank you very much. I patted Gouda on the back and turned to leave the company. I can hear Suda's noisy voice from behind me, but I don't care. I can finally get rid of this company. The next moment I thought that, suddenly the door to the company opens with a bang. Everyone stop, please. This is the audit department of the Operations Bureau of the Association. We have received a call. A group of people dressed in suits entered. The Operations Bureau of the Association, as they called themselves, is an internal department of the Ministry of Monster Control. In other words, a government organization. They must have received a report from a viewer who was streaming the video. Well, if you do something so spectacular, you're bound to get reported, right? Ha ha ha. The wind is blowing my way, Tanaka. Government officials. Catch that criminal. He's the criminal who raised his hand against me. Suda shouts happily, but the officials pass me by and grab Suda and take him into custody. Suda shouts in a crazy voice. While I was unable to comprehend the situation, a female official in a suit stood in front of Suda and said, "Akihiro Suda, we are detaining you for violating the labor standards for explorers and the special law for awakened persons." Chapter 10, Tanaka retires in style. "You idiot." Suda looks aghast as the woman in the suit reads out the charges. A series of his actions and words were streamed on camera, making it impossible for him to make excuses. Why did he think he could get away with it? Maybe he was under the mistaken impression that the arrogant behavior he had been exhibiting toward his employees had been overlooked. Well, I guess his reign is over now. Wait a minute. If you want to arrest someone, you're going to have to take Tanaka with you. He attacked me, a citizen whom you should be protecting. It is true that the special law for awakened persons prohibits awakened persons from using their power outside of the dungeon without permission, especially when wielded against civilians. An awakened person is a person whose special power is awakened by the appearance of a dungeon. It is said that awakening occurs when a substance called magical essence, which is found in the dungeon, enters the body. The strength of the awakened person varies from person to person, and whether or not he or she awakens depends on her constitution. Once awakened, the power can be wielded outside the dungeon. That is why the awakened are restricted from using their power by the special law for awakened persons. Right? I'm the victim here. Get that ungrateful bastard. Don't get me wrong. His actions are in the category of self-defense. If you were not an awakened person, it might have been over-defense, but in this case, both of you are awakened persons and you were the first to make a move and even used a weapon, so you are overwhelmingly more at fault. What did you say? Yes, Suda used to be an explorer too. He has always been an awakened. That's why I won't be held liable under the special law for awakened persons. Luckily, Suda had awakened. As I was feeling relieved, a woman in a suit looked back at me. She had long, lustrous black hair and long, slit eyes. She was so beautiful that I couldn't help but look at her. Her body was toned, but her breasts were large, and I couldn't help but notice them as well. I'm going to ask you to come to the government office too. Is that all right with you, Makoto Tanaka? She says with a sharp, cold look in her eyes. Geez, I have to go to the city office? That's a hassle. This face looks familiar. Don't tell me you're Amatsuki. You just noticed that now? The woman I called Amatsuki said in dismay. I hadn't seen her for a long time, so I didn't notice her at all. I am impressed by the fact that she has grown up so well. Then, Suda, who was listening to the conversation, raised his voice in surprise. Amatsuki means Canard Amatsuki? Why is the chief of the 1st Subjugation Division coming to a place like this? The 1st Subjugation Division is an elite section of the Monster Subjugation Bureau, an internal department of the Ministry of Monster Control. All members of this section are highly skilled awakened persons, and they are active in dealing with monsters when they appear in the city and arresting awakened criminals. She, Amatsuki Canard, is the section chief, or head, of the 1st Subjugation Division. If the offender is an awakened person, someone from the defeat section is supposed to accompany them. If the offender escapes, it is impossible for ordinary people to pursue and secure them. I understand that, but why is a top official like you coming out here? I didn't do anything that bad, Suda roared. No, I'm sure he's done some bad things, but it's certainly strange that Amatsuki came out for a small guy like Suda. Strong and smart, and on top of that, she's a ridiculously beautiful woman, and she's a successful leader in the Ministry of Monster Control. Even though she's younger than me, she's the head of the 1st Subjugation Division, so I can tell her high level of ability. We used to dive dungeons together and we used to get along well. One is an elite, the other a corporate slave. Why is there such a gap between the two of us? It's sad. There is no deep meaning in my coming here. I was just available. Amatsuki is supposed to be quite busy, but really? While I am wondering if she came to see someone, I feel a strong gaze coming from Amatsuki. When I turn to look at her, she looks away from me. Is it possible that she hates me? You guys, take Suda away. Amatsuki orders her subordinates, and they, dressed in suits, swiftly take Suda away. It's an effortless and coordinated move. I can see that they have been training regularly. Let go of me. I'm the president. Hey, Tanaka. Don't think you can get away with this. Suda was taken away, screaming until the very end. This finally put an end to my resignation fiasco. Makoto Tanaka, I'd like to talk to you as well. You'll have to go with me voluntarily. Can we talk about that later? I haven't slept well for the past few weeks, and I'm at my wit's end. No, but, if it had been a government official I didn't know, I would have gone with him, but with Amatsuki, I think it's safe to be a little lenient. I'll talk to you, just give me a call. See you later. With that, I tossed her my business card and leapt out the building's window. I'm on the 7th floor, so I'd die if I were a normal person, but it doesn't matter as an awakened person. I jumped and decided to leave the company in style, or rather, retire. The moment I stepped out of the building, I thought I heard, "I came all this way to see you." But it was probably just my imagination. Amatsuki is a distant presence now, and I doubt we will ever dive in a dungeon together again as we did in the past. Part 2. Tanaka is going to start streaming. Chapter 1. Tanaka sleeps well. Good night's sleep. It is around noon the day after the retirement fiasco. I wake up without an alarm for the first time in a long time. I haven't had such a pleasant morning in months or even years. I couldn't sleep well on my occasional days off because of the dread of the next day's work. From now on, I can sleep as much as I want every day, and it makes me feel lighter. But well, my wallet will be lighter too. My heart sinks when I think about it. I don't think the Black Dog Guild will give me a decent severance payment. Suda has been arrested and the guild will effectively be dissolved. No one would want to rebuild that company. The remaining employees will have a hard time. And you can't just walk in there and ask them to give you a severance payment. They're victims too. Call me naive, but I'd give up getting severance pay. Besides, I didn't have time to spend money when I was a corporate employee, so I've been able to save a little. Well, it's not that much because my salary was low to begin with, but I'm still hungry. I fell asleep as soon as I got home last night. Maybe I should go out for something to eat. As I am thinking this, my phone vibrates as if on cue. I look at the screen and see a message from Adaki. I guess it's about time you got up. We have something to talk about, so let's go out for dinner. Did that guy plant a camera in my house? I get a little scared and look around the room, but I don't see anything like that. His perceptive skills are a bit frightening. I'm a little hungry, so I'll go. I've got some things I want to talk about. I quickly get ready and leave the house. I put on my business suit as usual. I haven't been out for a few years now, so I have nothing else to wear. I'd like to go shopping for clothes next time. Section. Hey, Tanaka. I saw your stream. That was a good romp. I go to a nearby family restaurant and meet up with Adaki. Like me, he was dressed in a suit and tie. I wonder how long it's been since I've eaten out. I usually just eat at convenience stores or supermarket bento boxes. I do eat some of the food in the dungeon, though. I've been eating at convenience stores and supermarkets. What would happen if people find out? Oh, you're already a celebrity, huh? It's hard being popular. I'm going home. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He desperately tries to stop me, and I have no choice but to take my seat. You always say 3 words too many. I'm sorry. I just felt like talking a lot. You can ask for as much as you like as an apology. It's a retirement gift. I don't think it's a retirement gift to go to a family restaurant, but as an unemployed person, it's a big help to me. I call up the waiter and order without hesitation. Extra large cheeseburger and fries. And this steak too. Yes, the biggest size you can get. Please add a large serving of rice too. And a big curry plate and the largest pasta plate. And the drink bar and the pancake tower. That's all for now. That's a lot. I finish my order. Despite Adaki's disgusted look, I'm sure that's all I need. Hey, Tanaka. You're asking too much. It's just a family restaurant. You're going to run out of money. You'll have a great wife. It's a good thing. Seeing Adaki scowling, I smiled at him. You underestimated my stomach. I forgot you're an active explorer. You move around so much. Of course you're going to eat. I guess so. You know, the dark circles in your eyes have gotten a lot better. You look a little healthier. It's true that when I was a corporate employee, I had a dead face. The face I saw in the mirror in the morning had recovered to the point of near death. I wish I could go back to the face of the living. By the way, Adaki, what is it that you want to tell me? Well, let's get started while we wait for the food to arrive. Adaki took a document out of his business bag and put it in front of me. The document had letters written on it. The title of the document was Makoto Tanaka, The Road to Becoming a Popular Streamer. I made it in my spare time from work, he said. You don't know much about streaming anyway, do you? But don't worry, I'll make sure I'll make you a world-class streamer. Adaki sipped the remaining Coke from the bottom of the bottle with a straw and said this with a sly grin on his face. Chapter 2, Tanaka receives a lot. Adaki's document was quite detailed. It was full of illustrations of things I didn't know, such as how to operate an account, the most popular viewing times, streaming content suggestions, streaming trends, how to pick up comments, information on other famous streamers, and so on. I don't usually watch DTube. I was too busy to watch it, so it was very helpful. Adaki also gave me a drone for streaming as an added bonus. He said it was a discontinued model, but it was still quite usable. This is a big help, too. Hey, Tanaka. What? When I looked at Adaki, I saw a flash of light and squinted my eyes. I wondered what on earth he had done to me, but it seemed that he had taken a picture of me with his phone. As Adaki manipulates his phone, he mutters, "Is this what it looks like? What the hell?" Well, just wait a minute. Okay, Adaki says, and shows me the side of his phone. On it, there was my channel with the name Makoto Tanaka Channel. The icon is the picture of me that he took a while ago. I look tired, and even after all that sleep, I still can't shake the feeling that I'm still a corporate employee. You can't stream immediately after creating an account. I made it yesterday just in case. You can start streaming tomorrow. I'll send you the ID and password for this account later. You're really talented. I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. How can I ever repay you? I asked as I munched on the steak that had been brought to me, but Adaki didn't seem to mind at all. I'm not so down on myself that I'm going to take advantage of an unemployed person. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action, Tanaka. So don't worry about it and go ahead and do your best. I'm sorry, Adaki. I'm very grateful for your help. I put the materials in my bag and took a bite of the pancake tower that was left over and put it in my stomach. I'm about 70% full. I've been going along with the idea of becoming a streamer, but are you interested in joining another guild? You were invited by lots of them in that stream. I'm going to start out as a free agent. I just want to test my ability, and I really liked the way people were cheering me on with their comments. I see. I'm glad to hear that, Adaki said happily. I checked the time, picked up my bag and stood up. I've got to go to the association's administration office and explain some things, so I'd better get out of here. Thanks for everything. Oh, I see. Will Kanard-chan be there? Adaki asks with a grin. Kanard-chan is the section chief of the Subjugation Division 1. Kanard Amatsuki. I've known Amatsuki for a long time, so Amatsuki and Adaki know each other too. I saw Kanard for the first time in a long time on the stream, and she has become a beautiful woman. She was cute before, but I didn't expect her to become so beautiful. The commenters were very excited. I heard that she is now called the Ice Sword Princess. There were so many comments saying they wanted to be abused. It made me laugh. Yeah, she's really grown up to be a great person, unlike me. I'm sure she was disillusioned when she saw me. Amatsuki is not going to be able to come to the upcoming interrogation. I'm sure she doesn't want to see me in a bad spot, so that's fine with me. No, 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 if she was disillusioned, she wouldn't have bothered to come to that place. You used to call each other Makoto-ni and Kanard-chan, didn't you? It's not so easy to be disliked. On the contrary, I'm sure she still likes you. It's okay. It's just because I'm lame. I'm going to do my best from now on to at least get her to give me a second look. Well, whatever. The future is very difficult for Kanard-chan. Adaki looks dumbfounded as he says things I don't understand. Well, anyway, I'll read this and start streaming tomorrow. I'll watch it while I work, so good luck. And with that, Adaki and I parted ways. Section. The next day around noon, I visited the Nishi Shinjuku Cliff Dungeon in Nishi Shinjuku. The dungeon was created by a crack in the earth, and only the middle level of the dungeon has been confirmed at present. I decided to start with this medium-sized dungeon because if I suddenly tried to do a fancy dungeon with a deep level, people might get bored of it soon. Adaki's material said that the power of buzz is great, but if it grows too fast, people will get bored with it too quickly. It's a scary industry. I'm going to fly a drone for streaming, sync it with my smartphone, and link it to my DTube account. I started streaming while looking at the information given to me by Adaki. I started promoting it on social media, and Adaki immediately retweeted it, spreading the word. The number of viewers kept growing, and in no time at all, it reached 1,000. It's nerve-wracking to think that that many people are behind the camera. The corporate sword saint has arrived. I've been waiting for you. Suda, he's been found guilty. I've subscribed to your channel 10 million times. You look a little better, don't you? I want to see the depths. Divine Sword Saint, who's that? What kind of battle are you going to show us today? A flood of comments poured in. Thinking back, it was thanks to them that I was able to quit that company. To repay them for that, I have to do it seriously. Chapter 3, Tanaka's First Stream. Hello everyone, I am Makoto Tanaka, an explorer formerly with the Black Dog Guild. Thank you for coming to my first stream today. I bow to the drone. I've heard that DTubers get a more cheerful, carefree vibe, but I decided to do it in this polite, working-class manner. It's easier for me to be polite, and Adaki thinks it's funny. Comments begin to flow. Hello. Wow, it's real. That's the real thing. You're still in your business suit. Good morning, Shachikan. What's Shachikan? Shachikan stands for Corporate Slave Sword Saint, right? Where are you going to go today? Are you going to be in the depths today? I'm curious, Tanaka. Did you eat breakfast? Thank you for all your comments. I think I will dive the West Shinjuku Cliff Dungeon today. I'll go to the middle or lower level, but I'll dive deeper another time. And I did eat breakfast. Thank you for your concern. I respond, frantically following the comments that drift away in an instant. This is not easy. I wonder how the streamers of the world do this every day. I admire them. Now that we are already near the site, I'd like to dive right in. Oh, I would appreciate it if you could promote it on social media. I'm unemployed at the moment. I start walking while making small talk like this. As the name suggests, the Nishi Shinjuku Cliff Dungeon, where we will dive today, is a dungeon in the middle of a huge cliff. The underground dungeon is located at the bottom of the cliff, so just getting there is a bit of a strenuous task. So the Dungeon Management Bureau recently built a sort of management elevator that allows you to go down to the bottom of the cliff. I went there, of course, but I couldn't get to the bottom of the cliff. It's so crowded. There was a long queue of many explorers there. I've been in this dungeon several times, but I've never seen a situation like this. Why in the world is this happening? Did they find some rare item or monster? No, first of all, I have to think about what to do about today's stream. I definitely don't want it to be a washout from the very first shot. Sad news, today's dungeon attack, cancelled. Streaming incident right off the bat? I was looking forward to it. I knew the last stream was a composite. I was looking forward to it. I've cancelled the channel. The comments were starting to get rough. This is not good. We have to do something. If I don't do something, the streaming incident will be summarized as a streaming incident from the very first shot. I've read and studied the material Adaki gave me, but this is just too much. I'll do something to fix it. Something seems to have happened. I'll ask someone. I tried to look nonchalant as I talked to the explorer who was nearby. I usually don't talk to strangers because I haven't done so recently, but thanks to the cameras rolling, I was able to talk to him. Excuse me, do you have a minute? Yes, you're the corporate sword saint. The young male explorer who spoke to me looked at me and let out a loud voice. The other explorers also reacted and looked at me. The attention makes me sick to my stomach. You're a celebrity now, aren't you? Guild recruitment coming? I heard he has a lot of fans among the explorers. Well, they would if they saw us fight like that. We only think wow, but if you're an explorer, you know how great it is. I take my gaze away from the comments and continue talking with the excited male explorer. I look at him and say, hey, is there something wrong with the entrance? I'm sure you're planning to enter the West Cliff as well. It's so lucky that I might be able to dive at the same time as a famous person. The male explorer is talking happily. Is West Cliff short for West Shinjuku Cliff Dungeon? Well, it's certainly long enough to call it by its official name, but I can't help but think it's too abbreviated. The reason it's so crowded is, I'm sorry, I got excited. The reason why it is crowded, right? The elevator to the entrance seems to have broken down. It seems that some groups were able to go in the morning, but it broke down on the way. If this continues, it seems they can't even retrieve the people who have gotten down. I see. Thank you very much. Elevator malfunction, huh? That's why there are so many people here. Waiting for the machine to be fixed is not possible in terms of the stream, but going to a different dungeon is also not very exciting. The comments are starting to cool down. Boring. I don't have one. Well, if it's broken, it can't be helped, and so on. It is inevitable that the number of subscribers to the channel will decrease if things continue as they are. I remember that the material given to me by Adaki had written about how to solve problems when they occur. Let's see, I think it says, solve problems by force. Just like you used to do when you were a corporate slave. That's the most popular solution. I don't know if that really works, but I'll check it out. Staff, please check in as we enter the dungeon. Huh? Mr. Kensai-san? That's the second time today I've gotten that reaction. I guess they all know my face. It's hard to deal with. Excuse me, the receptionist there. Oh, sorry, you can't go in there right now. No problem, just check in. Okay, whenever you enter a dungeon, you need to apply to the staff of the Dungeon Management Bureau that manages the dungeon. If I was a member of a guild, the guild would take care of that for me. I'm a freelancer, so I don't get a face pass. Yes, you can pass. Thank you. I thanked him and stood by the cliff. The cliff is so deep, I can't see the bottom at all. Wow, if I fall off, I'm sure I'll die. People who are afraid of heights die safely. Are we breaking up today? Is it too much to ask for the much talked about Kensai-sama? Okay, then, let's follow Adaki's opinion and go in as usual. I squeeze my tie tightly to get into the mood and jump off the cliff. What? Gee, I'm dying. Are you serious? The comments section was a scene of screaming. Should I have told them I was going to jump? But Adaki also said that we need an element of surprise, so I guess it's okay as long as it's lively. I'm going down now. I twisted and controlled my body in the air and kicked the cliff wall, aiming for the bottom. You might get a little dizzy, so be careful. With that said, I descended to the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 4, Tanaka kills a monster. Kaiwa. I'm going to fall down. I'm going to die. I've fallen before. I'm already used to it. Is this your first time streaming Shachikan? Relax, no one's used to it. I'm going to have to take a motion sickness pill. This is really going to kill me. I don't care how sturdy the awakened are, if they fall at this speed, they're going to die. I confirm that the comments are flowing at a blazing speed while I'm falling. I don't know what it is, but they seem to be getting excited. Looks like I was right to jump in. Time to slow down. As the bottom gradually appears in sight, I pull out the single-edged sword at my waist. I thrust it into the cliff and put my foot on the back of the blade. It's like skateboarding in shape, but it's not snow that he's skating on. It's a cliff. Here goes. After slowing down enough, I kick the cliff and jump up. Then, after spinning a few degrees in the air, I land with a thud. I'm used to this kind of acrobatic movement since I used to jump around in dungeons to fulfill endless quotas when I was a corporate slave. Mute. I'm dizzy. I thought I was going to die just looking at it. It was so exciting. I wish I could be an awakened person too, to be able to move around like this. No, a normal awakened person can't move around like this. If they could, there wouldn't be an elevator here. But only if you're Tanaka. I don't think it's like this for others. The response to the comments has been positive. It was the right thing to do. Well, then, let's get right into the Nishi Shinjuku Cliff Dungeon. There may be some things I wouldn't like to show you, but I hope you enjoy it. You're so fucking polite, Kusa. You're soaked in company spirit, but I like it because a lot of streamers are rude. I get it. It makes me feel comfortable. It's okay to be like this. It's normal and it makes me feel safe. Wait a minute. You forgot he just jumped off a cliff. He's not normal. I step into the dungeon with the comments behind me. There are exceptions, but basically, the dungeon continues underground. The walls are like caves, hollowed out of earth and rock, and some of them are like ruins. The most important feature is that there are monsters in the dungeon. Basically, monsters live only inside the dungeon, but occasionally some of them come out. In such cases, Amatsuki's office is contacted first, and the staff there goes to defeat the monsters. While I was thinking about that, the monsters were on their way. Gigi. The green-skinned monsters, known as goblins, came with a shrill voice. Although they use knives and other weapons, they are not intelligent or physically strong at all. They are ranked D by the Association of Explorers, which is the lowest danger level. There were 5 goblins in all. There weren't that many of them, and it didn't look like it would be a good time to take a picture of them. Yo! I stepped lightly and passed by the goblins. A moment later, I swung my sword. The goblins were all in the same position. Gee! The goblins crumpled to the ground, not even realizing what had happened. They probably couldn't even catch sight of me with their eyes. Now, hurry up and go to the middle level and make the sights. What? What did you just do? I couldn't see you at all. I'm a B-rank explorer and I really didn't see it. I'm losing confidence. The camera's performance is not good enough. I can't see it even if I view it frame by frame. When did he move? This is a defeat of human technology, isn't it? The camera can't see him? I've got an idea. Officer, this is the guy. With a ding, I sheath my sword, and the comments are very noisy. Apparently, they're getting excited about my current move. The opponent was a goblin, not an opponent that anyone would have a hard time against. People who aren't explorers are watching, but don't they know that what they've just seen isn't great? I'm glad you're happy. But that was just a goblin, so it's no big deal. You can do that with a little practice. When I explained that, the comments flowed at blast speed. I can't do that. I can take down a goblin too, but not like that. Are you saying I'm doing something wrong? It's hard to know if you're serious or not. Shachukan. What? I just slashed him at a speed that even the camera can't follow. Tanaka. There's a different monster coming. I noticed a large grey rat coming toward us. Is that a dungeon rat? It's about as strong as a goblin, but it's fast and above all, it stinks. If you get covered in its blood, you can't get rid of the rotten smell for a while. I used to have a hard time with them. The comments were coming. Ugh, it's a dungeon rat. I don't like the smell and the like. It seems that everyone has the same thought. I'll tell you a good way to beat the dungeon rat. It's not that hard, and it won't stink. Is there such a method? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I hope so. It's a lie. It's definitely difficult. Don't say that. We already know. I look at the dungeon rat coming toward me and pull my sword out of its sheath at high speed. The sword flashes, and an invisible blade is released. It is a shockwave that occurs when the speed of sound is exceeded, a so-called high-speed shockwave. The blade, which I call the flying blade, cuts the dungeon rat in two and blows its body away. This way, I won't get the stink on me. Now, what do you think of the reaction of the comments? I'm surprised that many people don't know how to do this. I hope it helps. It's impossible after all. I knew it. I knew it. I knew. You see, humans don't normally produce shockwaves. He worked for a very special company. It would be fun to shoot something like that. Awakened people can do that? How could they? For some reason, this was a different reaction than I had expected. Why doesn't it work like this? Should I change my approach? As I was thinking this, Ataki, as if he could see right through me, said, "That's good. Keep it up." I'm not sure, but if he says so, I'll keep going a little longer. Well, I'm going to go into the middle level now, and I have a question box on social media. So if you have any questions, please ask them there. I looked at the camera, which I was not used to doing, and went further into the dungeon. Chapter 5. Tanaka talks about the secret of strength. After defeating the goblins and the dungeon rats, I went down and down through the upper levels. I was attacked by tyrants and kobolds along the way, but they were just monsters in the upper levels. After defeating them without any trouble, I reached the middle level. From here on down is the middle level. Monsters stronger than before will appear, so you need to be careful. There is little difference in appearance between the upper and middle levels. Perhaps the walls and the ground are a little darker? I guess so, but you have to look closely to notice it. The difference is the amount of magic essence. Magic essence is an unknown substance that can awaken a person. The deeper you go in the dungeon, the higher the concentration of magic essence in the air. In the middle level, there are some people who get magic essence intoxicated, so please be careful if you come to the dungeon. If you get into your body too much at once, you may get intoxicated. It used to be common for people to suddenly descend to the lower levels and die from magic essence poisoning, just like climbing a mountain. It is important to get used to the environment slowly. But didn't Shachakan dive deep down at once the other day? Indeed. Oh, by the way, I saw that in the clipping. What was that about? I don't know. He's not very convincing. I'm sure he's got full immunity to it or something. It's scary because it seems so plausible. I certainly did that. I'll give you my defense of that. Well, I certainly have a resistance to magic essence, so I can dive deep at once. But if a normal person did it, their body would probably explode, so please don't do it. You're going to explode? That's scary. Magic essence is too serious. Ow. See, I knew you were resistant to it. The ultimate perfect Shachakan. Why do you have resistance? I get magic essence sickness easily, so I really want to know. Sure, I'd like to know too. As I looked at the comments, here and there people started to say they wanted to be resistant too. There are no monsters yet, but I'm not sure if it's safe to answer the question. Basically, the longer you stay in the dungeon, the more your body becomes accustomed to the magic essence. When you've been in the dungeon as long as I have, I'd say about 10 years of doing 350 hours of overtime a month, if you spend that much time in the dungeon, I'm sure you'll naturally develop a tolerance. It's just too much work. Phew. I feel like I'm going to throw up just listening to this. Suda, don't you ever come out here again. My favorite streamer is too much of a corporate livestock. It's tough. I have to choose between being a company animal or getting magic essence drunk. The confused comments flowed. Well, I don't like it either. I wouldn't want to go back to that life either. Oh, and you can build up a tolerance by eating things in the dungeon, I said, and picked up a mushroom growing nearby. The name of this mushroom, glowing blue-white, is luminous cap. Of course, it is a special mushroom that can only be found in dungeons. This mushroom is filled with magic essence. If you eat it, you will be inoculated with magic essence. It's a dark monsieur. I eat the mushroom raw. I eat the mushroom raw. The texture is a little unpleasant, but the taste is not bad. You're eating raw grass. No, mushrooms. Ooh, didn't your mother teach you not to eat shiny things? There's almost nothing on earth that glows in the first place. I thought you weren't supposed to eat anything in the dungeon. I thought I heard on the news that people were hospitalized because of it. Wait. Even if the mushrooms are safe to eat, you shouldn't eat them raw. The comments section was abuzz. I feel like I'm being pulled in a big way. But if you're going to eat them, it's better to do it a little at a time. If you take in magic essence too quickly, you will get addicted. In my case, my quota was so tight that I didn't even have time to eat, so I just ate the dungeon food raw and at random. In the beginning, I had a stomachache and collapsed, but after 3 years of working, I could eat raw and not get sick to my stomach. Human adaptability is not foolproof. So that's how you took in the magic essence. They say the more magic essence you take in, the stronger you become, so that's how you became stronger. I caught a glimpse of the secret of Shachukin's strength. That's why he's so strong. I can't imitate him. You'd die if you tried. I went to the lower level for a little while the other day, but I got sick in 5 minutes. I pity you. 5,000. Too pitiful. Here, have a nice meal. Oh? I can send super chats now? As I looked at the comments, I was struck by a notation I had never seen before. I'm pretty sure it was written in the material Adaki gave me, was the name super chat. It says it's also called a throwaway. It was said that viewers could send money directly to the streamer. I didn't think anyone would use such a feature, but it really works. Oops, first of all, I have to say thank you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Now I'll have something delicious to eat. It seems that the function of super chat has been unlocked. This is thanks to everybody here. Thank you. Saying that, I bowed deeply. I didn't want to bow to Suda, but it wouldn't be so bad if it was to the viewers. By the way, the super chat function will be unlocked when the number of subscribers to the channel exceeds 10,000. The number was exceeded in the last stream, but it seems that the restriction cannot be lifted immediately after the number is exceeded, and will be lifted after various identities are confirmed to be clean. The timing was right now. 2,000. I can finally throw money. I'll give you a severance package. 10,000. I'm a fan. I'm looking forward to more streams. 500. It's not much, but it'll help with your lunch. 15,000. Here's a retirement gift from me too. 8,000. You guys are so naive. You should be more careful with your money. 3,000. This is a very friendly internet space. Super chats flow one after another. Seeing this, I felt my eyes burning and held them down. What is it? I feel like all the hard work I've put in up until now has paid off. This is the first time I've been treated so well by so many people. I'm so glad I quit my job and became a streamer. Mr. Tanaka. Are you okay? Shachukin. Man, you're crying. You know, when you get older, your tear glands get looser. I can tell. Haha, the crying part is sexy too. Oh, man, that's some badass shit. I wipe my tears and hold them back. I have to make sure I finish. Thank you. I will continue to stream the site with all my heart and soul so that I can live up to your expectations. Thank you for your continued support. You're so formal. It's embarrassing for me. Thank you very much. Don't be so hard on yourself. Take care of yourself. Oh, I think I might like this stream too much. The guy who made other dungeon streams a thing of the past. I'll get a part-time job and spatcher. Receiving warm words. I proceed through the middle level. I guess it's time for some monsters to appear. I want to defeat it in some awesome way to live up to everyone's expectations. While I'm thinking this, a voice that sounds like a scream suddenly enters my ears. This is a high-pitched, female voice. It is clearly coming from below. An incident? Isn't this bad? But this dungeon is sealed off right now, right? Didn't the guy before say a couple of people went in there in the morning? Before the elevator broke down? Oh, I think he did. Wow, the video is messed up. The next thing I knew I was running out. I don't mean to sound righteous, but I'd like to help if I can. As far as I can see, the movie is a little bumpy. Please take anti-dizzy medicine if you don't like it. Chapter 6. Tanaka hurries. This is so fast. He's already a human bullet train. Isn't this faster than a bullet train? Oh, no. I'm getting sick again. You have to take motion sickness medicine. I took some anti-nausea pills and I'm really starting to feel better. Well, I'm going to take some too. I'm not sure how the drone can keep up with this speed. I'm sure it's a good model. I think the drone is going to die of exhaustion. Don't die, drone-kun. I run through the dungeon without checking the comments flowing. Of course, while running, I also keep an eye on my surroundings. Something's not right. I can't express it well, but there was a strange feeling in the dungeon. The atmosphere is unsettling. The monsters that I saw seemed to be in some kind of a frenzy. In this kind of situation, unexpected troubles are likely to occur. I have to be careful. I can see it now. Ahead of my gaze, I see the figure of an explorer who is fighting. That person was a young female searcher, wielding a large sword as tall as she is. She is fighting monsters. She is diving alone? That's dangerous. The mirror? The guy who went deep alone is saying something. Well, this guy is special. He worked for a very special company. Actually, solo dives below the middle tier are dangerous. It's suicide. I remember there was a bill that was going to make licensing a requirement for soloing. I wonder what happened to that. I've been pushed into it, but I don't care. In my case, I was just forced to go solo by the company. I didn't like doing it. You may go to the upper levels, but you shouldn't go to the middle or lower levels alone. Dungeons are full of traps and other dangers as well as monsters. 2 or more people can help each other, but with just one person, one mistake can lead to death. A dungeon is a place like a game, but if you die, it ends there. You can't play it again. Go away please. I hear the voice of a woman being attacked by a monster. She is a pretty woman with shoulder-length chestnut hair. She is about the age of a college student. She is quite young among the explorers. Her movements are not bad, but her opponent is not. She is dealing with an ogre. It is a demon-type monster with horns. In addition to its high intelligence, it is a monster that boasts considerable monstrous strength, making it a rather troublesome opponent. In addition, there are 10 ogres, and they are slowly weakening her as they surround her in team play. There's no way she can run away from that thing. That's an ogre, isn't it? What? Why are there ogres here? What's wrong? Ogres are monsters that live below the lower levels, but we're in the middle level, right? Is there something unusual going on? Is it bad? The commenters begin to fuss. Abnormal situations, as the name implies, are things that don't usually happen in dungeons. Monsters that normally do not appear in the dungeon appear in large numbers. For example, she was fighting hard but was unable to catch the ogre's club and dropped her great sword. The ogre reached. Oh no, I have to hurry. I kick the ground 10 times in an instant and accelerate quickly. Then I pull out my sword and slice through the body of the ogre that was reaching for me. The ogre collapses, not knowing what just happened. I walk past it and take the woman who was being attacked in my arms and move away from the ogre and his followers. I'm holding her like a princess, so her buttocks and various soft parts are hitting me, but it's an emergency situation. So I hope you'll forgive me. I'm not going to get sued, am I? Are you alright? Higher. The woman who rolled her eyes in surprise in my arms replied. Chapter 7. Tanaka is unrivaled. Can you stand up? Yes, I can. I'm fine. I gently lower the woman in my arms. Her clothes are frayed here and there, and there are small scratches on her body. My name is Makoto Tanaka, and you are? Tanaka-san, that corporate slave Kensai-san? I'm not surprised. I'm Hoshino Yui. I am a dungeon streamer. A cracked and smoking drone was flying unsteadily near her as she introduced herself as Hoshino. It seemed to have been destroyed by an ogre. I was surprised that my name is known even to this girl I met by chance. It seems that the name of the corporate slave sword saint is spreading more than I thought it would. The power of the internet is amazing. This girl is from Yui channel, isn't she? She got a lot of buzz recently for Too Cute Explorer, didn't she? Yui is cute. I'm going to subscribe to her channel. Oh, by the way, I heard on social networking sites that the stream suddenly went dead. I didn't expect a collaboration. I've notified the dungeon management about the unusual situation. But do you think they'll act? I don't think they'll go so far as to rescue the explorers. I glance at the comments to understand the current situation. It's great that you've notified the dungeon office, but as the comment says, they won't come to our rescue. Everything that happens inside is the explorer's own responsibility. If you don't like it, you have to join a company. Well, the guild I was in wouldn't have come to our rescue. How did you get into this situation? I don't know either. I was streaming in the shallow middle level, and suddenly an ogre attacked me. I've never been to the lower levels, so I ran for my life, but I was driven lower and lower, and there was nothing I could do. Tears came to Hoshino's eyes. I guess she remembered the time when she was chased and got scared. I used to feel fear too when I first started diving in dungeons, so I know how she feels. I put my hand on her trembling shoulder and encouraged her. You did your best, didn't you? You can rest assured now. It's my business from here. I switch my mind from the outgoing respectful mode to the business mode. The opponent is 10 ogres compared to the battles in the deeper levels. They are boring opponents, but that's okay. I was just bored from dealing with the monsters in the upper levels that I usually ignore. I take one step closer to the ogres. The ogres take a step back from me. Goo, you. What? Are you running away? As I said this as if to provoke them, the ogres seemed to have made up their minds, gripping their weapons tightly and roaring, Gah. They roar. Then they all charge toward me at once. Jaya ogre. That's scary. Oh, it's dead. Well, you'll just have to watch. At first glance, our corporate slaves are amazing. Clipping team, please. 10,000 Tanaka-san. Please do it. I focus all of my thoughts on the enemy in front of me and step in. Gah! The ogre lets out a stunned sound when he sees me appear in front of him in an instant. Before his face can change to surprise, I draw my sword and slash the ogre in half. I pull out my sword and slash the ogre in half. A large amount of magic essence splatters from the wound, and the ogre crumples to the ground. The ogres, realizing that one of their own had been killed, grabbed their clubs and attacked me as if to surround me. Gah! Too late. I jumped up on the spot and ducked the ogre's attack, then spun around in midair and launched a spinning kick into the neck of the ogre that was behind me. The ogre's cervical vertebrae are completely destroyed with a nasty sound of bones being shattered. I kicked the ogre's body and accelerated in midair, and I slashed down one after another with a single blow at those who stiffened, not understanding what had happened. Yabba, I've seen it in clippings before, but it's so much more powerful live. This is it. This is what I've always wanted to see. I really hope you join our guild. I don't think Shachukan is the kind of guy who fits into a guild. I used to be anti, but I'm converting. This is the real deal. I look at Ogre as a pissed off boss. I want to graduate from being a corporate employee to. He's a star in the company worker world. Look at Yui's face when she's looking at Shachukan. She's got the face of a female. My Yui is, well, it's no wonder she's attracted to strong men. I looked in the mirror and saw a female face too. Maybe I'm a woman too. That's funny. I'm a woman too. All the viewers are going to turn into females. The ogres fell one after another. Before I knew it, there was only one left. The ogre didn't run away and held up the club in his hand, even though he knew the difference in strength. He seemed to be proud to be a warrior. I understand. I'll give it my all. I sheathed my sword and assumed an AI stance. Then the ogre took advantage of the opportunity and attacked. He may see this as an opening, as I have my sword sheathed, but when you take this stance, it is as if you have a gun pressed to their forehead. All you have to do is pull the trigger and the game is won. Tanaka-style swordsmanship blink. There is a flash of light, and my body and the ogres pass each other in an instant. The ogre doesn't know what happened, turns around and tries to come toward me, but after about 3 steps, his torso is cut in two and he crumples to the ground. Blink is the fastest AI jutsu, so fast that he doesn't even notice he's been cut. You are strong too, but you had the wrong opponent. I put the sword back into its scabbard completely and started walking towards Hoshino-san. Chapter 8. Tanaka gives treatment. What the hell was that? I seriously didn't see anything. Does that mean that you weren't serious all along? There's a chance this one isn't serious yet either. You got a bad opponent. I wish I could say the same. I feel bad for the opponent. What other kinds of swordsmanship do you have, Tanaka? Hold me. I'm an old man, but when I look at Tanaka, my heart starts to race. Could this be? It's heart palpitations, isn't it? The comments were noisy, but I ran up to the woman I had saved. Are you okay? The woman I saved, I think her name was Hoshino Yui. She looked stunned, as if she had been scared to death. Her face was slightly red, and I was worried. Yes. I'm fine. She bit down with all her might, but she seemed to be fine. I wonder if she will be able to walk home on her own. I don't think it's a good idea to stay here for the time being. Let's get back to the wall. Okay. That's fine. Hoshino-san and I moved out of the way. The possibility of being attacked by a monster is high in an open area. As I moved, I glanced at the comments. Incidentally, I don't need to look at my phone to check the comments, as the drone projects a small screen in the air. A young man and woman in a dungeon. How could anything not happen? Is this an R18 stream? That's a violation of the terms and conditions. Tanaka? Be gentle with her. Mayu is. My Tanaka is. You're the first one in the harem. Yay. Now Japan, because of the dungeon, the disparity in society has become so great that bigamy is now okay. It's possible to have a harem. In the past, it wouldn't have been possible, but that's the trend worldwide. Old men can't keep up. The comments said whatever they wanted. I wouldn't even touch her. I'm at least 5 years older than this girl. From her point of view, I must look like an old man. She seems like a nice girl, so she may feel indebted to me, but romantic feelings are different from that. I'm sure I won't see her again after I leave here. All right, let's take a break here. Yes. Well, I'm going to take care of your injuries now, so I'm going to cut off the stream for a while. We'll resume in a little while. Oi, wait a minute. Money. I'll give you money. It's my last day of life. That's not true, Tanaka. Click. I ignore the stream of comments and mercilessly cut off the feed. It would be hard for her to talk to me if I was streaming. It's a natural thing to do. Hoshino-san. It was. Wasn't it? I'm going to treat your injury, so could you tell me where it hurts? Oh, yes. I'm sorry. You have been a huge help to me with everything. Thank you very much for your help. Hoshino-san bowed her head with an apologetic look on her face, almost as if she were going to fall to the ground. If Tanaka-san hadn't come, I would have died there. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. I will definitely repay you. I don't mind. It's only normal for me to help my colleagues. No, it's not. No, that's not how it works. I was raised by a mother who told me to repay a favor twice as much as I owed it. Hoshino-san says with a sparkling face. I'm not sure how to describe her, but she's a yang kind of girl. I'm a yin guy, so I'm dazzled by her. I may have had a little of this in me in the past, but I've turned completely black in my long life as a corporate slave. I just hope she doesn't end up working for a black company. And Tanaka-san, I am younger than you and have much less experience as an explorer. So, could you please stop using honorifics? It makes me feel a little bad. Well, I understand. Then let's be a little more informal. We need to get out of this dungeon together. If we can't stick to each other for any length of time, it's not going to be easy to move. The best thing to do is to get to know each other at least for now. Let's see. Hoshino. Where does it hurt? It's my leg. I got hit there by an ogre's attack. Hoshino put her foot in front of me as she sat down. This looks painful. I understand. I'll fix it now. I take out a small bottle of green liquid from my suit pocket. I reach into my hand and apply it to her leg. Hoshino rolls her eyes in surprise. Is that a healing potion? Such a precious thing. I still have more, so don't worry about it. Sorry. The recovery potion is a generic term for a liquid with restorative properties made from materials that can be found in dungeons. The most important thing to remember is that you can buy them for money on the surface, but they are quite expensive. Some guilds give them to you, but the guild I belong to, of course, never gave them to me. So I had to make my own recovery medicine. Because I often dived deep into the depths, I was able to gather a lot of valuable materials. I had no trouble finding materials. It is forbidden to bring back materials without permission or to process and sell them in the dungeon, but it is legal to use the processed materials for oneself. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. The swelling has already gone down. It's amazing. Hoshino shows it by bouncing around on the spot. Each time she jumps, her large breasts sway, making it very hard to look at her. It's a good thing I turned off the stream. Chapter 9, Tanaka does it again. By the way, Hoshino, why did you come here alone? It's not for me to tell you, but it's dangerous to come alone to the middle level. I ask her before resuming my stream. Having finished treating her injuries, the level of danger is totally different between the upper and middle levels. With her ability to deal with the ogre to some extent, she would probably be fine in the upper levels, but the middle levels are dangerous. She might be able to win a head-on fight with a monster in the middle tier, but in the middle tier, the monsters have more options, such as surprise attacks from behind, attacks from a distance, poison and traps, and so on. For better or worse, it would be difficult for her to deal with such things. Yes, I'm really sorry. Hoshino is dejected. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take a chance on the market. I knew it was dangerous, but the number of viewers weren't growing in the upper levels, so I went to the middle levels as a desperate measure. Then for some reason, I was attacked by an ogre. I understand that you were in a hurry because your viewership wasn't growing, but if you died because of it, you would have lost everything, wouldn't you? From the looks of it, Hoshino is still a student, right? You don't have to go so hard to get popularity. She shook her head as she said this. She shakes her head. My family is poor and I have to take care of my younger brother's tuition. The only way I can earn money while attending college is by being a dungeon streamer or by working in the retail trade. I didn't have time for pretending to be something I wasn't. Saying this, she sadly lowered her eyes. It seems that there is a deeper reason than I thought. I shouldn't just reply randomly. If that's the case, then why don't you join a guild somewhere? You won't make as much as the famous streamers, but you'll get a steady income. I'm sure that's true, but right now you have to have a college degree to get into a major guild. Everywhere you can get in with a high school degree, the pay is, oh, I see. I'm not familiar with the current job market, but apparently, if you don't have college degree, you can only get into a black company like the one I was in. It's sad to see that the wave of the educational mindset has reached this side of society. I started working as a streamer because I heard that I could get calls from big companies, and I get more money than if I worked part-time. I didn't know that was the case. I'm sorry I said all that without knowing it. I bowed my head as I reflect on the fact that I made her talk about something she didn't want to talk about. She exclaims in a loud voice, "No, it's okay. I was so happy. I had never had anyone help me like that before." And, you know, when he held me in his arms, I thought, I wonder what it would be like if I had a father. Well, I was kind of moved. It's a nice story, but I'm a little shocked to hear that I would be a father. Do I look that old? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. You don't look old at all. You look like a dependable older brother. She said, her eyes spinning around as if she was troubled. It's a joke. I was just teasing you. I'm glad to hear that. Hoshino looks relieved. I'm not sure if she and I are alike. I too started working for Suda's company after graduating from junior high school because my parents were hospitalized for magic essence poisoning and I had no one to rely on. I was still in middle school and it was the only way for me to earn money to pay for my parents' hospitalization. The days were hard and painful. I was lucky that I didn't break down. If I had been a company worker for a little longer, I would have broken down. When I thought that she was also in such an endless hell, I suddenly felt sad. I wanted to help her as much as I could. I thought, I'm sorry you had a hard time, Hoshino. I understand. What? I can't take your father's place, but I will protect you until you get out of this dungeon. I will never leave you alone, so don't worry. Yes. I'm looking forward to working with you. PSSH, Hoshino replied while letting steam rise from her head. Did I do something wrong? I tilted my head and looked at my phone. Streaming is an effective way to communicate what's going on. As I was about to resume the stream, I saw something extraordinary. What the hell? A confession. I'm not going to leave you alone. You're going to fall in love with me. No. I'm turning into a girl too. I'm a guy and my chest is throbbing. My ears are pregnant. Maybe it's triplets. My Tanaka is. My little Tanaka is. My Shachukan is. At last, all we have left is bunch of people who are in love with Tanaka. You've got new quotes. I'm sure the collection of Shachukan quotes will get thicker. By the way, Yui, you're a really nice girl. Let's super chat next time. My bonus will be on fire too. I wish you both the best of luck with your wedding stream. 30,000. I know it's a little early, but here's my congratulations. To my surprise, the stream was not cut off and the comments were piling up. Oh, no, I must have cut off the stream. Oh, did you notice? Shachukan, I sure got your passion. You didn't press the button to turn off the stream, you pressed the button to turn off the video. You pressed the wrong button because they're right next to each other. I remember when you were a corporate slave, you pressed the wrong button, too. You're getting good at that, aren't you? It was nice to have just the sound. It stirs the imagination. I can't believe Shachukan ASMR is already on the DTube. And I panic. And this time, I turn off the stream. I didn't think I'd make the mistake of pressing the wrong button again. I'm sorry. Hoshino's story seems to have been overheard. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's not something I'm hiding, so it's fine. Rather than that, wouldn't it be worse if Tanaka's words spread? Hoshino says apologetically with a red face. She's a girl who cares about the strangest things. I'm not saying anything that I don't want people to hear, so don't worry about it. Ahiu. Hoshino let out steam from her head again. I wonder what kind of structure it has. I remember Amatsuki doing the same thing a long time ago. Maybe I can ask her how she does it next time I see her. Chapter 10. Tanaka becomes the first person. I'm sorry for cutting off the stream so abruptly. Now I'm going to escape from the West Shinjuku Cliff Dungeon, where something unusual is happening, with Hoshino-san. We're going to start as if nothing happened. Umao. I won't leave you alone. Holy shit, it's back! I'm sure everyone remembers all that. Streaming resumed, after 2 minutes. What did you do in those 2 minutes? I'm curious. Young men and women, nothing happened. I've taken off my clothes for now. What should I do next? Ignoring the comments section, which as usual likes to talk about the juicy stuff, I start to return to the dungeon with Hoshino. It would be quickest if I could return home while smashing through the ceiling, but Hoshino wouldn't be able to keep up with me if I made such a move. Inevitably, it would take longer than it did on the way there. Are you okay? Can you run on your own 2 feet? Yes. I'm totally fine. Hoshino smiles brightly, as if she is fine. As a power fighter, she is not the fastest person on her feet. I have to be careful not to fly too fast. By the way, why don't you party with others, Hoshino? Even if you don't join a guild, I don't think you'd be in danger in the middle tier if you're with someone else. I often get invitations to collaborate with people, but the only people who approach me are men with kind of scary eyes. I see. Scary eyes, in other words, are probably the guys who are aiming at Hoshino. The stream is a building block, and the real deal comes afterwards. The most important thing to remember is that you should never be afraid to ask for help. At first glance, she seems natural and easily fooled. If a natural and extraordinarily cute girl was streaming alone, she would be targeted by hungry streamers. It's amazing that she hasn't been targeted yet. So I'll be your first collaborator? Yes, you are. Haha. I'm kind of sorry. I'm sorry that this old man is your first collaborator. No, it's not like that. I'm really happy that my first person is Tanaka-san. After Hoshino said that, she realized she had said something outrageous and blushed. Naturally, the comments section is abuzz. Yes, we got first timer. She's too natural, isn't she? You're just in time for the Shachukan, aren't you? I'm so glad you're my first. That's the line I want to hear the most. Uncle, you're making my heart flutter. I'm having heart palpitations. They've had sex. This girl is too cute. I want to promote you, so please come back alive. I'll leave the comments alone because I can't seem to stop them no matter what I say. There's no way this cute girl is going to be attracted to me. The viewers should look at reality a little. I'm sorry. I don't mind. It's okay. The audience seems to be having fun. Well, I meant what I said before. ? I heard a sound and stopped. Hoshino also stopped, panicking. What's going on? I hear someone's voice. What? I don't hear anything. It's over there. I listened carefully and determined the direction of the sound. There was no doubt. This is a human voice. And I also hear what sounds like a battle going on. Yeah. I didn't hear anything. I blasted up the sound on the video, but I can't hear it. I'm sure drones nowadays have pretty sophisticated microphones on them. Shoggoth's ears must be even more powerful than that. He worked for a very special company. Tanaka's ears are from hell. I turned up the sound to the limit in my software and there really was a faint human voice. Why can't I hear it? Why are there people here? Well, they said there were a couple of explorers in there this morning, so that must be it. Isn't this bad? There's something unusual going on right now. If the commenters are right and those explorers are being attacked by strong monsters, it's a bad situation. We should go help them right now, but we can't leave Hoshino alone either. As I was wondering what to do, Hoshino tugged on my sleeve. Let's go, Tanaka-san, she said. I can't just go home and leave the others alone. But I'm sure I can handle it. I'm sure I won't pull you back. So please. Hoshino looks straight at me with a gaze filled with a strong will. It's a very different thing from me with dead fish eyes. I'd be the bad guy if I refused her request. Just run away if it's dangerous, okay? Yes, I will. Thank you very much. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good idea of what you're getting into. The ship has come this far. We'll save everyone and get back on the ground. Let's go then. Follow me. Okay. Hoshino and I ran toward the voice as fast as we could. It took us only a few minutes to see the owner of the voice. There they were, a party of 5 explorers. They were fighting a nasty monster called a labyrinth magician. The labyrinth magician is a monster that looks like a black mist wearing a robe. It has a staff in its hand from which it unleashes a variety of magical attacks. The fog-like part is not solid and can be easily defeated by cutting or burning the robe, but it is a difficult opponent because of the variety of magic it chooses. These monsters are from the lower levels, but they seem to have appeared here because of the unusual situation. The explorers seem to be in danger. We have to hurry and save them. For the second time today, it's time for business. I switched to business mode and cut my way through the monsters at once. Chapter 11. Tanaka strikes back. For a swordsman like me, wizard-type enemies like the labyrinth magician are not my type of opponent. It is partly because there is no way to deal with attacks from a distance, but the most important thing is that their movements are unreadable. I don't think I'm alone in this, but the swordsman can sense their opponent's actions based on the slightest movement. They can sense an advance by the slackness of the knees, and read the aim by the movement of the eyes. Whether the opponent is a human or a monster, they can read the subtleties of the opponent's movements to determine their next move. However, this is not the case with wizards. They can use a wide variety of magic with a light wave of their wands. It's like a kick or an elbow coming at you as you make a punching motion. There is no way to read their moves. The most important thing to remember is that you don't have to be a wizard to read the magic essence of your opponent. You need to defeat 10,000 wizard monsters to do that. But I've established an effective means of getting around without having to do that. If you cut them before they notice you, they won't be able to use their magic. I close the distance in an instant and cut the labyrinth magician in two with a single vertical slash. The robe was cut in half. The black mist inside dissipated, and the staff in his hand fell to the floor with a sound. The robe is the main body of the labyrinth magician. If you inflict more than a certain amount of damage on it, you can defeat it like this! The other labyrinth magicians, realizing that their ally had been killed, point their wands at me. But labyrinth magicians need 2 seconds to fire their magic. I approach them in less than a second and slice through the labyrinth magicians as fast as I can. It's a troublesome opponent in a normal fight. But if I don't let them use magic, there is no other opponent as easy as this. This guy can't use any magic. Ulmao. Labyrinth magicians are supposed to be quite troublesome monsters. I can't deal with my opponent's magic. Cut them before they use magic. If you could do that, you wouldn't have any trouble. I feel a sense of emptiness and somehow excitement when I see the labyrinth magician who I ran away from before because I couldn't defeat it get beat up. Someone's waking up. Ulmao. The viewer's sexuality is already in shambles. After I defeat about 4 labyrinth magicians, the remaining labyrinth magicians take a step away. I glanced over and saw that Hoshino had also defeated 1 labyrinth magician. It seemed that they had become wary of me after 5 of their own had been killed. I took the opportunity to approach the leader of the defeated explorers and talk to him. "I'm here to help you. Can you tell me what's going on? Thank you for your help, Shachikan-san." The real thing. When I said this in surprise, the other explorers saw me and started to make a fuss. I knew they already remembered my face. Could you tell us what's going on? I'm sorry. I just got excited." The explorer told me that the 5 of them were originally 2 different parties exploring the area, but they realized something was wrong and tried to escape together. "We were so close to getting out to the upper levels, and then we got caught by a labyrinth magician. I understand the situation. I will clear the way for you." "I'll clear the way for you, and you can escape during that time." "No, but I will clear the way for you." "I've beaten labyrinth magician enough times to make you sick?" I said that, and I shoved my hand into the inside pocket of my suit and took out my business bag from there. "Hey, where did you find that in there?" "This suit is specially made. It has a lot of pockets to hold things." "What?" "Dimensional expansion items are extremely rare, you know. If you sold it, it would be worth tens of millions, right? I like it. It looks useful. You can only get that kind of item in the deeper levels." This guy went to the depths by himself. "That reminds me, sometimes items with special effects are dropped in dungeons. I have a couple of special items in my possession that I was using. By the way, I didn't tell Suda because if I reported it to him, he would take it." Ra, one of the labyrinth magicians, becoming desperate, shoots a huge fireball at us. It was easy to avoid the fireball, but if I did, it might hit another explorer. I stood right in front of the fireball and hit it back with the business bag in my hand. Hurrah! Gaga! The fireball hit the labyrinth magician. The labyrinth magician was consumed by his own flames and turned into charcoal. Sad news. Labyrinth magician loses to the business bag. There's really no one who can beat him. That flame must be thousands of degrees, but why is the bag safe? I didn't even know the flames could be shot back. You can't think of Shachikan on the scale of a normal human being. Tanaka. Nice smash. I didn't know there was such a method. I'll give it a try. I'm not saying it's bad. Just don't do it. He worked for a very special company. The other labyrinth magicians also shoot ice, lightning, and other magic at me, but I counter all of them with my bag. This ultra-hard business bag, Aegis, is an excellent bag that can even withstand the tyrant dragon's flames. The labyrinth magician's magic can't even scratch it. In no time at all, the number of labyrinth magicians is reduced to a handful, and I succeed in clearing the way to the upper level. Chapter 12. Tanaka breaks the dimensional wall. I'll take care of the rest. Please escape to the upper levels while you still can. Yes. Thank you very much. I will not forget this favor. The 5 explorers bowed to me as they headed for the upper level. The density of magic essence is much lower in the upper layer than in other layers, so strong monsters do not come close to the upper layer. It is said that strong monsters do not like to be in spaces with low magic essence. So, as long as we reach the upper level, we should be safe for the time being. Now, as I was thinking about clearing out the remaining labyrinth magicians, the explorers suddenly screamed, "You!" I turned my eyes in a hurry, and to my surprise, a labyrinth magician had appeared to block their way. And he was no ordinary labyrinth magician. It was a labyrinth magician with jet black robes, the higher level of labyrinth magician, the black-robed magician. No way. It's a black-robed magician. That's a monster that only exists in the deeper levels, right? It's quite abnormal for such a thing to be in the middle layer. What the hell is the Dungeon Management Bureau doing? Shachikan, keep up the good work. That guy, even the great Kensai-sama can't even hit him. Kiki. The black-robed sorcerer reaches out to one of the explorers. The power of the magic he uses is nothing compared to that of the labyrinth magician. The first thing you need to do is to find the right place. I won't let you. The one who raised her sword in the air was Hoshino. She was fighting to protect the explorers while I was fighting. Being on their side, she was able to follow them right away. Yui-chan appeared. Keep it up. No, Yui. That's not good enough. Can you beat the monsters in the depths? Come on, Shachikan. First streaming incident, I guess. Thanks for your hard work. Hey, don't be too rude to Tanaka. He's a man of action. Hoshino. I cut down the remaining labyrinth magician that attacked me in an instant, kicked the ground as hard as I could, and ran at the speed of sound. But before I could get there, the black-robed sorcerer's magic hit Hoshino. The magic circle appears around Hoshino's body, the black-robed magician's specialty, dimensional magic. The black-robed wizard uses a nasty magic that sends itself to another space to avoid attacks or sends the opponent to the depths of the dungeon to attack. Hoshino was hit by one of these magic attacks. Soon she was sent to the depths of the dungeon. This dungeon has been confirmed to have a deep level, so she will probably be sent there. If that happens, she will not be able to return alive. Hoshino's face was dyed with despair as she realized this. No. Hearing her disappearing voice, I kicked the ground with enough force to create a large sinkhole. I put away my business bag, grabbed my sword with both hands, and approached the black-robed sorcerer at high speed. Sensing danger, the black-robed sorcerer's body becomes transparent. It seems that he is trying to escape to the back dimension. There, ordinary attacks won't reach him. The rest of us can watch from a safe distance. Did you think you could escape from me? I grip my sword tightly with both hands and swing it down as hard as I can. If you swing the sword at high speed, you will first hit a wall at the speed of sound. If you go beyond that, you can create a shock wave. Then, if I swing it even faster? When I was 20 years old, I wondered this and swung the sword in my free time. I swung. When the sword became completely invisible to the eye, and there was not even a sound of the wind cutting through the air, my sword succeeded in piercing the dimensional wall. Tanaka-style Kenjutsu, dimensional slash. With a strange sound, my sword plunged into the dimensional wall and slashed at the shoulder of the black-robed magician behind it. The black-robed sorcerer, perhaps not expecting to be slashed himself, shouts in surprise and pain. Gear. I swung my sword as hard as I could. and sliced the black-robed sorcerer in half along with the dimensional wall. The black-robed sorcerer, whose robes were cut in two, dissipated and vanished on the other side of the dimension. With this, I defeated all the monsters that had attacked me. But, Tanaka-san, Hoshino's fading voice enters my ears. Despite defeating the black-robed sorceress, the magic circle surrounding her had not disappeared. Why hasn't the magic been lifted? Didn't he defeat it? Defeating him doesn't necessarily mean the magic is lifted. Unfortunately, as I recall, the magic of the black-robed wizard can't be stopped once it's activated. We'll just have to make sure it doesn't hit her. It's too nasty not to be sent away right away. You're just going to have to watch. I heard they have a habit of attacking your friends from behind when they're trying to help you somehow. Yui. Don't go. Oh, seriously? Can't he save her? I'm starting to feel sick. Sad news. Tanaka can't save the girl. Umo, you aunties, you've got to be kidding me. Tanaka, please do something. Do something. Hoshino's body is disappearing. Soon, she would be sent deep into the dungeon. I imagine every possible pattern and think of the best move I can take right now. This is it. It's the only way. I take a recovery potion out of my pocket and toss it to the explorers. Use it and head up immediately. As long as you can get to the upper levels, you should be able to make it. What about you? I'll do this. I approached the fading Hoshino and touched her trembling body. The magic circle that surrounded Hoshino also clings to me. I'm going to be the target of this transition. What are you doing, Tanaka-san? At this rate, you too. I promised you, didn't I? I promised you wouldn't be alone until we got out of here! Exclamation mark. Hoshino holds her mouth as she looks like she's about to cry. I hold her up as she loses strength in her knees and almost collapses. I'm not sure if this will be called sexual harassment, but it's an unavoidable situation, so I hope you'll forgive me. Thank you for saving us. We will never forget this favor. The rescued explorers salute me. I nodded in return. Then my body rapidly became transparent, and soon my vision turned black with a strong floating sensation. Thus, Hoshino and I were transported to the depths of the dungeon where the anomaly was occurring. Chapter 13. Tanako is transferred. I was transferred with Hoshino by the magic of the black-robed magician, and I was experiencing the sensation of not being able to tell up, down, left or right. I wondered if this was what it was like in zero-gravity space, and while I was idly thinking about it, gravity suddenly returned. Whoa! I quickly regained my position in the air and landed smoothly. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good idea of what you're doing. The place where I arrived at is dark, so I can't see it, but there is something soft against my body. I think this might be a very bad situation. I didn't do it on purpose. Please don't sue me. I won't do that. Please put me down. I'm embarrassed. Yeah, sorry. I put down Hoshino. I take out a spare drone from my business baggages and start it up. The drone I was using couldn't arrive at the time of transition. I was glad that Adaki had given it to me in case it broke down. I had brought a light with me, but the drone was convenient because it freed up my hands. I connected it to my smartphone, and set the settings like this. Oh, it's brighter now. I turned on the drone's light to illuminate my surroundings. The place we were sent to was a small cave. The cave was just wide enough for one person to pass through, and the road went all the way to the front and back, and it was hard to tell which was the exit. I was thrown into an awkward place. I don't even know which way to go in this case. I'm not good at things that can't be solved by cutting. Tanako-san. I'm really sorry. When I turned around, I saw Hoshino standing there apologetically. She looked like she was about to start crying. I'm so sorry that I brought you to this place. I'm so sorry. Hoshino seemed to be feeling quite responsible. I don't mind at all. She's usually working hard on her own, so I guess she's not used to causing trouble for others. She seems to have a strong sense of responsibility and seems quite distressed. You really don't have to worry. You got hit by this magic in the first place because you protected the explorer earlier, didn't you? You didn't make any mistake. There's no need to feel responsible. But it did put Tanako-san in danger. The concentration of magic essence is certainly high here. It's probably the deep level. I always worked in the deep level. The deep layer is like a workplace for me, so to speak. Don't worry about it. Hoshino smiled for the first time since her transition. Tanako-san is truly a mysterious person, aren't you? If it's true, I should be in a hopeless situation, but I'm starting to feel kind of okay. It seems everything is all right now. Then let's make a plan to get out of here. Yes. If you can get out of here, please let me thank you. I don't have any money, but I'll do anything I can. Hoshino said with full of spirit. I'm glad this isn't being streamed right now. If it had been, the comments would have been a riot. So first, how do we find an exit? After saying all that, I noticed something. Hoshino was clearly not looking good. I thought it might be, so I put my hand on her forehead. It's hot. You obviously have a fever. Oh, I'm fine. No. The symptoms suggest that Hoshino is on the verge of magic essence intoxication. It is dangerous to walk around in this state. Magic essence intoxication. It's a reaction that appears when you ingest too much of the magic essence that abounds in the dungeon. The body is unable to expel the accumulated magic essence, causing physical problems. If it worsens, it can lead to death. Awakened people have a strong resistance to magic essence, but the concentration of magic essence is much higher in the deeper levels than in other levels. If Hoshino, who has never been in the deep layer before, is suddenly sent to this layer, it is inevitable that she will suffer from it. I may indeed be suffering from magic essence intoxication, she said, but the only way to get rid of magic essence intoxication should be to endure it and wait for it to heal. I can't keep Tanako-san tied up here for too long because of me. No, there is a way to cure it. Yes, there is a way, but, Hoshino nodded her head at my words. I was also suffering from magic essence intoxication during my company days because I was always in the deepest level of the dungeon, but then I found a way to cure it and succeeded. Is there such a method? How on earth? This is it. I take out mushrooms, plants, meat, and other ingredients from my business bag. They look different from ordinary foodstuffs in the supermarket, glowing, moving, and shaped strangely. What is this? These are ingredients from the dungeon. I'm going to use them to make an exquisite magic essence-free dish right now. Yes, this is how I recovered from my magic essence intoxication when I was a company employee. It is true that the food you can get in the dungeon doesn't look very tasty. Some of them can cause magic essence intoxication if you eat them, but if you cook them properly, you can make delicious food. Hoshino was happy, too. She is also happy and says, "Wow, I'll have to put my skills to the test. I'm going to make it while streaming the video to report on my survival." Okay, let's start the stream. I pressed the button to start streaming, and I was eagerly ready to start cooking. Chapter 14, Tanaka Cooks Rice. Hello everyone, it is Makoto Tanaka. This stream continues to be brought to you from inside the West Shinjuku Cliff Dungeon. Huh? You resumed streaming? Thank goodness. You are safe, Tanaka. You're alive. Oh my god. They're streaming again. Shachikan, I believed in you. The title is Tanaka's Labyrinth Cooking Course. Is there some kind of mistake? There's Yui in the back, isn't there? I'm glad you two are okay. We have now moved to a new location and are somewhere in the depths. The concentration of magic essence is high here, and Hoshino-san, who is not accustomed to the deeper levels, is one step away from magic essence intoxication. I'm sure you've all had similar experiences. Of course not. There aren't even 10% of all explorers who can go to the deeper levels. When dungeons first appeared, there were a lot of people who got magic essence intoxication, but now you don't hear much about it. Humans must have evolved. The percentage of people who have awakened has also increased. What are you going to do about it, Yu-chan? You can't cure magic essence intoxication, right? That's right. The only way is to wait for the magic essence to be expelled naturally. But in the deeper levels, the amount of magic element entering the body is greater than the amount being discharged, right? That's no good. Then aren't you stuck? It's true that even if you take a normal break, Hoshino-san's condition won't get better. I used to crawl back to the lower level when I got magic essence intoxication, as if I was going to die. Why did you continue to work under such circumstances? Tanaka has a sad past. Fighting monsters in the depths alone while suffering from magic essence intoxication is too much. I wonder if there's any footage of that. I don't think so. The Black Dog Guild's account has disappeared. The guild itself went under. Maybe there is some data in the confiscated items. It won't heal even if you do it normally. So, I'm going to start cooking now. First, I'll prepare a large pot and boil some water. The cooking has started now. I really thought he mistitled the stream. Thank God for the cooking stream. I was just out of it. New Shomako's Kitchen. I don't even know what that means. I can't tell if it's a joke or not. Tanaka, don't cut your hands. It's normal with him that a pot comes out of a business bag and it's lol, naturally. It also has a special ability. I fill the pot with water and put it on fire. By the way, the magic essence stove I'm using is an item that produces a special flame using magic essence as energy. This way, I don't have to worry about running out of fuel in the dungeon, and more importantly, I don't run out of oxygen, even in an enclosed space like a cave. It is the perfect item for cooking in the dungeon. Tanaka-san, please let me help you. Are you all right? You don't have to strain yourself. I'm fine if it's just a little. I want to help, too. Got it. Then can you cut this into bite-sized pieces? I said and handed the food to Hoshino. Hoshino received it and let out a frightened cry. What is this? Oh, it's a mushroom called drain mushroom. Don't you know it? I handed her a black, poisonous-looking mushroom. It's not poisonous, so you don't have to be afraid of it. You're so freaked out. Poor thing is so cute. Yui, you look so cute with teary eyes. This mushroom looks like a monster. Yui, are you afraid of mushrooms? Uncle's mushroom is XXX. I've called the police. Seriously, perverts are not allowed. I don't know. What are these mushrooms? This mushroom is a little special. It absorbs the magic essence of those who touch it. If eaten in moderation, it can alleviate the symptoms of magic essence intoxication. I didn't know there was such an ingredient. Hoshino looked at the mushrooms she handed over to him sullenly. But how did you know about that? That kind of information shouldn't be known yet. I told you in the stream today, I didn't have time and money to eat properly, so I used to eat things in the dungeon. When I ate these mushrooms, the symptoms of magic essence intoxication did not appear. I see. When I said that, for some reason, both Hoshino and the commenters were taken aback. Am I that crazy? It's true that it looks bad, but it doesn't taste that bad. There are other herbs that promote the release of magic essence and vegetables that reduce the amount of magic essence taken in. If you eat these, your symptoms should improve. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. Yui is making a funny face. The ingredients in the pot, all of the ingredients I've never seen before, too scary. The dark pot is on a cute level. Is this the dungeon food I've heard so much about? If I had to choose between eating this or dying, I honestly don't know what I could do. I could end up eating it and dying. It's nostalgic. In the old days, I used to eat a lot of food with high magic essence content, and when I started to get intoxicated, I would eat something that would remove the magic essence intoxication and repeat the process to increase my tolerance to it. You've just come out with a bad idea. If you take in that much magic essence, that's how you become strong. No one can imitate this kind of thing. You're doing the same thing as the poisoner. Remembering the past, I stir the pot. There is meat in the pot, but it is also the meat of a wild boar type monster called a dungeon boar. The meat contains a lot of magic essence, but if you drain the blood properly, the magic essence will be removed. Other people don't know about it because they don't eat it, but it is an excellent meat because it contains a lot of strong meaty flavor. By the way, you shouldn't eat shiny things like this because they contain a lot of magic essence, I said as I showed them a glowing mushroom called luminous cap. It would be a bad idea for it to imitate this and get magic essence intoxication. No one will eat them, so don't worry. Basically, we don't eat shiny things. Oh, he ate it raw. What the hell is going on with this guy's stomach? Let's stop using common sense to measure. Yeah, it's getting nice and cooked. All that's left to do is to add a little salt from the dungeon. And the seasoning is simple because the ingredients have a lot of flavor. When the cooking is complete, I take the plate out of the bag and serve the soup. It's a special magic essence-free soup. Can you drink it? Yes. Hoshino accepted the plate with some hesitation. Then, after a few hesitant gestures, she scooped it up with a spoon and put it in her mouth. Ah, you really ate it. You're very brave, Tanaka. Where's my portion? I wouldn't eat it even if you served it to me, but it looks surprisingly delicious. Hoshino gulped down a mouthful of soup. Then, she made a surprised expression on her face. Oh, it's delicious. I see. Good. No way. It's really delicious. That smile doesn't lie, does it? If Yui says so, I might want to try some. I mean, it's a basic rule that you're not supposed to eat anything from the dungeon, so this stream is a very valuable resource, isn't it? I think all of Shachukan's streams are valuable resources to begin with, aren't they? There are very few explorers who can go deep into the depths who are streaming. Yui is too cute eating. I want to protect this smile. There is Shachukan here, so you're not needed. But it's starting to look more and more delicious. Yui, you look like you're going to enjoy the food. I'm getting hungry too. That's funny. It's supposed to be a dungeon's incomprehensible food. Hoshino takes a second and third bite of the soup. I was a little nervous because it was the first time I'd made it for someone, but it looks like I made it safely and deliciously. My body is getting warmer, and I feel less queasy. The magic essence has been drained from my body. If you eat too much, you'll lose too much this time. Yes, I will. I understand. Saying that, Hoshino started to eat the soup. Hoshino's complexion improved rapidly. I'm sure she'll be ready to go after a little rest. Chapter 15. Tanaka gets confessed to. Thanks for the food, Hoshino said with a big smile on her face after finishing all the soup. For an awakened person, magic essence is an important substance. I was worried that it would be dangerous if all the magic essence was drained from the soup, but it seems that Hoshino's physical condition is fine. It seems that her body had accumulated more magic essence than I had imagined. The fact that she was fine after accumulating that much means that she has a large tolerance. Her fighting style was still rough, but she could be a great explorer if she trained herself. After finishing cleaning up the meal, I talked to her, intrigued by her talent. Hoshino ever learn how to fight from anyone? No, I have never learned from anyone. I've only been in the dungeon a few times with other explorers to begin with. Just a few times? Have you already estranged yourself from those people? Well, they were a mixed party of men and women. And for some reason things got nasty when I entered. I was angry with one of the women who said, "It's all messed up because you came in. So I left to escape." Hoshino tells the story with sad eyes. She doesn't seem to realize it, but I can only imagine what happened. Oh, party crasher Hoshino, the princess of otaku. If a cute girl like her comes over, of course I'm going to like her. It's hard not to have bad intentions. It's a good thing she left. I can imagine the ladies getting more and more upset because of all the guys giving Yui all the attention. Yui's so sweet. I bet the guys think this girl likes me. It's running through the comments, but it's probably something like this. She's kind, caring and open. It's no wonder you'd think she has a thing for you. I wouldn't be mistaken because I'm too old and there's no way she'd like such a dead-eyed corporate animal in the first place. But if she were a little closer to me, I'd have been mistaken. But I'm the adult here, so I should tell her off so that there won't be any more victims. I'm not sure what to say. Men are creatures that fall in love with people who are kind to them. Especially when they are touched by a cute girl like Hoshino. It's an instant kill move. Eh? Cute? Hoshino's face turns red. What happened to her? Do you think I'm cute? What? That's right. There aren't many girls that are as cute as Hoshino. If we were in the same class, I would have liked you for sure. Oh, wow. Yui, your face is so red and cute. This company animal, you're attacking too fast, aren't you? She have low self-esteem, so she can't resist praise from others. Yui's face is so cute and squishy. I love the way they're holding hands. Cute. Are you sure they're not dating? On the contrary, they only met today. I heard that if you become a corporate slave, you can get a cute girl. I'm going to join the Black Dog Guild. I've already joined the Black Dog Guild. I heard all the employees ran away. I'll only get sick if I join the Black Dog Guild. The comments were noisy, but I ignored them. They're probably having another silly argument. As I was thinking that, Hoshino opened her mouth, as if she had made up her mind. Then, Tanaka, will you like me too? Holy confession. Bold confession is a girl's prerogative. Is this the venue for today's festival? I was a fan of Yui, but I congratulate you, Tanaka. Show us your manhood. Uncle, my heart is pulsating. Is it heart palpitations? I'm going to the hospital. I threw up sugar. Yui, you're too cute. I puked my. What will you say? What's he going to say? Don't underestimate the king of insensitivity, Tanaka. He won't notice it anyway. What? That's not true, right? Haha, you say funny things, Hoshino. Are you sure you're not mistaking me for someone else? Oh, I'm sorry, Jiawa. He did it. Seriously, that son of a bitch. Gross. Too dense. He drank the sugar I threw up. Yuikian, you're so cute. You're so cute even when you're down. I called the police. Even the insensitive Tanaka noticed it. There was a time when I thought so too. I try to keep my composure and say to Hoshino, be careful, okay? I say to Hoshino, but in my heart, it was pretty dangerous. One more push and I might have lost my heart to the party crusher. Hoshino, you horrible girl. Let's get back to the story. You said Hoshino hasn't been taught how to fight, right? That's such a waste. Hoshino has talent. If you don't learn how to fight with it, it will be a waste of treasure. I have a talent? Hoshino tilts her head with a puzzled look. She's so cute with every move she makes. If you are a pure power fighter, I think you have more talent than I do, but it's not enough as it is. In order to teach you what you lack, first try slashing at me with that sword with all your might. What? I can't slash at you, Tanaka-san. It's alright, you see. Trust me. Trust? Huh? I understand. Yui, you're so determined. You trust him too much. Well, I'm sure Shachikan will be fine. Even if the worst happens, I'm sure Shachikan will be fine. I know. Hoshino swung her sword as hard as she could and swung it down at me. I catch the big swing with one hand from the front. Then, with a gaku sound, Hoshino's sword swings at me. Hoshino, not expecting to be stopped like this, rolls her eyes in surprise. She was surprised. The comments were also excited. Really? Hoshino has the power, but her core is not in sync with her power. If she can fix that, she will become even stronger. Chapter 16. Tanaka teaches the core. Hoshino tilts her head at my words. It seems she doesn't understand what I'm talking about. When you swing a sword, you are putting all your strength into your arms, so your body is shaky. You need to stand up straight and swing the sword properly. I see. So it's not like a whoosh, but more like a wham? Well, something like that. That's how it feels, isn't it? Is that how you get the message? Yui, you look so convinced. It's hard to understand the language of people who fight. I see. I don't understand. I understand that her core is shaky, but that's not the reason why he stopped the sword with his bare hands, is it? Because he's a Shachikan. Makes sense. After a little teaching, Hoshino's stance was much better. I've done some instructor-type work with some awakened people in the past, but at the time it was hard to get them to understand what I was saying. But for some reason Hoshino understood what I was saying very easily. Maybe I'm getting better at teaching? Good. Put your feet planted on the ground and your shoulders open. Yeah, that's good. Great. With that, there's no loss of strength. Then stretch your back muscles with a line of force. Don't put too much pressure on your arms yet. Don't swing the sword with your arms, but with your body. Send your power from your legs with a jerk. Then swing the sword with a bang, thump and whoosh. Let's see. Bang, thump, whoosh. The wall of the cave we are in was gouged out with a bang as Hoshino swung the sword as she was told. There are still some details to be fixed, but it's much better. With this, I can make full use of Hoshino's power. I can't take this anymore, you couple of brainiacs. How do you know what's going on with that explanation? Yui-chan was also a fighter, wasn't she? It means that fighting people are drawn to each other. Shachikan. You're responsible for this. If you think about it, she was able to hold her own against a bunch of ogres, so she's pretty strong, isn't she? Yui, I'm sure you can get a Class A license in no time. I like a strong Yui, too. What? My Tanaka is stronger than Yui, a real Tanaka fanatic, and since you're using a big sword, you should use this aspect more. The big sword can be a shield to protect you. You can catch it or catch it at an angle and slide it. That way you'll be better protected. The sword as a shield. Huh? I had never thought about it. I taught her a few last tips on how to use the great sword. The best way to do this is to use a good, solid, and reliable tool. Well, that's about all I have to say. Well, we should get going. I'm going to get depressed if I stay in this cramped place forever. Oh, yes. Let's see, that's Mr. Tanaka. If you don't mind, may I ask you to teach me some more things? I'd like to thank you. I don't mind if I do. I'm happy to teach Hoshino. Hoshino happily said, I did it. Thank you, she said cutely and happily. She's such a serious girl to want to be so strong. Yui-chan, you're too cute. Seriously, you don't realize how much she likes you now? A man who became insensitive in exchange for strength. Go for it, Yui. Drop Tanaka. Push him down. Embrace him. Hold him. Embrace him. Normally people don't like it when girls act forward. But they're making us cheer for them. Because Tanaka is the heroine of this game. Heroine, ordinary salaryman male? The definition of ordinary is broken. Now, let's see which way to go. Let's go to this side for now. We're in the depths here, and monsters may suddenly appear, so be careful. Yes. The narrow cave we are in has paths on both sides. If the wind blows, we can see that side leads to the outside, but unfortunately, there is no wind at all in the cave. We have no idea which way leads to the outside. Well, if push comes to shove, we can just slash the whole cave upward. But that's the last thing we want to do because it would be dangerous if it collapsed. You're too brainy for that, Tanaka the human rock drill. I'm sure Tanaka will be fine, but Yui will be in danger. Is this really the deep level? I'm not too nervous for Shachukan. The deep layer is like a workplace. I hate it that my workplace is my home. Tanaka, come back safely. I'm cheering for you from work too. Good luck. As I glanced at the comments, I saw several comments of support. I am very grateful. I must return home safely to live up to everyone's expectations. Chapter 17. Tanaka makes a deduction. Together with Hoshino, whose color had improved, I proceeded through the cave. The width of the cave is constant and there are not many ups and downs. The shape is relatively easy to walk in, but, how far does it go? I don't feel like we're reaching the exit. The cave was much longer than I had expected. No matter how much you walk, the scenery never changes, so it even feels as if you're stepping on the spot. Maybe the exit was in the opposite direction. But there was no turning back now. I thought that the viewers must be bored with such an unchanging scenery, so I glanced at the comments. Thank you for the background music for my work. I've been waiting for the Tanaka Cave Exploration ASMR. Great job meeting a niche demand. The sound of Tanaka's breathing mixed with the sound of him walking and clacking makes for a perfect harmony. I collect Yui's voice when she sometimes makes a panicky sound when she's about to make a mistake. The level of the audience here is very high. Tanaka, you can hum a tune once in a while. I pretend I didn't see it and keep walking. It's fine that they are not bored, but why are these guys so happy? Do only perverts come to my stream? And while I'm walking around like that, checking the comments every once in a while, suddenly a spatula comes flying in. Hiroki, 60,000. I'm the explorer you saved in the middle level. After Tanaka-san and Hoshino-san saved me, I was able to get out of the dungeon safely and am now being protected by the administration. Thank you so much. What a surprise. It was the explorer that Hoshino and I had saved. Apparently they made it out of the dungeon safely. I was really relieved because I was worried. It was worth all the hard work. Hiroki, you're safe. Oh, thank goodness. It was worth the effort. If it wasn't for Shachukan, you'd be dead for sure. I'm so happy for you. Yui, you're the MVP, too. She took his place. That's true. She's too virtuous to protect others by using herself as a shield like that. She also has bigger boobs. What does that have to do with anything? I'm surprised you agree. I also told Hoshino that an explorer named Hiroki had made it out safely. Then she said, really? I'm so glad. I was happy. Thank goodness. Hiroki, it seems that the Dungeon Management Bureau is now organizing a dungeon search party. I've asked them to help Tanaka-san as well, so please wait a moment. Thank you very much for that. Please get some rest, Hiroki-san. According to him, the survey team is heading this way, but, unfortunately, I can't expect them. I'm in the deep end. I'm sure there aren't many people who can come here in the first place. And I'm not even sure where in the depths this place is. I am sure that I am in a cave, but that's all. Even if the survey team reaches the deeper level soon, I don't think they will be able to find us soon. I don't think they're going to find us anytime soon. So the situation is not getting much better. As I was walking along thinking, I've got to get out of this cave somehow and fast, I noticed something. What is this? As I was moving forward, a large scar suddenly appeared on the wall of the cave. Hoshino and I recognized it. Hey, Tanaka-san, what is this? Oh, I'm sure of it. This scar was made by Hoshino. The scratches on the cave wall were very similar to the ones I had seen on Hoshino when I taught her how to swing a sword. I looked at the floor and saw pieces of shiny mushrooms that I must have dropped when I was cooking. No doubt, we're back where we belong. Oh, that's not right. Because we walked straight. There wasn't even a fork in the road. Hoshino was distraught. We were walking as hard as we could, and now we're back at the starting point. It's natural to be confused. What's going on? I'm going crazy. Hey, I don't think you know what's going on. I really don't. I'm an idiot. I don't know. I'm just an idiot. I don't know. Oh, you're stuck. I'm afraid of infinite loops. Shachukan, keep up the good work. The viewers are also confused. But if I panic now, even I wouldn't be able to save the day. In the dungeon, the unusual is the usual. Unbelievable things happen on a daily basis. Those who lose their cool in a panic die first. I calmly analyze the current situation. A dungeon is a messed up place, but there is always an answer to the mystery. I gather information and then make deductions. The scar on the wall, it's the same as the one Hoshino got, but it's a little thinner than the first one. Huh? Is that so? I don't know, but, no doubt about it, the first wound was much deeper. After observing the scar, I picked up the next piece of mushroom that had fallen. When I touched the surface of the mushroom, it was a little slimy. This mushroom, luminous cap, is not a slimy mushroom. This means that the surface is melted. This is also important information. Next, I turned to Hoshino. Hoshino, you look awfully tired. Is something wrong? What? Oh, yes, that's true. I'm not walking at such a high pace, but for some reason I feel more tired than usual. It's because I'm nervous, right? Hoshino tilts her head. Walls that heal by themselves. Mushrooms melting, and the physical strength that is being taken away. Even if each one of them is not enough, if I gather information, I can find the answer. I had already arrived at the answer. Hoshino, listen to me calmly. This is probably the belly of the monster. In the belly of the monster? What? Does that mean we are being eaten? I nodded at Hoshino's answer. The dungeon also has huge monsters that are out of the norm. The black-robed sorcerer. He just transferred us into his belly. We thought it was a cave, and as we walked along, the digestive juices slowly drained our strength. By the time we realized something was wrong, we were too weak to escape. But this is a complete wall of rock. And why were we going around in circles in the same place? I guess they are monsters whose bodies are made of rocks. Some of them can move their organs at will. They must have changed the shape of their intestines to prevent us from escaping. Oh, no. Hoshino's face died in despair. She'd already learned that we'd been eaten and thought we couldn't be saved anymore. Seriously? How is that possible? This is the great detective Tanaka, a very physical detective. This whole cave is inside the body of a monster. Koto. Wow. That means they've already been eaten. It's a dead end. No, that's not funny. It means they're slowly being digested, right? It's awful. I knew it. The black-robed sorcerer's methods are too harsh. If you get eaten, you're already, well. The comments section is also screaming. But there is a way out of this if you know what you're doing. I pull out my sword and face the rock wall. Don't worry, Hoshino. If they're monsters, you can just slash them. What? I'm going to slice him open and get out. Oh, you can do that? Of course I can do that. Do you think I can't slice through a rock like this? The color of hope returned to Hoshino's face as I said this in an effort to encourage her. It was worth dressing up in front of a large audience. No, I believe in you, Tanaka-san. Okay then, hold on to me. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Hoshino nodded at my words and squeezed my waist. I distracted myself from the soft sensation on my back and swung my sword with both hands as hard as I could against the wall. Tanaka-style Kenjutsu. Sever. My sword slices through the rock wall like butter. The next moment, red blood gushes into the cave. I knew this was inside its body. Hold on tight. Yes. I held onto Hoshino, and then I jumped out of the cave, cutting through the blood so that she wouldn't get wet. Chapter 18. Tanaka makes a deduction. Relying on the light that shines into my body, I push my way through the monster's body. Suddenly, the surroundings become bright. It seems that I was able to get out safely. Yoop. I adjust my stance in the air and land on my feet. Then, I gently put down Hoshino, who I was holding in my arms, on the ground. My eyes are rolling because I moved pretty fast, but I'm not injured and I'm not covered in blood. I'm sure I'll be able to move right away. Hoshino, are you okay? Yeah, I can do it. Hoshino regains consciousness clearly with a slap on the face. The monster that had been digesting us was now visible. I see, it was him. And it's huge. What is this monster? What loomed up in front of us was an earth dragon so large it could be mistaken for a mountain. The earth dragon is a wingless dragon species that walks on 4 legs. Because they cannot fly, their legs tend to be strong and their bodies hard. The dragon in front of me had scales made of hard rock, hard enough to repel even a half-hearted attack. If I were to fight it with my bare hands, it would give me a hard time. Tanaka-san. This monster it's an S-class monster, the mounted dragon, also known as the mountain dragon. It is a huge earth dragon with a rocky body. But I've never seen one this large before. It is probably an abnormally grown individual. This guy must have caused the monsters in the deeper levels to flee to the lower and middle levels. A normal mount dragon is about 10 to 20 meters in length. The one in front of you, however, is 100 meters long. It looks as if the mountain is really moving. That's a monster. It's huge. It's too big. I didn't know there was such a thing as an abnormally growing individual. Isn't that something humans can do something about? It looks like it could take a missile. I don't think even Shachukan would be able to do that. They got out of its body, so it's better to escape. Yes, that's true. A few of the comments here and there recommend that we run away. Mount dragons are slow. It would not be that difficult to escape. However, thank you for your concern. However, if we do not defeat this individual now, the abnormal situation will not stop. It is difficult for the government to defeat an individual that has grown so large. If left unchecked, there may be casualties. The government has a group called the Subjugation Division that specializes in hunting monsters, but they have their hands full and are not getting enough work done. The government is also working with the Black Dog Guild, so I know what I'm talking about. Amatsuki, the chief of the Subjugation Division, must not be getting much sleep either, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to make her owe me a favor. I'm sorry, Hoshino, can you wait a little while before you leave? Yes. Of course. Thank you, just give me a minute. My companion agrees, and I walk up to the Mount Dragon. Although it has not yet attacked me in alarm, the Mount Dragon seems to be annoyed at having its belly split open. It is glaring at me with a low roar of "Gu-yu-yu-yu-ga." The Mount Dragon attacks me with a cry. It's a body slam that has no tricks up its sleeve. But when a Mount Dragon with the mass of a mountain unleashes it, it becomes a special move. A mountain attacked him. It looks like a landslide. This is already a disaster. Oh. He's dead. A moving mountain looms in front of us. I caught the blow from the Mount Dragon with my bare hands. Right in front of it. HMPH. I spread my hands out to catch the Mount Dragon's head. The Mount Dragon's body stops with a thud. Though it moves backward a little bit. Heavy as a rock. But not. Why are you catching the mountain? How many tons do you think it weighs? This is already a glitch, isn't it? It's just a weird level of strength. It doesn't matter if it's a sword or not. It's a physical monster. He's pulling Yui-chan too. Look at her face. It's red. I think she's falling in love with him. He's too much of a fighter. Gore, the Mount Dragon, whose own body has stopped, sounds puzzled. It doesn't seem to understand what's going on. I took advantage of the opportunity to put some strength into my arm and threw the Mount Dragon forward. The mounted dragon floated in the air for a few seconds, then fell to the ground with a roar. This much won't work, will it? I'll deal with you. Mount Dragon stood up and we exchanged glances. It's been a while since I've given it my all, but I don't seem to mind. I glance over at the time and see that it's now past 5 p.m. It's almost 6 p.m., which means it's almost closing time. I'm sorry, but I don't want to work overtime. I'll finish this at once, I declared and rushed out. Chapter 19. Tanaka destroys the mountain. As I run forward, the Mount Dragon roars in fury. I guess it had never experienced being thrown down before. He looks pretty angry. The Mount Dragon opened his mouth wide and looked at me. Then his mouth began to glow red. The next moment I thought no way, and a huge heat ray shoots out of the Mount Dragon's mouth. I quickly stepped to the side and was able to avoid it, but the dungeon wall where the heat ray hit was melted to mush. I never thought a solid dungeon wall could be like this. Looks pretty hot if it hits. Is it only hot? That's the end of the story. People would be vaporized by something like this. I'm sure Tanaka will be fine. I'm shaking because it looks like he's really going to be okay, but still, A mount dragon can't blow heat rays, can it? This one is not only big, but it seems to be a very special one. If we don't defeat it soon, it might affect the outside too. If the magic essence concentration in the dungeon rises too high, the magic essence concentration in the space outside the dungeon, where ordinary people live, will also rise. When this happens, monsters leave the dungeon and begin to attack ordinary citizens. This phenomenon, called a monster disaster, rarely happens. But once it does, the damage is enormous. Last year, I believe, the news reported that a small country was destroyed by this phenomenon. We can't let that happen in Japan. Gah. The mount dragon moves its body at a speed that doesn't match its huge body, and tries to crush me with its foot. It would have been painful to be trampled by this huge body. I jumped to the side to avoid it, but the mount dragon swung its legs down on me again and again in an insistent attempt to crush me. I'm so scared lol. Oh, the mountain is coming down. It feels so immersive. It's shaking so much. It's like an earthquake. Sometimes it's sunny, sometimes it's a mountain. But seriously, how is he going to knock it down? I mean, it's impossible for a single person to take down a mountain. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. I don't know how he'll do it though. I live in Shinjuku and it's shaking a little. There was a real earthquake and I'm really feeling it. As I looked at the comments while avoiding it, I realized to my surprise that this shaking was happening all the way up to the top of the dungeon. This might cause some injuries if we don't settle this soon. Gah. The mount dragon swung its leg down as hard as it could. I ducked it and fired a blow with my AI, Tanaka-style Kenjutsu, blink. With a jing, the front legs of the mount dragon are sliced in two. The mount dragon loses its balance and falls to the ground, hitting its head hard against the ground. Seriously, he did it. Such a thick leg in an instant. Shachukan is the strongest. Shachukan is the strongest. Today's tie was amazing. Are there any overseas visitors here? It looks like overseas DTubers spread the word. I think some overseas DTubers have spread the word that the samurai from back then is still at it. I remember when the first stream went viral. I miss it. This is a composite video, right? Please tell me it is. Here we go. First time in Shachukan, huh? Well, take your time. You're just starting to act like you're an old-timer. Gah. The mount dragon grunts in pain as its leg falls off. When the mount dragon tried to approach to finish him off, he pressed the severed side of his arm against a rock that had fallen nearby. The next moment, the rock changed shape and became a new leg of the mount dragon. I never would have guessed that a fallen rock could repair a body. What kind of regenerative power does he have? Maybe that's the reason why this thing has grown so big. Maybe it grew up by taking in all the rocks in the area. But it's still the same thing. It can only regenerate so many times, right? If it regenerates, you can cut it over and over again. When I took a step closer, the mount dragon stepped back, still staring at me. It seems that the blow I had just struck had put him on alert. Sad news. Mount Dragon-san is scared. Dragon is scared. Hey, its legs are shaking. He's so cute. Mount Dragon. I'm crying because he's being mounted by the viewers. I pity him. If I ever become a monster, I don't want to meet Shachukan alone. Tanaka. Finish it. I approach, wondering where to slash next. Then, the Mount Dragon said, Jaiwa. A high-pitched squeal that I had never heard before. I was wondering what the hell was happening, and one after another, wizard-type monsters appeared through the cracks in the rock shell of the Mount Dragon and surrounded me. Come to think of it, you guys were in on it, weren't you? I was originally in the belly of the Mount Dragon because of the black-robed wizard. These guys had a cooperative symbiotic relationship with the dragons. The dragon provides a comfortable home away from the enemy, and the wizards provide fresh food for the dragon's body and catch. A tag team that no other monster can compete with. Gigi. The wizards look at me and smile. They all look like they don't expect to lose, but still. It's annoying. I'm trying to get home on time, and you're getting in my way. You guys are going to be my next opponent? I'll end this as soon as possible. You look so scary. All office workers who are trying to leave on time have this look on their faces. This is a top-notch corporate warrior. Even the wizards are scared. A working man is a strong man. He's a company man who works 350 hours of overtime a month. He's got a different look. I regained my grip on my sword and slashed at the wizards. Chapter 20. Tanaka splits the mountain. Gigi. Wizard-type monsters with wands are coming toward me. There are fire-robed wizards, black-robed wizards, thunder-robed wizards, white-robed wizards, and various other types of wizards. There are various kinds of monsters: fire-robed magicians, black-robed magicians, thunder-robed magicians, white-robed clergymen, and so on. All of them are of rank as they are troublesome opponents, unless you know how to deal with them. Gi. The flame-robed wizard creates a huge fireball with the tip of his staff, a high-temperature flame that could melt steel, but it doesn't actually radiate heat while it is at the tip of the staff. The body of a magician-type monster is a robe. Naturally, they are weak against fire. Therefore, to prevent their bodies from burning, when there is a flame near them, they put a film of magical power around the flame, so when they are not shooting flames, it is safe to approach them. Let me interrupt you. Gi. The flame-robed wizard shouts in surprise as I step into his bosom at once. If you get this close, the flame-robed wizard will have no way to attack you. He tried to get out of the way quickly, but the sword flashed before he could do so. G3. The red robe is cut to pieces at the same time as the sword flashes. The body of the flame-robed sorcerer dissipates and disappears as the robe of the main body is cut off. It's too fast. I can't see anything. I got the world's scariest time interrupting you. Door-to-door salesman of death. Wow. It's surprisingly easy to get close like that. Normally, you'd be burned to cinders before you could get that close. Well, no one can do it but Shachukan. Gi. The other wizards, perhaps in a hurry because their friends disappeared into dust, hurriedly tried to distance themselves from me. It is troublesome if they keep their distance from me. I picked up the staff of the flame-robed wizard, which still had a fireball in it, and threw it at the wizards. The fireball is now covered by a film that has disappeared because the flame-robed wizard has vanished. The fireball hits the ground with all its might and causes a huge explosion, engulfing the wizards in flames. Gigi. The wizards panic as their robes catch fire. They can't use magic anymore. I approach one by one and kill them all with a simple Jahua. They're being processed like line work. Is that really an S-rank monster? Mount Dragon Kun is pulling behind you, too. No, I'm in love with that one. No, I'm just a bit nervous. How can my symbiotic partner be so easily beaten? Is this a light novel? Shachukan. Did I do something again? It's rare when you don't do something. After defeating all the wizards that came at me, I sheath my sword and look at the Mount Dragon. Now all I have to do is defeat this guy and my business is done. Now, as I'm thinking about how I'm going to deal with this big fella, the Mount Dragon suddenly turns its back and starts running away. Oh, hey, it's running away. Umau. It can't help it. Even I would run away. Dragons run away. Oh. But that direction is. Oh, by the way, there's Yui over there. Oh no. I completely forgot about her. Tanaka. Hurry up. I noticed Hoshino in the comments and ran as fast as I could. I looked over and saw Hoshino standing right where the Mount Dragon had fled. Gah. Hi. With a roar, the Mount Dragon bared its fangs. It was probably its intention to get rid of at least one of them. Seeing this, Hoshino was completely frightened and made no move. Hoshino was facing the Mount Dragon head-on with a great sword at her back. She didn't seem to intend to run away. Yui, you can't do that, no matter how much you want to. Run away, Yui. You'll end up getting trampled. Shachukan, hurry up. The comments were filled with voices worried about Hoshino. I should probably run like hell right now and stop the Mount Dragon, but that would mean stepping on Hoshino's determination. But that would be trampling on Hoshino's resolve. That's how serious her eyes were. Hoshino made eye contact with me and nodded slowly. To me, it looked like she was saying, "Leave this to me." Then there was only one thing I could say. Yui. Go all out! Exclamation mark. Yes. Hoshino, smiling happily, grips her greatsword with both hands and confronts the oncoming Mount Dragon. The Mount Dragon showed no mercy and tried to bite Hoshino with its large fangs. "What are you doing, Shachukan?" "Yui, run away. It's over. You missed it, Tanaka. I'll cut off the stream the moment you start bleeding. Don't worry. The moment the splatter footage is shown, the AI will decide to shut down the stream." The comments section was filled with a funeral mood, but Hoshino's eyes were alive. She firmly stepped on the ground and readied her sword just as I had taught her. "Concentrate all your energy with a wham and step forward with a plop. Shoulders should be open with a poof and back should be straight. Send power through the legs and into the body with a squeezing motion. I'll just let the bot do whatever it wants with these SFXs. After all, even the commenters can't understand them." Hoshino's body was filled with power. When it comes to physical talent alone, Hoshino is more gifted than me. What she lacks now is experience and knowledge. Now that I've taught her the knowledge, she should be much stronger than she was before. Grip the sword firmly. Zun. Pow. Hoshino uses all her strength to slam her greatsword into the head of the Mount Dragon. The attack, launched at an angle, shook the Mount Dragon's head violently. Instead of striking from the front, she countered by striking at an angle, successfully covering the difference in weight. That one works. The Mount Dragon is staggering. "Seriously, Yui." "Yaba, the wife of a fighting tribe. Power number 1 and power number 2. They're a couple of physical monsters." Shachukan has raised a hell of a guy. "Gah, eh?" The Mount Dragon wobbles after a painful counterattack. I take the opportunity to jump on his back. It's almost closing time. Let's finish this. "Gee, gah." The Mount Dragon regains consciousness, notices me on his back, and tries to bite me. But I had already seen the weakness of the Mount Dragon. One shot. I raised my sword and aimed it at the slight opening in the shell of the Mount Dragon. I don't want to slash it again and again. With a single blow, I decide it. Tanaka-style Kanjutsu Fugaku Karate Kwari. Drawing an arc, my sword slams into the back of the Mount Dragon. The blow that I struck at the weakest point slices the huge Mount Dragon's body cleanly in half. "Gah, eh?" The Mount Dragon, not knowing what had happened, died. I check my watch as I fly away from the collapsing scaffolding and mutter. 1727, business is over. I guess I can sleep today. Chapter 21. Tanaka picks up rare materials. The Mount Dragon collapses with a rattling sound. It's like he can no longer sustain his body now that he's dead. Huh. You're lying. Hey, Shachukan is the strongest. Shachukan is the best. He hit it with a single blow. I didn't know you could cut mountains with a sword. Tanaka's attack felt so good. I thought I wouldn't be surprised anymore, but you scared the shit out of me. I shit my pants, too. That's funny, because so did I. I'm already losing my butthole. I glanced at the comments and saw that they were pretty excited. It was worth a shot. I hopped on top of the collapsing Mount Dragon to keep my legs from falling off. Ho, ho. I ran over to Hoshino as I jumped. "Hoshino, are you hurt?" Yes. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tanaka. Was brilliant. That was cool." "Yui, you look like a maiden in love. This is Fallen, isn't it?" "They are fighters, so it's inevitable that they are attracted to strong men." "That woman is so hot for Tanaka." Well, it's natural that she's in love with Tanaka, so let's forgive her that much." "Well, if she makes a move on him, that's one thing. But, right? The way the viewers here are getting mad, I knew it was wrong." Shachukan lick. "Haha. Thanks. But you shouldn't say things like that too often. Men will get the wrong idea." "Yes. My chest hurts." "Oh, you, really? Ha, big fucking sigh. I'm rooting for you, Yui. I'm pretty sure they recently created the crime of insensitivity, right? If not, let's make one." "HMPH, little girl, don't get too carried away, okay? Don't get too cocky, you little punk. If you learn from this, you'll learn not to make eyes at me. These guys reek of petty." I saw out of the corner of my eye that the comments were blasting away, but I ignored them because they were probably just jokes again. As usual, these guys are so quick to try to stick us together. I wish they would consider Hoshino's feelings a little. Hoshino's last attack was good, If she can do that well after just one lesson, she's done well. Oh, thank you very much. I'll work even harder and become as strong as you, Tanaka-san. It's amazing what you can aim for after seeing that. I even thought about retiring as an explorer. Well, she's pretty strong too. It's a shame she's been buried until now. I just went to Yui's channel and saw that her subscriber base has been growing like crazy. I'll give you some money the next time you stream. I hope you eat a lot of delicious food. I'm sure some of the Shachukan fans are subscribing too. There's a possibility that Shachukan will be on her channel. It's good to have more channels to look forward to. The stronger explorers usually don't stream. Well, enough talking, let's get the hell out of this dungeon, because it's getting close to 6 p.m. But first, let's go to, and get that one. I removed the crumbled remains of the Mount Dragon and find what I'm looking for. It was a reddish-black rock about 2 meters in diameter. The rock was red-hot and still pulsating, as one would expect from a dragon. It has an amazing life force. Mr. Tanaka, this is the heart of the Mount Dragon. If it is the heart of an abnormally grown individual, I thought it would be more powerful than ordinary ones. But it is much more than I imagined. Dragon hearts are a rare material that fetches a high price. This heart will be one of the most expensive. The heart of a Mount Dragon is also called the Mountain Dragon Core, and this heart has so much energy that it still pulsates. If I had to give it a name, I would call it the Core Nucleus Mountain Dragon. I have had opportunities to slay dragons in the past, but during my days as a company employee, no matter how many rare materials I took, Suda would confiscate them, so I didn't actively take them. Sometimes I would quietly smuggle them out and use them as materials to strengthen my suit, but that was about it. But from now on, I can use what I get for myself. How wonderful. It's a waste to sell it, let's use it to strengthen our weapons. I understand. Me too? It is an ironclad rule for explorers to share the credit. You may not like it, but you'll accept it, right? Hoshino is reserved, so she says a little nastily. Young and promising explorers are very valuable. It would be okay to meddle at least this much. Hoshino pondered for a moment, then answered, I understand. It would be rude to refuse, so I'll take it. I'm glad to hear that. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of your time is to be prepared for the unexpected. I know a good craftsman and I'll introduce you to him. Thank you very much. Is that a date? Date times Kitty. Yui, you look so happy. I'm happy too. You showed your manhood, Tanaka. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm waiting naked until the date stream. Don't embarrass yourself. It's not that big of a deal to have a date. It's just a little shopping. Yeah, it is. Hey, just give me a break, man. Tanaka. I haven't been pissed off in a long time. Let's go to the dungeon. He's a company animal. He's so broken-hearted that he can't understand how people feel. I hope you can forgive him. Yui is so cute with her cheeks puffed out. I feel sorry for her. Poor and cute. The birth of Yui Fugu, the future mascot. I want to pinch her cheeks. Well, I'd better put this heart away and go home. I take out my business bag and stuff my heart in it. Why do you put the heart in the bag with a normal face? Your bag is so stuffed. Oh no, the picture is too surreal. It's too funny to do something so stupid with a serious face. I can't fit any more in the bag. It's going to be a Mo character. Well, now that we've done what we have to do, let's go home. It's still quiet now, but with the death of Mount Dragon, the depths of the city will be lively. The time is, and it's less than half an hour to the regular time. I don't want to work overtime, so let's get the hell out of here. I look for a way home. There are several paths in this big room, but I don't know which one leads to the top. As I'm trying to figure out what to do, I notice a large hole in the ceiling of the room. I think I can get to the lower level at once by running through there. Hoshino, by the way, can you run along the wall? What? The wall? I haven't tried it, but I don't think so. I see. Then, please bear with me for a little while. Kaya. I held Hoshino in my arms and leapt to the ceiling. Then I put my feet on the wall of the hole as it is and walk up the vertical wall. He's climbing up the wall. This must be a bug move. Gravity should be working. I thought vertical wall climbing was a basic skill for dungeon explorers, but judging from the viewers' reactions, it doesn't seem to be so. It's not that difficult. Surprising. Hi, you're climbing the wall? Hoshino can do it too if you grip the wall tightly with the soles of your feet. I'll teach you next time. With Hoshino still a little freaked out, I headed for the entrance to the dungeon at once. Chapter 22. Tanaka finishes his first stream. It's 18:17, a little past the regular time, but that's about right. I returned safely to the entrance of the dungeon and muttered to myself as I looked at my watch. It took me a little over 30 minutes to get back from the deep level. It was probably fast enough. I didn't fight any monsters on the way back, so I shouldn't be in the business. But instead, I ran so fast that Hoshino, who was being held by me, got a little woozy. Are you okay? Ha, yes. Hoshino slapped herself in the face and regained her composure. A lot has happened today. Even so, it's my first stream and I had 2 or 3 changes from the plan. It was supposed to be a leisurely stream in the middle level. How did it come to this? Well, folks, thank you for watching this far. Now that we are safely back on the ground, I would like to end the stream now. Adaki had taught me that it was important to give a closing speech, so I bowed in front of the drone. Then the comments started pouring in at a blistering pace. That was fun, Tanaka. Thank you so much for your hard work. I used to be an anti-fan, but now I'm a fan. Please marry me. I wish you and Yui all the best. 3,000 yen. I'll definitely go see the next one. I'll be waiting for you, Tanaka. 5,000 yen. Shachukan is the best. 12,800 yen. Here's some money for the date. Please accept this. Seeing the warm words flying in one after another, I was moved to the depths of my heart. Thinking back, I never received any praise or recognition from anyone while working at the Black Dog Guild. I'm really glad I quit. Thank you for your warm words and spatcher. See you all on the next stream. And with that, I properly ended the stream this time. I looked at it twice and it was properly terminated. I look at one more time just in case. This is all right, right? Yes. I checked it myself, and it was shut down properly. If Hoshino says it's okay, it's okay. I'll have to fix my internet incompetence somehow. This is going to be the main battleground from now on. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'll ask Adaki for advice on this. Good work, Hoshino. I'm amazed that you've made it this far without making a single complaint. You've only been an explorer for a short time. No. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Tanaka. I would have died many times on my own. I am really grateful. Thank you very much. Hoshino bowed her head so vigorously that it looked as if her head would hit the ground. It is natural for explorers to help each other. It seems the viewers enjoyed the show thanks to the accident, so you don't have to worry about it. No, I will definitely return the favor. The pushy Hoshino pushes me to accept it, and I say, wow, okay. It's nice to be appreciated, but you don't have to worry too much about it. It's a waste of time to waste time on this old man. Anyway, let's go upstairs. The elevator is still broken. Did the explorers who escaped climb the cliff on their own? Looks like it. Shall we climb up too? Yes, that's right. Oh, just in time. Let me show you how to walk vertically on the wall. Are you sure? Please. I explain lightly how to grip the wall with the soles of my feet. Squeeze the wall with the soles of your feet like this. The trick is to keep your back straight. But isn't it difficult with shoes on? You have to grip the surface with your shoes. Here, try it. Like this? Yes. You're good. Though still awkward, Hoshino succeeded in taking 2 steps up the wall. I was right after all. I'm sure she'll be able to learn it in no time. It's not that easy, is it? No problem. With practice, you'll get it right away. What do you think? Shall I carry you up to the top for today? I'm sorry about that. No, please. I thought she was going to say no. But to my surprise, Hoshino jumped on me saying that the fact that the softness of the material against my body and the smell of it are not very good for my mental health. I endured it with the mental strength of steel. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's go. I walk along the wall with Hoshino in my arms. After a few minutes of walking, I reach the ground level where the elevator is located. And then, here it comes. It's Shachikan. Yui's here too. There were a lot of people waiting there, all pointing their phones at me at once and snapping pictures. I'm doing okay thanks to the people who seem to be from the administration bureau holding me down, but if they weren't there, I would have been jostled by the people. As we were standing there wondering what to do after dropping Hoshino off, a person came up to us. Should I say thank you for your hard work? What? Why are you here? The person who spoke to me was my old friend, Amatsuki Kanard, the section chief of the Demon Subjugation Bureau's 1st Division. On her waist was her beloved sword. Sire, it seems that she came here with a battle in mind. The cause of the anomaly in the dungeon, the Mount Dragon, had been defeated. The dungeon will be back to normal soon. Yeah, I know. I was watching the stream, too. I saw you slaughtering monsters one after another just as you used to do, and I saw you flirting with the young girls there. Saying this, Amatsuki quietly glared at Hoshino. Poor Hoshino let out a frightened hiccup. She's simply got caught up in an unusual situation. I don't feel bothered either, so please tolerate me. As usual, you're a dullard or something. I don't blame the girl. I will ask you later about what happened in the dungeon. But that is all. My men will take you to your home today. I'm sure it will be difficult with all the people here. As Amatsuki says this, a female subordinate in a suit comes to Hoshino. Amatsuki's subordinate would be safe to entrust her with the job. It's best to leave it to her. See you later, Hoshino. Let's meet again when you get a chance. Yes, thank you so much for your help. I will never forget today. Hoshino said so exaggeratedly, bowed her head, and left. I have a feeling that Hoshino and I are going to be friends for a long time. Amatsuki is going to investigate inside now? No. I'm sure it's safe inside now, so I'll leave the investigation to my subordinates. I'm busy, so I'm heading to another site. Amatsuki's eyes were slightly tired as she said this. She was not as tired as I was when I was a corporate employee, but she seemed to be working very hard. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? I'm not sure if you're the one to say that. You are that kind of person, aren't you? Amatsuki's cold gaze contains a slight glimpse of her old, kind eyes, but she quickly returns them to their usual look. Anyway, I have a lot to talk to you about, so I will visit your house later on. Don't run away. The minister wants to see you too. The minister is Mr. Dojima. Who else would it be? Amatsuki said in disgust. I'm an old acquaintance of Ryuichiro Dojima, the minister at the Ministry of Demon Control. I like the man, but the thought of meeting the minister makes me nervous and uncomfortable. Anyway, I will visit you again, so be prepared for anything. With that, Amatsuki leaves. I was worried about whether she was getting paid for her overtime work. I should go home too. I was about to leave as usual when a crowd of people started to crowd towards me. I jumped up and down and disappeared into the city at night. Chapter 23, Tanaka rests. The day after my first stream, I woke up at noon. Slept well. I rub my eyes and wake up dozing. This is the moment when I feel happiest after quitting my job. When I was a corporate employee, I couldn't sleep like this without worrying about the time. My phone still has a timer set to go off every 5 minutes. There is nothing in particular to do today, so I'm just going to slack off. I fiddle with my phone and check the social media sites. The social networking site that I registered under my real name already has over 600,000 followers. I don't tweet much, but their DTube effect is amazing. Let's see. Good morning. Let's have a good day. I mumble a few random words on social networking sites. I know it's no use mumbling such things, but Adaki told me, it doesn't matter if it's boring, just mumble often. I've been instructed by Adaki, it doesn't matter if it's boring, just tweet often and write what you're thinking, so I've been obedient. I've never followed or promoted anyone, so I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh. Got a quick reply. Oh Shachikan. Oh I'm glad you're getting lots of sleep. Oh, good morning, Shachikan. Did you have a good dream? When is the next stream? How long do I have to stay naked? Everyone replies happily. This might be a little fun. I'd like to reply to each of them one by one, but Adaki tells me not to do that because I'd lose my edge. So I quietly just like them. This one. As I check the replies, I see a familiar name among them. It was Hoshino Yui, the person I saved yesterday. She had replied to me on her account for DTubers. Thank you so much for yesterday. Thanks to you, I was able to return home safely. I will thank you next time. Hoshino had politely replied to me. I succinctly said, I'm glad you made it home safely. You don't have to thank me too much. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do with this. I think it's this kind of accumulation that leads to popularity. It's easy compared to working for a company. I have to do this well. While I was busy with my social networking activities, a message suddenly came in the mail. The sender was Adaki. Well, he's the only one who knows my address. Ah, what is it? Thanks for yesterday's stream. I want to congratulate you on the successful stream and talk about future streaming activities, so let's go out to dinner tonight. I'll attach the place and time to your message. That's what Adaki's message said. He was as selfish as ever. I wonder what he was going to do if I had plans. I don't have any plans after today, but the place is a pretty good barbecue restaurant. The last time we went to a family restaurant, but this is a great deal of money. At the mention of the word barbecue, my stomach rumbled. I haven't had barbecue at a restaurant for a while now. I've been wanting to eat it for a long time. I'm going to kill some time until nighttime. It would be nice to sleep one more time. Saying this, I lay down again. I'm not sure if I've had a second sleep in nearly a decade. I'm going to go back to sleep. My vision is closing, and my consciousness slowly faded away. I fell into a comfortable slumber and went back to sleep for the first time in I don't know how long. Section. Hate Naka. Yesterday was great night. I went to the barbecue restaurant that Adaki had instructed me to go to, and there I found Adaki in a good mood. He looked very happy even though he had not drunk yet. You look so happy. What kind of twist is this, to even set up such a nice barbecue restaurant? Of course, I'm a little bit excited. After all, you had 700,000 subscribers on your first stream, didn't you? There was a problem with the unusual situation, but it was resolved without incident, and because of that, it became a social networking service and an internet news source, so it was truly a blessing in disguise. You did a great job. Adaki speaks smoothly. It seems he is pleased with my success. He often says unnecessary things, but I've always found him to be surprisingly friendly. Spatches are doing well, too. Look at this. Which one is the smartphone? Adaki showed me a ridiculous amount of money. It's higher than my annual income when I was a corporate employee. Did I earn this in a single day? You're going to have to pay a lot of taxes on this year's tax return. We're going to have to eat expensive meat and write it off as an expense. I see. So you have to think about taxes when you are a freelancer. I'm not familiar with that area, so thank you. I'll take care of the details. You can go on your merry way in the dungeon as usual. Adaki said dependably. That's what he does best. I'll be happy to leave it to him. Let's order up some meat. Let's eat a lot of meat. That's right. Then, be my guest. I called the waiter and started ordering. 30 servings of ribs, 20 servings of loin, 10 servings of tongue, and 20 servings of skirt steak. And 5 large servings of rice, please. Hey, you're asking too much. That's too much to ask. I'm going to pay for it today. Adaki protested, but I ordered more. Barbecue has to be free. No one is allowed to stop my appetite. I underestimated the appetite of an awakened person. You are an awakened person too, aren't you? I tried to argue with him, but he shook his head and went yeah, you son of a bitch. I'm going eat until your wallet is empty. Chapter 24, Tanaka meets again. I heard on the news that Suda's guy is going to be in court soon. Since you're involved, I wonder if you'll be in court? I don't know. I don't care what happens to him, so I don't want anything to do with the trial. Suda is the former president of the guild I belong to. It's true that I was having a hard time because of him. I guess I could have made a lot of money, but I don't care about him anymore. I'd rather think about a happy future. By the way, Adaki, and Suda are childhood friends. Of course, Adaki is friends with Suda. Well, I heard they haven't seen each other once since they graduated from junior high school. I guess you're right. I'm sure you don't even want to look at him. But still, he wasn't such a bad guy in the old days. But if his character has become that twisted, it will be impossible to correct him. He is truly pathetic, Adaki said somewhat sadly. Perhaps he feels responsible for not being able to stop his friend from going crazy. I think I'll stop talking about such trivial matters. We're celebrating today. Oh, it looks like our guests will be here soon, huh? Guests? I nodded my head at Adaki's words. I didn't hear anything about anyone else coming. Who the hell did he invite? If you mean our mutual acquaintance, could it be Amatsuki? Well, just wait and see. Oh, looks like they're here. The door to the private room opens and a person walks in. The person was someone I knew, or rather someone I had just recently met. Hoshino? Why are you here? I'm here. Hoshino comes in looking a little embarrassed. She wondered where to sit, but Adaki urged her to sit beside me. Well, that's fine, but for some reason the distance was closer than usual. I've never had any experience with women, so my heart is pounding. If it's in the dungeon, it'll be in work mode, so it's okay to some extent, but if it's above ground, it's no good. Hey, Adaki, how come you're the one who's communicating with Hoshino? I can use your social media accounts. I sent a DM to Yui's account and she replied that she'd be right over. I made sure to tell her that it wasn't you who sent the DM. Adaki says without a hint of apology. I see. That social networking site also has DMs. I never used that function so I didn't realize I was in contact with Hoshino. I've never used that function before. I'm sorry. I knew I should have told Tanaka-san beforehand, right? No, it's not Hoshino's fault. I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue. Hoshino must be busy. That's right. I'm fine. If Tanaka-san calls me, I can come anytime, Hoshino said in a panic. I guess he's telling me that so it doesn't bother me. She really is a good girl. Adaki, why did you even call Hoshino? That's because your popularity grew thanks to Yui-chan. Without her, your popularity wouldn't have grown so much. And, Adaki shifted his gaze from me to Hoshino. I have a feeling she's going to be a great explorer in the future. That's why I'm trying to get to know her while I still can. I see. I agree with Adaki's words. At least in the Black Dog Guild, there was no newcomer as promising as her. That's why today is a social gathering and a dungeon survival commemoration. Isn't that fine? Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Hoshino, if you don't like eating with these two old guys, just tell me right away, okay? I'll beat Adaki unconscious and let you go. Ah, yes. Tanaka, aren't you treating me badly? I ignore Adaki's thrust and give Hoshino a rescue boat. I'm really annoyed by Adaki's behavior. Hoshino, come on, order some meat. Oh, do you girls prefer cold noodles or something? Oh, no. I'll have meat too. Let's start with 20 servings of ribs. Oh, my god, I haven't even gotten my wallet. Adaki worriedly checks his wallet. It was too late to regret having invited two hungry explorers. Hoshino, now in full eating mode, ordered a mountain of food from the waitress. Since such a large number of dishes could not be placed on the table at once and the meat would get cold if it was served, the waitresses would bring them to the table sequentially as soon as they were eaten. This is the way they often do it when explorer customers come to the restaurant. The waiter was very experienced. Well, there's nothing worse than talking about money at a celebration. Now I'm going to go out on a limb. You guys eat till your stomachs burst. Adaki holds the mug that was brought to him in a state of despair. Along with that, I have a beer, and Hoshino has a soft drink. I'd like to make a toast to their return and to our meeting. Cheers. With that, we clinked glasses and began to enjoy our meal. Chapter 25. Tanaka becomes popular. Yoon, delicious. With a happy look on her face, Hoshino was putting meat into her stomach one piece after another. Her speed is almost as fast as an adult, and even though she is fast, she eats beautifully and her mouth is clean. I was determined not to let her speed get the better of me, so I started to eat the meat one after the other. It's been a long time since I've eaten yakiniku. I've never been to such a nice restaurant and I wish I could have fed it to my family. If so, you can buy a bento and take it home. I believe it's on the menu. What? Is it really okay for me to do that? It's only natural. It's okay, isn't it, Adaki? I asked, to which Adaki replied in a burnt-out tone, "It's okay to ask for a bento." I certainly don't remember how many servings I've already eaten. I've already eaten my first order, and I've ordered 3 more. Well, here, let's order the best one. You can take more home with you. Ah. Thank you so much. First of all, Hoshino said in a voice that sounded as if she was about to start crying. It seems she was really happy about it. Ah. I'm sorry. I stopped the store clerk and ordered an additional bento. The young woman at the store, who had finished listening to my order, asks me shyly, "Oh, you are Shachikan, right?" "Yes, I am." When I answered, her face lit up. I knew it. "I'm a fan. I was surprised to meet you at a place like this. May I shake your hand or something?" Yes. I don't mind." The clerk pushed me to shake her hand. I never thought the day would come when I would be asked to shake hands. The clerk seemed happy, and I must really be famous. If you don't mind, can I have a picture?" I looked at Adaki as if I was in trouble. We had not yet discussed how much fan service I could provide. I had not yet told him how much fan service I was allowed to do. "You can take as many pictures as you want." "Yes, you can put your autograph in the store." "Now's the time to make a name for yourself." "Autographs? You mean, do you want those?" When I questioned her about it, the clerk interrupted me with a loud, "Oh, I want it. I want it." The shopkeeper interrupted me with a loud voice. "Oh, really?" "I wasn't thinking of signing anything." "Oh, Adaki. You haven't thought of a signature design, have you?" "Don't worry. I'm not looking for a stylish signature. All you have to do is write Makoto Tanaka as politely as your signature. Is that okay?" "Yeah. It's perfect. She's waiting for you." Adaki urged me to get up from my seat. Even so, until recently, I had nothing but to be abused by others, so I signed a handshake. I really don't know what will happen in life. Section. The private room. After Tanaka left, the two left there were Hoshino and Adaki. Hoshino was munching on her meat without making a sound. She was relaxed when Tanaka was there, but not so when Adaki was alone with her. She is a cheerful and sociable person, but being alone with an adult man she doesn't know very well was awkward for her. To distract herself from this, she kept putting the meat in her mouth and eating it, and then suddenly Adaki spoke up. "So, Yui, how serious are you about Tanaka?" "Bua." Hoshino was surprised by Adaki's unexpected words. She almost blurted out what was in her mouth, but she used her feminine strength to hold it back. "What are you talking about? I'm not Tanaka. I know from your stream that you have feelings for Tanaka. So I want you to tell me the honest truth." Hoshino pondered for a while and then slowly opened her mouth. "Well, I really don't know right now. But I do want to get to know him better than I do now. I would be happy if I could make you feel even a little more special." Looking at Hoshino with her cheeks flushed, Adaki said happily, "I see. Well, if she's a good girl like Yui, I'll be at ease too." He's been working so long that his self-esteem has dropped to the bottom of the barrel. He thinks he's an old man because he's been working for so long. He won't even realize you like him unless you attack him. Yes, I'll do my best," Hoshino says with a serious expression. Seeing this, Adaki smiled satisfactorily, then drank the contents of the mug in his hand and emptied it. "I want him to be happy, but I'm not strong enough, and I'm a man, so I can't support him or protect him. But you can." "To be honest, I envy you." Hearing Adaki's words, Hoshino's eyes widened in surprise. "Adaki-san, could it be? I don't mean to be misunderstood, okay? The only thing is that I sometimes feel that way when I look at that exhausted guy." "Is that so? You really are a good friend, aren't you, Adaki-san?" "Right?" "Oh, don't tell Tanaka what I just said, okay?" Hoshino nodded at those words. Then, just in time, Tanaka came back into the private room. "I signed my name like crazy." "Oh, the popular man is back. Here you go, Eat the rest of the food quickly. You can have Yui feed it to you if you want. What a stupid thing to say, Hoshino. You really don't have to do this. No, no, don't worry about it. Ha ha ha, that's nice. I never get tired of watching you guys. And so the three of them continued their pleasant dinner party until late into the night. Chapter 26. Tanaka receives a surprise. I'm full. After a pleasant dinner party, I was returning home alone on the road at night. I wondered when was the last time I had eaten so much meat. Hoshino seemed to be enjoying herself, and it was a nice dinner party. One thing I will miss is that I didn't get too drunk. Well, that's just the way it is. The awakened person has a higher tolerance to poisons and other substances. That tolerance, sadly, also affects alcohol. In short, they can no longer get drunk. My tolerance is probably higher than other explorers because I ate a lot of strange food in the dungeon. I probably wouldn't even be able to get tipsy with the kind of alcohol that normal people can drink. The special alcohol in the magical Ikashinshu issue that can be found in the dungeon has more than 100% of the potency of regular alcohol, so it can get you drunk, but you can't find much of that either. Well, I guess it can't be helped. When I get to the side of the house, I notice someone standing near the house. The first thing that comes to mind is that the person has a tremendous fighting spirit about him or her. It's as if he's about to duel. And that kind of fighting spirit is really getting to me. I tried to quietly walk past the person, trying not to get involved. But when that person saw me, they called out to me, wait, where are you going? I turn my head to look at the familiar voice, and to my surprise, there is my childhood friend, Kanata Amatsuki. Why is she here? You finally came back. I'm tired of waiting. I'm sorry about that. But why is Amatsuki here? Did I tell you where I live? Don't underestimate the information power of the Subjugation First Division. They know where everyone lives. It's an abuse of state power. It's a terrible thing. Anyway, I'm here to talk. I'll be done soon. Can you come to the park? I don't want to just stand around talking, so why don't you come over to my place? Can I at least offer you some tea? I suggested, but Amatsuki shook her head. I don't have that much free time. I'll be done soon and go home. I see. That's too bad. I haven't talked to Amatsuki properly for the past 7 years. I thought I could bridge that gap, but it seems that I can't. Well, now that I'm out of the guild, I can see her whenever I want to. I don't think we'll be able to be friendly like we used to be, but I'd like to be able to talk to her in a normal way. Is this the right place? Amatsuki said as she came to the park and stood by the iron bars. The occasional flashing streetlight and moonlight illuminate Amatsuki's face. Amatsuki has always had a beautiful face, but now that she is an adult, her beauty is even more polished. If I had not known her, I would have been too nervous to talk to her. Amatsuki had become such a beautiful woman. I told you before, Minister Dojima wants to meet you. Tomorrow around 13 o'clock. Please come to the Ministry of Magic. I will send someone to meet you tomorrow. That's again very sudden. Oh, do you have something to do? No, I don't, but as a freelancer, I have no schedule. The first thing to do is to talk to the person you're talking to about the first contact. After the first contact, Amatsuki switches to the next topic. And the first trial of Akihiro Suda, the former president of the Black Dog Guild, will be held next week. I see. Apparently, it's been scheduled just like Adaki said it would be. It looks like the evidence has already been gathered. Did you come here today to ask me to testify at that trial? No. We have already gathered enough people to testify at the trial. The guy who was doing the paperwork at the guild is ready to tell us the whole story. Oh, I see. Suda was hated by almost all of the employees. Now that he's been caught, no one is going to take his side. Still, there were some who said that you, as an important witness, should be called to trial. But you've become too famous in the last few days. If you come, there will surely be an uproar. So we'll just use your testimony and the video data. I see. I don't want to see his face either. It might be naive to say this, but I still have some sentiment towards Suda. It's not like I'm forgiving him for what he did to me. but I don't want to see him on trial. So I'm okay with this. I don't think I'll ever see him again. I'm also taking care of the unpaid overtime and the shortfall in salary that was unfairly lowered so I can give it to you. I don't know what they were using it for, but there wasn't much money left in the guild, so I don't think I can give you all of it, Amatsuki says apologetically. Although she has a snobbish attitude. After all, it seems that the inside is still as gentle as before. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get the money. I want you to give that money to other employees. I'm sure it's hard for them now that they've all left the guild. Eh? Amatsuki looked surprised. I'm sorry, but I wasn't going to take that money because I know you've gone through a lot of procedures. I'm lucky enough to make a lot of money. But the rest of the employees don't, do they? Some of them don't have a job yet, some of them have families. I want you to give them the money first. If there is still money left over after all that is done, I'll take it too. When I told her this, Amatsuki's expression changed from surprise to kind, and she smiled thinly. You haven't changed. Have you, huh? I tilted my head, not understanding what she was talking about. You've always been like that. You've always put yourself on the back burner and worry only about others. Saying that, Amatsuki walked right up to me. I was so close to her that I could feel her breath on my face. I was so nervous and my heart was pounding. When I was little, you protected me from bullies. After I became an explorer, you protected me from monsters. Haha, is that right? I felt embarrassed and covered it up with a laugh. It certainly happened. Amatsuki used to be very fond of me when she was little. I also thought of Amatsuki as my little sister and meddled in her affairs, but Suda took advantage of that and used you to his advantage. I took a good position in the government to give you a way out, so that one day you would be welcomed into the subjugation 1st Division. Oh, really? I was surprised at those unexpected words. I was surprised at first. Amatsuki didn't seem like the kind of person who would work for the government. I was surprised that she was doing it for me. And yet you became a streamer. And you've become so famous for saving a girl's life without regard for the risks. You're ruining the whole plan. Ah, that's... Sorry. Overwhelmed by Amatsuki's spirit, I involuntarily apologize. I was not intending to do this, but I had stepped on Amatsuki's feelings. The words that came out of Amatsuki's mouth were far different from what I had in mind. There's always been that reckless and good-natured part of you, and love you for that. What? Did I mishear you? The next moment, Amatsuki glared at me with sharp eyes and grabbed my tie with the right hand and pulled it tight. And then, to my surprise, Amatsuki put her own lips on my lips. The soft sensation of my own lips against hers, and the sweet voice that escaped from Amatsuki's mouth, numbed my brain and made me violently confused. Even when I was trapped in the monster house in the depths, I was calm. After a long moment that felt like an eternity, Amatsuki loosened her grip on my tie and slowly released her lips. Her expression was the same as usual, but her white, translucent cheeks had turned bright red. I'm sure that no matter how insensitive you are, it will help a little if I go this far, right? Well then, I still have some business to attend to, so... Excuse me. Saying this, Amatsuki turned around and left the park. I let go for a while, but then I see her and try to follow her. Then Amatsuki stops right there and looks back at me with only half of her face. Just so you know, that was my first time. With that said, Amatsuki leapt away from the spot with incredible jumping power. I was left alone in the park and looked up at the night sky where she had disappeared, touching my mouth where I could still feel it. Part 3, Tanaka, the Minister has called. Chapter 1, Tanaka heads to the Monsters Ministry. The day after the day I enjoyed Yakinaku, I was dressed in a suit and headed for the Ministry of Monster Countermeasures in Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo. I'm sleepy. I walk with a big yawn. I am very sleepy because I didn't sleep well today. I'm not sure why. It's not because I ate too much. It's because of Amatsuki. Even after one night, I still feel agony when I remember the feeling of kissing at a moment's notice. I couldn't sleep well today because of it. What am I, a junior high school student? I muttered to myself, scratching my head. I'm not sure what to do about it, but it can't be helped. I've been so busy working that I've never experienced any kind of love life. I've been working all my life without even going to high school, so my experience with love is less than that of a high school student. It's no wonder I'm in this state. It's not some kind of misunderstanding, is it? It's rude to suspect it's a misunderstanding after letting Amatsuki get to that point. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take a chance on a new person and expect them to be your best friend. I'm sure she could have gotten someone much more handsome and worthwhile. What a waste. Well, I don't feel bad about it. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good time with your friends and family. People on the street look at me funny, but I don't care. I'm here. The Ministry of Monster Countermeasures stands proudly by the Imperial Palace. This building, the cornerstone of national defense, is a very sturdy and magnificent structure. Today, I was summoned by the head of this organization, the Minister of Anti-Demonology. He said there would be someone to meet me. But who? Is it someone I know? I move my gaze around in front of the Ministry of Demon Control. I was thinking that I had to find the pickup person as soon as possible. She was a beautiful girl with clear blue eyes. She is about the same age as Hoshino. She has an expressionless, cool impression. Her outstanding good looks caught my attention. But what caught my attention was the way she walked. She has a beautiful walk with a strong, solid body. I could tell she is not an amateur. She is a good warrior. As she approaches me, a thin smile appears on her pretty face. Unlike Hoshino, who is more of a small animal type, she has a mysterious charm that makes me a little nervous, as I wonder what on earth she wants from me. She says something I never imagined she would say. I was waiting for you, sensei. It's been a while. Eh? I nod my head in surprise. I'm sure I don't know any silver-haired beauties like her. No. But didn't this girl just call me sensei? I'm not sure if it's possible for someone to call me that. Well, no way. Rin, is that you? Yes. You didn't recognize me? Saying that she, Ayaga Rin, chuckles softly. The way she laughed was certainly the same as I remembered her laughing. It's been a long time. Like 5 years. To be exact, it's been 4 years, 10 months, 3 days, and 2 hours. She was a former student of mine. I was once assigned as an instructor to a new recruit assigned to the subjugation unit as part of my job. It was a short 6 months, but I remember it was a lot of fun. Rin was one of the new recruits I took on at that time. At that time, she was only 14 years old or something. She was a very talented girl, and her ability was superior to that of the other newcomers. She had been a cute girl since then, but I was surprised to see how much she had grown into a beautiful woman. I remember those days. Back then, you challenged me many times. Didn't you challenge me about 300 times? To be precise, 342 times. I was inexperienced and didn't know my place back then. There was no way that someone like me could compete with you. You have changed, haven't you? You really wanted to kill me back then. Rin didn't like the fact that I was the instructor, and I was just an old man with dead eyes, so she often challenged me to a duel. Each time, I fought back, pinned Rin down, and neutralized her. I thought she would give up after a few times, but Rin really did try again and again, and I remember I started to enjoy it. One day, however, Rin suddenly stopped challenging me. Then suddenly, she started to follow me around like a little puppy dog. I was happy because I thought she recognized me, but unfortunately, I went back to my normal work right after that. Since then I've been busy working again, and here I am. I saw an article saying you're now the ace of the subjugation unit. I'm very proud of you. I owe it all to your guidance. If it weren't for you breaking my pride, making me give in, and violating me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Rin looked at me with a very humid gaze. No, I'm not sure how to say it. It's as if I've done something wrong. I don't mind talking about the old times, but could you show me in? Are you the one supposed to pick me up? Yes, I understand. We'll talk later. Then this way, please. I was taken by Rin, who looked a little disappointed, and we stepped inside the Ministry of Monster Countermeasures. Chapter 2. Tanaka meets the Minister. Rin takes me on a walk through the Ministry of Monster Control. It's been a while since I've been here, but not much has changed inside. The budget is in order, and the place is well cleaned. There are irresponsible people who ask for a budget cut in years when the number of monsters has decreased, but it seems that the minister is doing everything in his power to get rid of them. There is one thing that has changed since I was here in the past. I feel like I'm being looked at a lot. Every staff member I pass is glancing at me, and they are talking secretly with other staff members about something. Are they talking behind my back or something? I was worried about that, and Rin sensed it and spoke to me. The staff knows that the sensei will be here today. I'm sure everyone is interested in it. I guess I've been showing off too much. I hope Dojima-san doesn't come to a place like this. I think you're mistaken, but the staff doesn't want to smoke you out. In fact, it's the opposite. What? Just as I was about to ask her what the hell was going on, a female staff member came up to me. I was prepared to think that she was here to complain about something, but to my surprise, she offered me a piece of paper with her signature on it. May I have your autograph, if you don't mind? Okay. I took the paper and pen and handed it to her with my name written on it. Then the woman bowed and left me. And leaves me. She joined her colleagues a short distance away and happily said, "I got it. I got it." She was so happy. The other staff members were talking about how nice it was and how they would like to ask for it too. I didn't think there were any fans of mine in the Ministry of Monster Control. Of course there are. The staff members here have a deeper knowledge of dungeons than the average person, and they can understand the greatness of Sensei more deeply than the average person. Oh, I see. Rin explained it to me, but it still doesn't feel right. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to this. Come to think of it, are you getting along well with Amatsuki? I ask Rin as we walk. Amatsuki is the head of the subjugation division. She is Rin's boss. Yes, my sister. Amatsuki has been very good to me. I woke her up this morning as well. I see. You're still living together, right? Yes, I am a disaster orphan, so the only person I can rely on is Chief Amatsuki. A disaster in which demons are taken out of a dungeon is called a demon disaster. It is called Masai for short. Rin lost her family to a demon disaster at a young age and was taken in by an institution. After that, Rin found out that she was an awakened person and knocked on the door of the subjugation division at a young age to avenge her family's death, and she succeeded in getting in. From that time on, Amatsuki took the lead in taking care of Rin. They were so close that they looked like real sisters. That means I have younger sisterly qualities as well. That's a great bonus. What are you talking about? She still says the most absurd things with a clear face. That's what makes him so interesting. By the way, my sister has been acting strange since this morning. Do you know anything about it? I have no idea. I denied it, remembering what happened last night. Oh shit, my face is getting hot. Stare. Well, let's get going. We don't want to keep the minister waiting. Understood. Minister Dojima is in the courtyard right now. This way, please. Accompanied by Rin, who looked at me questioningly, I stepped into the courtyard of the Ministry of Magic. There was a magnificent pine tree standing tall. They didn't have anything like this when I was here. Where did they get it from? But this pine tree was bent over like a bonsai tree. I approached the tree and saw that it was in a huge flower pot. Is this really a bonsai? As I was puzzled, someone who was tending the pine tree with a big pair of scissors noticed me and approached me. You came, Tanaka. I've been waiting for you. A large old man came up to me with a hearty laugh. He had short gray hair and sharp eyes. He must have been close to 60 years old, but his body was as big and thick as a football player's. This man was Ryuichiro Dojima, Minister of the Ministry of Monster Control. He is the man in charge of dungeon-related matters in Japan. It's been a long time, Minister Dojima. I am glad to see you are in good health. What's with the way you're talking? Why don't you talk to me more frankly like you used to do? You're not even in the workforce anymore, are you? You've just been made a minister. So I'm being polite. Is this okay? Ooh. You can do it. I'm glad to see you're still as cocky as ever. Saying that, Dojima-san slapped me on the back. The force of the slap was so great that I felt like I would be blown away if I didn't hold on to my feet. In fact, The ground cracked under my feet every time he slapped me. He is a very lively person. Chapter 3, Tanaka receives an apology. Ayagawa, thank you very much for your help. I'd like to talk to him alone for a moment, so could you give us a minute? Yes, sir. Rin bowed her head and went to the entrance of the courtyard and waited there. There is also a person who looks like an SP who is guarding Mr. Dojima at that spot. Well, what should I start with? Dojima-san cut down the huge pine tree with a huge pair of scissors that looked like a weapon. The scene does not look like he is tending to a bonsai tree. It was just logging. I was surprised when I saw on the news that Dojima-san had become a minister. I thought you were going to be working in the field for a long time. Mr. Dojima was originally the first director of the Monster Subjugation Division. However, he suddenly gave up that position to his successor and became minister at the Ministry of Demon Control. Mr. Dojima is a rugged fighter. Desk work is out of place for him. So I remember feeling quite surprised. I didn't want to be a minister either, but a minister has to be a man who knows what it is like on the ground. I understood that at that time. That time is, I'm talking about the last time you and I dived together in the Imperial Palace dungeon. I had not heard that name in a long time, and my heart ached deep in my chest. I have dived hundreds of dungeons in my life, but that dungeon was special to me. It's been 7 years now. At that time, when there were fewer dungeons than now, the largest dungeon in the world was born in the basement of the Imperial Palace. That dungeon, which was named the Imperial Palace Dungeon, had a peculiar characteristic. It was a terrible time. Even today, it doesn't happen so often that monsters flood the ground. Normally, monsters don't come out of dungeons. The reason is that the environment on the ground, where there is little magic essence, is difficult for monsters to survive. It is said that magic essence is to monsters what oxygen is to humans. However, there are some monsters that can survive in an environment with little magic essence. However, such monsters are only weak monsters in the upper levels, and strong monsters never appear on the ground until the Imperial Palace dungeon appeared. The total number of victims was 24,000. That many people were killed by the monsters in a few days. Ayagawa's parents were among them. It was a tragic incident. I still get chills when I remember it. Yeah, me too. Thanks to the collective efforts of the explorers, the monsters on the ground were exterminated. However, monsters continued to appear from the Imperial Palace dungeon. Normally, destroying dungeons is not recommended, because the resources that can be taken from them are valuable. However, when the monsters came out of the dungeon, it was a different story. The government decided to destroy the Imperial Palace dungeon. A total of 300 skilled explorers gathered to destroy the dungeon core, the key element of the dungeon. Even thinking about it now, that team was the strongest lineup. Your master, Amatsuki. And you were all very talented. I would appreciate it if you would stop talking about master. Oh, I'm sorry. It is understandable that you cannot accept it. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take it all in. Without that person, I would not have been able to become this strong. I don't think I could ever repay that debt. However, the opportunity to repay that debt will never come again. The difficulty of the Imperial Palace dungeon was far beyond our imagination. The hordes of vicious monsters we had never seen before, the scenery that changed every few seconds, the dense magic essence that consumed our bodies. One by one our companions lost their lives. We finally succeeded in neutralizing the dungeon, but only 7 of us made it out alive. I, Dojima-san, and Amatsuki were among those 7. It was great news at the time, but because of Mr. Dojima's consideration, my story was not reported. Because I was underage, it was not reported that I and Amatsuki were in the dungeon in the first place. Well, Amatsuki made it public when she joined the subjugation division. Thanks to that, Amatsuki became as popular with the public as Dojima-san. I managed to make it back alive. I understood that Japan did not have the power to overcome a similar situation in the future. That is why I decided to become a minister and make this country stronger. I believe that is my mission. After becoming minister, Mr. Dojima created a stir in the National Assembly and the nation's TV screens many times with his bold policies, one after another. But thanks to him, explorers in this country have become stronger, in my opinion. I believe that the average level of explorers in this country is not inferior to explorers in other countries. As I was thinking this, Dojima-san looked at me and gave me an apologetic look. I wondered what was going on. I was so focused on the task at hand that I didn't have time to pay attention to you. It's been a lifetime mistake. I never realized that you, whom I thought of as my son, had suffered so much. Dojima-san, I really need that part of the story. Mr. Dojima is probably talking about the fact that I was working in the black labor market, but it's not surprising that Dojima-san didn't know about it. He had his job as a minister, and Suda was falsifying documents. So Dojima-san has nothing to feel sorry about. But I guess that's not possible because of his personality. He has always been a man of principle. I was foolish. I am truly sorry. As you see, Dojima-san bowed deeply to me on the spot. Seeing this, I hurried to stop him. Dojima-san, you don't have to go that far. You are a minister. I am a person before I am a minister. A head that cannot be lowered has no value. Dojima-san says this with a serious expression on his face. He has never changed. He is as cool as ever. I'm glad you feel that way, but I'm okay now. It was certainly hard at the time, but I'm really enjoying it now. So please lift up your head. When I said this, Mr. Dojima finally lifted his head. I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. If you have any trouble from now on, don't hesitate to rely on me. No matter what kind of a pain in the ass you're dealing with, I'll beat him to silence. Haha, that's too bad for the other guy. Your fist hurts, Dojima-san. We laughed like in the old days. Chapter 4, Tanaka is offered government work. Izumi, serve me some tea. And bring out the best tea cakes. Yes, sir, I will serve you some yokan that I've been saving, Dojima-san asked, and his secretary, Izumi-san, began to prepare the tea. She has been supporting Mr. Dojima since before he became a minister and has known me and Amatsuki for a long time. She is a little older than me, I think. She is a very capable woman. Long time no see, Tanaka-kun. I'm glad to see you've grown up. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see you are doing well, Izumi-san. I bowed to Izumi-san, who offered me a cup of tea and yokan with a smile on her face. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take a break from your work. After our conversation in the courtyard, I was brought to his office. It is not a very large office, but the desk and chair were first class. The chair I was sitting on had crispy leather and was comfortable to sit on. It is indeed a minister's workroom. Dojima-san and I are sitting facing each other across the table. Incidentally, Rin is sitting behind me, and a young man who looks like an escort stood behind the minister. The population density was quite high, since Izumi-san was also there. It's so good. Yokan is delicious after all. Here, Tanaka, don't be shy, eat up. Okay, I'll have some. I cut the yokan into bite-sized pieces and put them in my mouth. It was moist and smooth, and its elegant sweetness spread in my mouth. The sweetness was strong, but not too strong. I am not confident in my palate, but I could tell that this was a very expensive item. I guess a minister can eat such good food so often. Izumi-san, I'm working hard and I want to eat one more. No, the minister eats too much. I didn't think so. Dojima-san was chided by Izumi-san, and he felt depressed. You are a child, aren't you? Yes, Tanaka. I saw your stream too. You have become much stronger. I'm happy for you. I'm flattered. You were talented before, but not as good as you are now. I think you've been working out a lot. I was able to return from the Imperial Palace dungeon, but it wasn't only because of my ability, but also because of luck. In fact, among the explorers who died, there were many who were stronger than me, including my mentor. Among the 7 surviving explorers, Amatsuki and I were the younger ones in terms of age and ability. Well, now that 7 years have passed, I think I'm a pretty strong person too. You've become really strong. And now you may be able to completely conquer the Imperial Palace dungeon, Dojima-san says as if remembering the old days. Yes, we were never able to completely destroy the dungeon directly below the Imperial Palace. We could only stop the monsters from springing up, even with the loss of nearly 300 victims. Even now, the Imperial Palace dungeon still exists beneath the palace, and its entrance is tightly sealed. The reason why the Ministry of Monster Control is located on the side of the Imperial Palace is so that we can deal with the situation as soon as the monsters start to spring up again from the dungeon directly under the Imperial Palace. Well, even if things have calmed down, it's not safe to force your way through that dungeon, but I have a dungeon story I'd like you to hear. You want to tell me about it? I tilted my head and Dojima-san put a stack of documents in front of me. The first page of the document was titled Yoyogi World Tree Dungeon and contained information and pictures of the dungeon. I believe this is the dungeon that recently appeared, right? When I asked this, Mr. Dojima nodded his head and said, yes, this dungeon, which appeared about a week ago, is a dungeon made of a giant tree that towers high into the sky. Usually, dungeons appear underground, but sometimes dungeons of unusual shapes like this one are formed. The Dungeon Investigation Department is currently investigating, but this is proving to be quite a challenge. At first, they thought it would be an unusual dungeon with an upward climb, but when they got to the top, there was nothing there. Instead, as soon as you reached the top, an entrance leading underground appeared at the base of the dungeon. So it's a two-stage system. It's quite an elaborate structure, isn't it? Ah, they are just joking around. The budget here is not unlimited either, Mr. Dojima said, a little irritated. The dungeon control and the management of dungeon-related organizations inevitably cost money. Small talk and backbiting would be the order of the day. In a few days, the people from the research department who have been up there will be back on the ground. Then I would like to ask you to do a survey of the dungeon beneath the World Tree Dungeon. Me? Mr. Dojima's unexpected proposal took me by surprise. I never thought I would be asked to do a job. I was surprised by Mr. Dojima's unexpected proposal. I'm not sure you should be asking a freelancer like me to do the job. I trust you. I trust you more than I trust any other guild. I will pay you well and I think it will be an achievement. How about it? I'll leave and get permission to stream it if you want. I see what you mean. I'll take the job. It's not easy to get a government job, and more importantly, I want to help Dojima-san, who has taken such good care of me. I decided to take the job. Besides, streaming a dungeon that no one had set foot in yet would be a hit with the viewers. Adaki would probably be happy to do it. I'm glad to hear that. I'll contact you later with more details. Please wait, Minister Dojima. Dojima-san's words were abruptly interrupted. I looked toward the voice, and to my surprise, the voice belonged to the black-suited guard who had been standing behind him. What is it, Kimura? I'm sorry, but I cannot overlook what you just said, Minister. We were supposed to send out personnel from our SP team to the dungeon to re-examine the dungeon. It is unacceptable to leave it in the hands of someone like that. The SP called Kimura stared at me sharply. Apparently, I'm not making a good impression. Well, there are a few people out there who don't like DTubers. It's like being a freelancer, and it's a job that is often looked down upon by people with a high school education. I see. Then you think Tanaka's ability is insufficient, don't you? Yes, I have seen the video. I saw the video but to be honest, I don't think it is a real video. In this day and age, we can manipulate images as much as we want. The moment she heard that, Rin, who was standing behind him, went, "You," and revealed her killing intent. She was about to pull out the two daggers at her waist, but I stopped her, saying, "Wait." "I'm sorry." Rin quietly withdrew. Phew, that was a close call. Even so, the people thinking that it's a doctored video is depressing. Many of my antagonists suspect that the video was doctored. I don't see as many anti-comments on my stream anymore, but I still hear people ragging about me on the message boards. I didn't do any processing at all, but it's difficult to prove it. As I was wondering what to do, Mr. Dojima clapped his hands and made a suggestion. If you are so skeptical about his ability, you should actually try to fight him. The ministry has a training ground, so you can start fighting right away. If Tanaka wins, I'll offer him the job. I don't mind. Kimura was not in the least bit interested in losing. He seemed very confident. What about you, Tanaka? Well, I understand. If that clears up the misunderstanding, I had no intention of getting physical today, but I didn't feel good about being misunderstood. I had no choice but to accept the proposal. Chapter 5. Tanaka has a match. This is the training camp. It's a nice place. It's very spacious. Dojima-san took me to a huge gymnasium-like facility built behind the Ministry of Monster Control. Everyone is in high spirits. They are all good warriors because Mr. Dojima is taking the initiative. Thank you for your hard work, Dojima-san. The people in the training area saluted when they saw Mr. Dojima. He is a funny old man in front of me, but he is a former member of the self-defense forces and is Spartan to his own people. He is strict about hierarchical relationships, but thanks to his charisma, he seems to be well liked by the people here. Hey, look. That's. But the way they look at me is suspiciously. I guess they don't trust me. Well, when a dull guy like me suddenly becomes famous, it's no wonder people look at him with suspicion. DTubers are also often looked at with a white eye. They can't forgive you either, can they? Hey, Rin, calm down. Don't draw your sword. I hurriedly held back Rin, who was about to attack them. Even if you are a member of the government, you can't afford to get yourself into trouble. I'm glad you're mad at me for my sake, but you don't have to do anything, I said as I looked at Kimura, whose eyes were filled with hostility. I'll let you know if I can handle it or not. Sensei. Rin turns a strangely enthusiastic gaze towards me. Maybe I was a little too cool? I hope she doesn't think I'm lame. I've gotten into the habit of saying cool words to keep my sanity when I'm alone in the dungeon. So this is all Suda's fault. Izumi-chan, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. I noticed that Izumi-san was starting to roll the camera under the direction of Dojima-san. How long had he been preparing? Dojima-san, what's that? A popular person came to our place. There's no way we won't use it for publicity. I was thinking of streaming this match on the internet. It's a good idea since we have an official account with the Ministry of Monster Control. Are you sure you want to do that? I'm sure the other ministers will give me a hard time about it, but it's fine. If the need arises, I can just poke them in the head and make their memories fly away. Mr. Dojima laughs. Ha ha ha. I'm sure he's joking, but I'm afraid he might do it. Still, I wonder what Mr. Dojima is planning to do. If SP loses this, the government's reputation will be damaged. I don't know what Mr. Dojima is thinking, but, well, he won't make it look bad. I'll take his word for it. Kimura, you good too? Yes, I'm good. No problem. Okay, let's start streaming. Mr. Dojima operates his phone and the stream begins. I also operate my phone to bring up the comments section of the stream in 3 dimensions. It's rare to see the Ministry of Monster Control streaming live. Is there an incident? Is it a press conference? The summary section says something about a mock match. But what is it? What's going on? Is that Shachikan in the video? No, it can't be. It's not. It's, no way. We have to spread the word. The number of viewers grew as time went by. It seems to be spreading through social networking sites as well. I wonder if it is really safe. What kind of stream is this? I mean, Minister Dojima is here. Oh my god. There's the devil Dojima here. He's as muscular as ever. That's not a minister's body. Minister Dojima looked so cool at the parliament the other day. There's his secretary, Izumi-san, too. Big sister. Wow, that's Tanaka. The number of viewers is growing rapidly. This is getting fun. Dojima-san, in a good mood, explains the game to the viewers. I've been trying to keep the Yoyogi World Tree Dungeon under wraps and pretend that it was a test so that I can do my job for the government. Well, that's certainly not the wrong way to put it. It looks like a lot of fun. Is this the first time you've streamed Shachikan fighting people? Only when he punched Suda. Tanaka. Go for it. The guy you're fighting looks pretty strong. He sure looks scary. The viewers were excited. Dojima-san, looking satisfied with this, holds something in his hand and looks at me. Here, Tanaka, use this as your weapon. It's sturdy, so you can swing it a little harder. I catch the sword that Dojima-san throws to me. It is a practice sword with a blunt edge. It is made of materials from the dungeon. If I think of it as a way to get a new job, I guess it's business. I'm not too excited about it, but I'll give a try. I swung my sword a few times to set the tone. Then Kimura opened his mouth, as he watched. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave this job. This is our job. I didn't know SPs these days do dungeon research, though I don't know much about it. I am impressed by their diligence. Kimura's face clearly shows his miffed attitude as he says this. He doesn't seem to have a tolerance for agitation. The NSPs belong to the Special Security Division that was newly established after the Great Devil's disaster at the Imperial Palace. With us, there is no room for detubers. Apparently, Kimura takes great pride in his NSP status. I think the N in NSP comes from next, right? In English-speaking countries, we call an awakened person next. In other words, NSP is a police organization composed only of awakened people. So they are the elite of the Metropolitan Police Department. You mean you can't give a job to a freelancer with a junior high school diploma? You can take it that way. Kimura gripped his sword tightly. He has an impressive stance, as he says. Sparks are flying between them. I hear NSP is full of martial artists. There's no way our Tanaka will lose, right? No way, right? But we only see D-tubers fighting, so we don't know much about the strength of other awakened people. Finally, Tanaka's plating is coming off. Hey there, Anti-Tanaka. I didn't know there were still Anti-Tanaka. I thought they were extinct. You're such a believer. You still believe in that old man? The comments are getting more and more excited. Well, let's focus on what's in front of us now. You can check what was said later. I've never reviewed the archives I'm in. If you take one hit and that's it, there's going to be a grudge. The match shall continue until either you surrender or I deem it impossible to continue. After, if a fighter goes down, let's start over. I can't stream an action like hitting a down person. Is that okay? We both replied yes to Mr. Dojima's words. I noticed that all the other people in the training ground were also watching our match. I don't like to be the center of attention, but, well, I'll do my best. I wonder who's going to win. I'm so excited. Shachikan. Don't lose to such an unattractive guy. Well, Tanaka's on a roll, too, and I think it's time he was punished. Don't you think? What? What do you mean, he's on a roll? Go away, Auntie, go away. Processed streamers. You're getting worse. It's getting rough. It's hard to use the internet if you can't tell when something is doctored. Well, we'll see when the game starts. We'll see if Shachikan is the real thing or not. While the comments were getting lively, Dojima-san took his place as the referee and finally started signaling the start of the game. Then, both of you, fight fair and square. Get ready. Begin. As soon as Mr. Dojima shouts this, Kimura rushes in with his sword held in front of him. Kimura tries to swing his sword straight at my head. His movement is similar to that of a kendo player striking with a mask. He probably learned kendo in the police academy. There is no waste in his movements. They are precise and efficient. He probably put a lot of effort into it. But, too slow. I sharply strike the back of Kimura's right hand with my sword faster than he can release his attack. Crack. Along with the sound, I could feel the bone cracking in my hand. Unable to bear the pain, Kimura dropped his sword to the ground. His face contorted, not missing the opportunity. I quickly swing the sword at his face. I'll take the first strike. Stop. My sword slammed into Kimura's face as if it was being sucked into his body. Kimura was hit hard in the face with a meki sound and was blown away by the impact, spinning several times in the air before falling to the ground. Oh, I still can't see you at all, Ulmao. Huh? Shachikan is the strongest. Shachikan is the best. Kimura-kun is twirling around. Lol, even an ordinary guy can beat the elite if he tries hard enough. You're a real fighter, Mr. Certified Processor. You're not saying anything. How do you feel now, Auntie? Hey, goo, Kimura, who was blown away, stands up while holding the blood flowing from his nose. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good idea of what you're looking for. I pick up the sword he dropped and throw it back at him. Kimura takes it and faces me again. I told him I was going to go that far. He can't take it back just because I hit him once. Come on, let's go until you're satisfied. Yeah, sure. Kimura made a drastic change from the earlier statement and became serious as he replied. Chapter 6, Tanaka clears suspicions. Unlike before, Kimura confronts me with a sword in one hand and a cautious look on his face. The composure on his face is gone. It looks like he's serious. Kimura suddenly accelerates and starts running around me at high speed, shuffling and shuffling. He seems to have decided that a head-on battle is not a good idea after that blow earlier. He probably intends to use his speed to distract me and take advantage of the opening. Kimura-kun is hopping around Lumao. You're doing a great job, Kimura. As expected. You're very strong, Kimura. How many kilos are you weighing now? Wow, the awakened are really something. It's true that he's a lot faster than he was a moment ago, but the movement is monotonous. The rhythm is the key to disturbing the enemy. If you are just moving fast, it is easy to read your movements. Here, the moment the timing of Kimura's footsteps changed, I moved my body to the right. Then Kimura's sword swung down from behind me at the position I had been in. Kimura looked surprised as if he didn't expect it to miss. The second one. I evade the attack and immediately drive my sword into his torso. Even though it has no blade, the sword in my hand is still a blunt weapon. Kimura grunts in pain, but he grunts in pain and rolls on the ground. Wow, that looks really painful. Seriously, I don't know what's going on here. Just when I thought Kimura appeared, he's rolling on the ground. Lol. You'd have to turn it down to 0.25x speed to see it. You're giving the middle finger to the double speed culture. Oh, Kimura, you're standing up. You've got guts. You should learn from the certified processor internet aunties. Have they all run away already? Ha. Kimura stands up while looking pained. I can't cut corners either. As long as he stands up, I'm not going to let you down. Let's go. Kimura attacked again and again, changing his tactics. He leaps higher and attacks from the air. He evades and counters with a thrust. Using weapons as bait, he attacks with his bare hands, grabbing arms and throwing them to disable them. Continuous attack without catching his breath. A blow to the shoulder after all the attacks were dealt with. I dealt with all of Kimura's attacks head-on and neutralized him. After repeating this back and forth, Kimura fell to his knees. It seemed that he had reached the limit of his physical strength. Kimura tries to stand up with his sword propped up against the ground like a walking stick. However, the shoulder that was hit hurts and he can't stand up properly. Kimura then looked at Dojima-san, who was refereeing, with a troubled look on his face. As I was thinking, it looks like this is the end of it. Mr. Dojima suddenly shouts loudly, "What are you looking so pathetic for? Kimura-san. Wipe your own ass." His voice is so loud that it shakes the training ground, and I involuntarily hold my ears. Oh, it's still the same loud, stupid voice. Kimura. I'm not angry that you objected to my asking Tanaka to do the job. It's not unusual for people to be unable to tolerate their work being taken by someone they don't know. After saying this, Mr. Dojima added, "But," he said, "it's okay to question the strength of others. Tanaka obtained his strength with the resolve to die for it. It is not something you can criticize with a half-hearted attitude. If you are going to question it, you need to be prepared to do so." This is when I realized why Mr. Dojima streamed. I was sure that he streamed it to shut up my aunties. If I show my fight on the government's account, they can't doubt that it was doctored. But you are so pathetic that you immediately ask for help when you are at a slight disadvantage. I'd rather commit seppuku and die than expose myself to shame. If you don't like it, let me beat you to death. So unreasonable. Lol. The worldview is like the Otokojaku manga. The Hachi Edajima of the 21st century. Kimura-kun's face is so pale. Aunties should get angry, too. If he streams this, he'll get slammed on the news again. I can't wait to see that apology press conference with no remorse. It's so exciting. I really like Minister Dojima. Manliness personified. He is as messed up as ever, but Kimura, perhaps thinking about those words, stands up and confronts me again. I apologize for my rudeness up to this point. I'd like you to take just one more fight! Yeah, absolutely. Kimura grips his sword with both hands and holds it in front of him. I took the same stance and we faced each other. Then, after a moment of silence, Kimura yelled, "Ha!" and raised his sword to the top and lunged at me. His movements were the same as before, but his attack was filled with a strong spirit. I struck the blow from there, front. Ha! Before Kimura's sword could be brought down, my sword hit Kimura's head with a thud. Kimura, struck hard in the head, endured for a few seconds before crumpling to the ground with a thud. Chapter 7. Tanaka gets provoked. That's enough. What a good fight. Dojima-san confirms that Kimura has passed out and shouts loudly. Then Rin, who was watching the game, came toward me and offered me water and a towel. "Thank you for your hard work, sensei." That was cool. Really? Thank you. After wiping off my sweat and drinking the water, I replied, and Rin looked a little embarrassed and turned her head down. The viewers saw this and got excited. Hey, who's that beautiful girl? Yui. He's cheating on you. She's a cool beauty type, the complete opposite of the cute type Yui. When did he drop her? I want a harem development. I've seen that girl on TV before. I'm sure she's the ace of the first subjugation division. She's cute and strong. She's the best. What? Tanaka is strong and cute too. You still have the same intense Tanaka fans. Ah, you're misleading the viewers again. Sorry Rin. Maybe people will go to town and say things like, "She's Shachukan's wife," or something like that. I felt bad about that and apologized. But Rin's reaction was surprising. No, I don't mind at all. Do you? Eh? Really? Her face is totally a maiden in love. This is already a confession, isn't it? I saw a similar scene the other day. I knew it. She's his wife. Oh, no. Not this again. I love couples who are in love with each other. She's totally in love with him, but he doesn't even know it. I know a lot about this stuff. Well, that can't be right. Right? He's got his entire skill tree devoted to combat. Well, Rin's still so sweet that you don't care. No. Look at him. He doesn't even notice. I knew it. Well, this is deja vu. Rin, you look so cute with your cheeks puffed out. Damn. I'm getting jealous. I'm going to go get into a little dirty mood. Go ahead and do it. I'll forgive Rin for being cute when she's all pouty. Ignoring the noisy comments section as usual, I look at the fallen Kimura. Just then, Tojima-san woke Kimura up and slapped him on the back to wake him up. He was as forceful as ever. "Oh, you're awake, Minister Dojima? I see." Kimura, who looked around and grasped the situation, managed to get up and walked slowly toward me. I could see the remorse on his face. I returned the water and towel I had been given to Rin and faced Kimura. Again, I apologize for my rudeness. I'm sorry. As Kimura bowed his head, I said, "That's okay." I'm not bothered by it, and let him raise his face. I looked him in the eye and praised him for his good fight. If there are many people like you, the Metropolitan Police Department will be in good hands. It was a good match! Thank you, Kimura and I shook hands firmly. The people who were watching the game applauded and cheered. Come to think of it, a lot of people were watching us. It's kind of embarrassing. That was a good match. I've got to give Kimura a second look. Shachukan is the best. Shachukan is the best. I'm a little moved, to be honest. It's going to be made into a movie. I'm impressed by the size of Shachukan's character. If only he wasn't so insensitive. The comments were also very positive. Then Dojima-san comes to us. Gahahaha. It rains and it pours, but the ground holds firm. Good match. Thank you, Dojima-san. Thanks to you, the misunderstanding on the internet has been cleared up. What is this about? All I did was to take advantage of you and punish him for getting carried away. Dojima-san blurted out in a deliberate manner. It seems that he doesn't want me to owe him anything for this. He is probably trying to atone for not being able to help me out as a corporate slave. He's a righteous man, but are you sure about that? Wouldn't it tarnish the government's image if you lost the game? That won't be a problem. I will fight and show them my power. Oh, that's a relief. I make a dumb sound after the sudden words of Mr. Dojima. What did this old man just say? I've been doing a lot of paperwork lately and I just wanted to get in some exercise. Of course you'll come with me, won't you? Dojima-san says, swinging the sword Kimura was using around. He's been planning to do this from the beginning, hasn't he? No, There is no reason for me to fight Dojima-san. Dojima-san has his own position, so don't be so selfish. What, are you afraid? You are so pathetic. You are scared of an old man like me. I'm sure the old you would have ridden with me. You have become a corporate sword saint, and have become arrogant. No problem. You just do whatever you want, don't you? You took his Betelgeuse. Aren't you too good at stirring things up, Minister? He's always stirring things up in the Congress. Shachikan vs. Dojima, the devil. Isn't that too much to ask? I wonder who's going to win. Dojima-san is a legend too. He destroyed a terrorist organization made up of awakened people by himself. He's one of the 7 returnees. Wouldn't even Shachikan be at a disadvantage? Shachikan, show me your dream. Dojima-san and I face each other, gripping our swords. In contrast to the excited comments, the inside of the training hall was quiet. Everyone here adores Dojima-san. Perhaps it was because they were able to watch the game of such an admired person, but their expressions were serious. I made sure not to miss his every move. One match is good, Tanaka. If you and I go at it until you fall, this building won't last. If your weapon is broken, you lose. It's too dangerous to do it with bare hands. Yes, I understand. No problem. The bare hands of an awakened person with arms are more dangerous than a sword without a blade. It is too dangerous to use indoors. I'm going to ask you to be the judge, Izumi. Now, Tanaka. Let's do it until you're satisfied, right? We can do the same. You're really good at stirring people up, aren't you? All right then, please check out how strong I've become. I grip my sword tightly and look at Mr. Dojima. But now that I have overcome the hellish days of company slavery, I am sure that I am much stronger than I was then. I'll show you the results of my efforts here. Then start. With Izumi's shout, I started to run. The first move is always the winner. I don't intend to prolong the game. I drew my sword and swung it down at Dojima-san's face. The series of movements were, I thought to myself, lean and sophisticated. If it had been Kimura, he would not have been able to react. But it was the Dojima-san on the other end. He reacted to my attack with a grin, and with the sword in his hand, he caught my blow with a bash. A shockwave scattered around the area, and a crack appeared at the foot of Dojima-san, who had caught it. Some of the spectators were blown away. However, Mr. Dojima, who was at the center of the impact, stood motionless. What kind of body structure does this guy have? Kyuku, a heavy, good attack. It makes my blood boil, he said happily. Has he really not been out in the field lately? I step away and readjust my stance. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Now let me get a little more serious. I'm full of respect for the elderly, you know. Ha ha ha. You little brat. I'll play with you, so get your ass in here. Mr. Dojima was smiling happily. I put strength into my legs and started to run toward him again. Chapter 8. Tanaka fights again. I grip my sword tightly and slash at Mr. Dojima again and again. Bluffing by eye movement. An off-timing surprise attack. Attacks from blind spots. All of these are attacks that could be used against monsters in the deepest levels, but Mr. Dojima dealt with these attacks with idiotic reflexes. Ha ha ha. You've gotten so strong. I've got my hands full just preventing your attacks. Well said, you gorilla old man, I swore at Dojima-san, who was catching my attacks with a cool face. Now, how can I find a way to make the most of it? I'm not amused that you're thinking in the middle of a fight. Damn it. Dojima-san swung his sword as hard as he could at me. The shockwave was like a typhoon, and it made a huge mess of the training ground. I barely managed to avoid it, but some of the walls of the training ground were broken. The floor is also shattered. This is going to be hard to fix. Why did you avoid it, Tanaka? Fixing it isn't free anyway. Our budget is being constricted even now. It's not my fault, is it? It's so messed up lol. They're both so monstrous. I don't know what's going on. This is the Great Monster War, isn't it? They're more like monsters than monsters. They're more like monsters lol. Maybe it was the other way around. I didn't know Dojima-san was this strong. I've heard he's strong, but He's the only man America has ever feared. I heard that old people in other countries tremble when they hear the name Japanese dragon. While the comments were heated, Mr. Dojima slowly approached me. He looks intimidating. The tyrant dragon is starting to look cute. I'd like to enjoy it longer, but Izumi is looking at me with scary eyes, so I'll have to end this quickly. It's because you're destroying the training grounds. Dojima-san didn't seem to be sorry at all. This is why Izumi-san gets so mad at you. Sensei, please do your best. As I was thinking about how I should attack the situation, I heard a voice saying that to me. The owner of the voice was Rin, who was watching the game. She was cheering me on in a loud voice that she usually doesn't use. I couldn't help but do my best if she did that. Let's go, Tanaka. Dojima-san strikes again and again with his sword with the force of a storm. I handle all of his attacks from the front. No matter how great the power of the opponent is, it is easy to handle it if you change the flow and direction of the attack. The important thing is direction and timing. If I can grasp that, I can win even against someone stronger than myself. Ha ha ha. You're a good fighter. You have also learned the soft sword well. Tachibana must be proud of you. Dojima-san smiles happily. My sword master, Tachibana-san, was a genius with the soft sword. I learned to use it by watching and imitating Master Tachibana, but compared to Master, I still have a long way to go. But in return, I can also use the hard sword. If I use both of them, I should be able to catch up with Tachibana's strength. Shachikan, you are a physical monster, but you are also very skilled. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it strange that number 1 is as strong as V3? Sad news, training ground Kun is in tatters. Our blood money is also in tatters. I'm sure the minister will fix it with his own pocket money. I mean, Kimura-kun looks stunned. Lol. He's surprised that the minister he's supposed to be protecting is this strong. My escort target can't be this strong. But you won't get one from me if you keep taking it. I know. I swung the sword with all my strength in a horizontal sweep. Dojima-san, who caught it, was blown away from me. I decided to make a run for it and win the game in one fell swoop. Come on, Tanaka. I'll come even if you don't tell me! Exclamation mark. I bent down and started crouching start. I reached maximum speed at once, and I ran into Mr. Dojima, waving my right hand in the air. Come on. I swing my right arm down toward Dojima-san, who is holding up his sword. Dojima-san tries to catch it just in time, but his sword fails to defend him. Because I didn't have a sword in my right hand. Not even Dojima-san can catch a sword that isn't there. Dojima-san was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. I didn't miss that split-second window of opportunity. The sword that disappeared was now in the grip of my left hand. When I swung the sword behind my back, I had switched it to my other hand. From the front, it looks as if the sword has disappeared. This kind of technique is useful because we had been fighting each other from the front. Tachibana-style swordsmanship, hidden fangs. I pulled out the sword I had hidden behind my back with my left hand. Mr. Dojima immediately noticed this and tried to deal with it, but it was too late. The guard that had been raised to the upper level was not in time for the attack from below. With a bang, my sword hit Dojima-san on the left side of his face. Chapter 9. Tanaka takes one. Tachibana-style swordsmanship, flash. I perform a technique as I pass the Grey Wolf, a monster that lives in the upper levels of the city. 2 slashes were released. As I aimed, I slashed at its neck and abdomen, and succeeded in defeating the Grey Wolf. I was not satisfied with the result. This isn't good enough. Oh really? I think you're on the right track. The one who came up to me saying that was my master, Kisaki Tachibana. This person with a ponytail that extends to her waist is a famous person who is known as the strongest among explorers. She looks like a normal, good-natured big sister, but I know her strength well. Tachibana's flash has slashed more than 10 strikes, but mine has only 2. It's not even close. I'm not sure if Makoto's sword is suited for the Tachibana style. Your sword is a hard sword. You will be able to do it if you do flexibility exercises for about 10 years. Saying so, Tachibana-san lifted her right leg straight up and showed her eye balance. I'm impressed by her body, which is as soft as a mollusk's, but this position is quite extreme in many ways, isn't it? I'm still in high school and this is not good for my mental health. Master, I can see a lot of things. Oh, you're so cute and sexy. Please don't tease me. When I said that, Tachibana-san laughed amusedly and said, okay, okay, okay. I've been getting teased by her ever since I joined her as an apprentice. What on earth should I do? There is no need to panic, Makoto. It is true that it may be difficult to use the Tachibana style now. If that is the case, you can arrange the Tachibana way in your own way. Arrangement, is it? I tilted my head and Tachibana nodded her head. I have already taught you the basics of Tachibana style. The next step is to modify it into a hard sword style. You have a good enough muscle that I approve of it. You will be able to do it soon. Modifying the Tachibana style? But if you do that, what style will it be? If you change Tachibana Ryu, which is a sword of softness, into a sword of hardness, it is already a different style. When I asked about this, Tachibana-san thought for a moment and opened her mouth. Tanaka Ryu or something like that? No, that's lame. Sorry to all the Tanaka brothers and sisters in Japan, but I didn't want to call myself that. The name Tachibana Ryu is so cool that the difference between the two is huge. There are a lot of orders, aren't there? But if the family name is no good, then, say, Garyu Kenjutsu. That might be a good idea. I don't know if I can call it my own style when it's based on another style. Haha, my old master might be upset, but I don't mind. I am happy that my sword will continue even if the name is changed. You see, I can't produce an heir. Tachibana-san says with a little sadness in the depths of her eyes. Tachibana-san had a tremendous talent with the sword, but her body was incapable of producing children. Her family did not blame her for this, but as the only daughter of a family that has passed down swordsmanship from generation to generation, Tachibana was suffering from a sense of responsibility. Perhaps it was this guilt that made her see the talent in me, still a child, and teach me the art. Tachibana-san, it is true that I cannot use the Tachibana style yet, but I will definitely learn to use it and pass it on to the next generation. So please don't worry, Makoto. Hey, you really are a good kid. Saying that, Tachibana-san pet my head. I felt a mixture of embarrassment and happiness. I shook her hand away, saying, please don't treat me like a child. What I wouldn't say though is that I really wanted her to stroke my head a little more. If you say so, Makoto. You'll be saved, but don't feel burdened. You can go ahead with your own path of the sword. Tachibana-san beamed as she said that. A short time after this exchange, Tachibana-san died in the dungeon just below the Imperial Palace. The 7 years that have passed since that incident, there are fewer people who remember Tachibana-san, but I will never forget her or the swordsmanship she taught me. As long as this sword is inherited, I can proudly say that Tachibana-san is still alive. This technique reminds me of her, I muttered to myself as I savored the feel of the technique on my hands. The next moment, Izumi's clear voice echoed through the training area. I felt a little nervous at times, but it seemed that we had managed to win. When I looked up, the people who were watching the game applauded and cheered in unison. I remembered that they were watching me. I was so focused that I had forgotten. Shachukan is the strongest. Shachukan is the strongest. Hey, I don't even know what happened. It was over before I knew what was going on. What happened at the end? Didn't Shachukan's sword disappear? I saw it too. I rewinded and slowed it down. But I don't get it. Canard, he's switching swords on his back. It's so smooth that it looks like the sword is disappearing. But still, you beat Dojima-san. That's amazing. I'm in love with you again. You're so confident with your sword, aren't you? That sounds like a good explanation. I'm sure she's Kanade Amatsuki of the 1st Subjugation Division, since her account name is Kanade and she knows Tanaka. A detective appears. Oh, really? I remember she was on the stream that Suda was on. I wonder if they know each other. I heard a gossip article that they've been friends since childhood. Canard, I exercise my right to remain silent. This looks like a real deal. The comments are getting more and more excited. It looks like they enjoyed it. Nice last hit, Tanaka. Dojima-san. Dojima-san looks back at me. His face is radiant. He is an extremely competitive person, but this time he seemed to be willing to give up the win. That's what I thought. Well, that's really impressive. I never thought you would draw with me. What? I asked back at the unexpected words. No matter how you look at it, it was my victory. Dojima-san's sword didn't touch me at all. Here, look at that. That? I followed his gaze and saw the sword I was holding. The blunt sword for matches was neatly broken in half. It should have been made quite sturdy. But this old man has hard muscles. I told you before the match that if your weapon broke, you lost. I told you that before the match. Unfortunately, even that sword was no match for my steelobs. Tanaka did well, too, but I'm afraid this match is a draw. No, no, no. You know that my attack hit you before it broke. Just because you don't like losing doesn't mean you just deny my win. Shut up, shut up, shut up. If I say it's a draw, it's a draw. Minister Dojima is being so unreasonable. You can be pissed off, Shachikan. These two are so close. It seems like they've known each other for a long time. You're like a grandson nursing his granddad. Ha ha. We can call it a draw now. Ha ha ha. We'll just have to see. We continued to argue for a while, but I gave up, losing my patience. He really doesn't change, at all. Chapter 10. Tanaka gets exposed. I understand. Let's call it a draw. Ha ha. Shachikan gave up lol. He's going to have to hold a press conference to apologize. This old man is really funny. Is this what a minister looks like? Is he coming closer? Dojima-san moved away from me and went in front of the camera, this time for the stream. Then he stepped closer to the lens and began speaking in close-up. Tanaka, who is so strong that he could compete with me, is now a member of the Ministry of Monster Control. Not only that, but I am now calling on the other 4 returnees from the Imperial Palace dungeon. The Ministry of Monster Control is going to get stronger and stronger from now on, Mr. Dojima declared with pride. But even so, gathering the returnees is something out of the ordinary. What on earth is he trying to do? Are you watching? Those damn foreigners who are after Japan's dungeon resources, they seem to be up to all sorts of schemes. I won't let them get away with it. If they come at me head on, and I'll crush them as you wish, Dojima-san said to the camera as if he was trying to provoke it. Oh, so this is what he was aiming for. Japan is said to be a country of dungeons, with so many dungeons popping up all over the country. This means that there are a lot of dangers, but there are also a lot of resources to be gained. Thanks to this, other countries look up to us. However, because of this, there are many countries that target Japan. Dojima-san is not only dealing with dungeon problems, he is also dealing with those other countries. The reason he fought me was to show his power and check other countries. Minister Dojima's strength is well known, but I'm sure many countries would back off if they knew 7 such people were getting together. Fucking foreigners lol, too cool. If I were an enemy country, I'd back off. The Dojima is still alive and well, isn't he? I'm so excited that the returnees are gathering here. I wonder if some of them are coming who weren't publicized because they're underage. Didn't he just say that Shachikan is a returnee too? Did I mishear? What? Really? Oh, yeah, that's what he said. No way. Dojima-san's voice leaked out as he looked at the comments. This guy, did he just? Sheesh. This was a secret. Mr. Dojima slaps himself on the head inadvertently. Can we pretend he didn't just say that? But this was a live stream, naturally. There was no way to retract what he had said. Soon the comments section became noisy. Are you a returnee Shachikan? You're one of the real heroes. Too bad. Or, the guy who said it was processed. 3 returnees in the government. That's too bad. They're overpowered. I feel sorry for the Gaijin I'm dealing with. Seriously, why were you a company employee? I thought you might be one of them. Tanaka. I want to send you a spatcher, please stream it. Auntie-san, you're getting overkilled. The comments were so voluminous that it was hard to follow them with my eyes. At this rate, it's going to be all over social networking sites and online news again. My head hurts. No, I'm really sorry, Tanaka. If that were the case, I will go poke all the viewers in the head and make their memories fly. Okay? What a thing to say. Okay. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You're an adult now, so there's no point in hiding it. I see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The older you get, the looser you become. Ha ha ha, Tojima-san laughs. I said it's fine, but I'm sure it's going to make a big fuss again, maybe for a DTuber. But I'm not too happy about the fuss. Ha! It's going to be messy again. I thought about the future and became depressed all by myself. Chapter 11. Tanaka goes home. I thought I was supposed to press here. Right button, Minister. Oh. This way. The Minister operated the camera and the stream ended. I never thought I'd have to fight with Dojima-san. I was tired, but, well, it was a good experience. I'm sorry, Tanaka, for making you go through all of this. I'll add some color to the job offer, so please forgive me. I don't mind, Tojima-san. Thanks to you, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. It would have been difficult to clear up the misunderstanding about the video processing by myself. I have Dojima-san to thank for that. Oh, so you think I won the match earlier? Of course not. I won that one. You're a stingy bastard, aren't you? Dojima-san's mouth is agape. He is really a competitive person who still cares about winning or losing. But this childishness is probably the reason why he is so well liked. As I am thinking this, Kimura-san, the SP, comes up to me. I learned a great deal today. I realized how inexperienced I am. It was a good match for me, too. I hope to see you again. With that, I handed him my new business card as a DTuber. Kimura-san also handed me his business card, saying, please contact me if you need anything. Now I have connections with the Metropolitan Police Department. It seems like a lot of tough work, but it's worth having the connection. Oh, Tanaka, let's do something interesting. Okay, wait a minute. Perhaps feeling left out, Tojima-san interrupted and produced his business card. It was written in a master's handwriting on a gold-colored piece of paper. Ryuichiro Dojima. Even his business card has a strong habit. Now, I have to clean up the training camp, so that's enough for today. Ayakawa, take Tanaka home. Yes, sir, Rin replied to Mr. Dojima's order. The next thing you know, it's already time to go. I've met a lot of people and the time has gone by so fast. I'll be in touch about the job. There's a good sushi place nearby. Let's go out sometime. Yeah, I'll look forward to it. I bowed to Dojima-san one last time and went to Rin. Can you take care of it for me then? Yes, let's go, sensei. I left Dojima-san with Rin. Section. Well, we can clean up now. After watching Tanaka leave, Dojima muttered to himself. The inside of the training ground was a mess, and there were many damaged parts. Izumi, can you take care of that? Yes, sir. Got it. Yuki Izumi, Dojima's secretary, then held up her hand toward the wall, which had a large gouge in it. Then, something like particles of light began to gather in her hand. Restoration light. When Izumi said this, particles of light were released from her hand and sucked into the broken wall. In no time at all, the broken wall was repaired and returned to its original state. The people who had been training in the training hall saw this and went wow. As expected of Izumi, it's a brilliant magic. Thank you. Izumi bowed her head in humility. The magic she just used can only be used by a limited number of awakened people. Among them, those who can use the attribute of light, which has the power to heal, are even more limited. If she had become an explorer, every guild would have wanted her. Then, can you do the floor too? Sorry, I always ask you to clean up after me. Don't worry about it. I'm here for that. Rather than that, wouldn't it be better to heal there? Minister first, Izumi said while narrowing her eyes. Then, Tojima said mischievously, oh, you noticed? Of course. Please let me see it quickly. Oh dear, I'm no match for you, Izumi. Dojima, while saying this, turns up his clothes and exposes his left flank. A while ago, Tanaka struck with the practice sword as hard as he could, and the spot was swollen bright red. He hit an old man with all his strength. The minister encouraged him. Didn't you? You got what you deserved. Izumi checked Dojima's injuries while saying, several bones are broken, but it seems that his internal organs are fine. It is a great feat to pierce through my steel abdominal muscles. If I hadn't tightened my flesh, my internal organs would have ruptured. Dojima laughed. His face was happy. You look very happy, Minister. There is nothing more gratifying than the growth of young people. But I'm disappointed that people think I won, so please don't mention this injury, okay? Yeah, I got it. Izumi answered with a gentle smile and began to heal Dojima's injuries with magic. As Dojima received treatment, he thought back to his match with Tanaka. Will you surpass your master, Tanaka? Maybe you can break through the dungeon that caused so much trouble for you. Dojima muttered to himself as he thought about the yet-to-be-cleared Imperial Palace dungeon. Chapter 12. Tanaka gets thanked. He was still a terrible old man, I muttered to myself as I headed out of the Ministry of Monster Control with Rin. I thought he had rounded out a bit since becoming minister, but he was still the same man he was before. He still had the same sense of honor, the same dynamic, the same competitive spirit, and nothing had changed. I thought the last blow was a good one, but it didn't seem to do much damage. I guess I still have a long way to go. I was thinking things like this, and in no time at all, I reached the entrance to the ministry. Rin stopped and looked at me. She is now the ace of the subjugation unit, and unlike me, she probably has a lot of work to do. Sensei, I had a good time today. I'm glad you had a good time today. I had fun too. When I said that, Rin said something like, and stuttered. I wonder what's going on. What's wrong? You're a returnee, aren't you? Oh, that's right. Just as Dojima-san said. Only a few people really knew that I was a survivor of the Imperial Palace dungeon, or what is commonly referred to as a returnee. I didn't even tell my student, Rin, about it. It was natural to be puzzled. Perhaps she felt betrayed. That old man. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's not that I didn't trust Rin. It's just that I haven't been able to accept what happened. I was able to come back alive, but I lost an important friend and mentor. In order to forget my grief, I immersed myself in my work more than ever. As a result, I found myself diving deep into the depths alone. It was partly Suda's fault, but it was also my fault for being desperate. Oh no, please don't apologize. I am thankful of you, Sensei. Thankful? I tilted my head to the side, as I hadn't imagined those words. I thought she was shocked that I hadn't told her. As you know, I lost my family in the great monster disaster at the Imperial Palace. I can still vividly remember that time. I was scared and lonely and my chest felt crushed. When the monsters flooded out of the Imperial Palace dungeon in large numbers, Rin was very close to the damage. I can't imagine how scary that must have been for Rin, who was not an awakened person and was still very young. I can't even imagine. I cried for a long time after I was protected at the shelter. I was only able to stop crying and look forward to that day when that dungeon was conquered and the monsters stopped coming out. You returnees are my saviors. A ray of light streamed down from Rin's eyes as she recalled that moment. I am so grateful to you, Sensei. Thank you so much. Rin suddenly rushes out and jumps into my chest. I catch her with a panicked, whoa. Rin's small shoulders were trembling slightly. I had no idea that Rin felt that way about the returnees. I gently stroke her silky hair to calm her down as she still leans her weight on me. The eyes of the people around me are quite painful, but I'm patient. The most important thing right now is to be close to Rin's feelings. You are my teacher, my precious person and savior. Thank you so much. Rin says this and buries her face in my chest for a moment before slowly pulling away. There were no more tears on her face and she was back to her usual self. I'm sorry I made an ugly scene in front of people. I don't care. If anything, it was a bonus to witness a rare sight of Rin. When I tell her this, Rin smiled for a moment. She is usually expressionless, so her smile is very charming. Thank you too, Rin. If you feel that way, it was worth all the effort I put in that day. There were countless times I regretted going into the dungeon that day, but if there are people who were saved by that, I can find meaning in what I went through. I'm grateful to Dojima-san for telling the secret. I won't tell him though. I'm going to go now. See you again, Rin. Okay. The moment I was about to leave, Rin's hand wandered in the air for a few seconds. I immediately pulled my hand back, but Rin had a sad look in her eyes. She didn't say it out loud, but maybe she wanted to spend a little more time with me. I guess she loves me like an older brother. If that's the case, it would be sad to say goodbye after just a short meeting. However, It's a good time of day and Rin has things to do. I thought about it for a while and came up with a good idea. Oh, yeah, Rin. Are you free next Sunday? Well, yes. I think I'll probably be free that day. Then why don't we go shopping together? I have some places I want to go. I'll be there. Rin suddenly pulled her face towards me while saying that with an eager look on her face. Ah, the pressure is great. Were you such an enthusiastic person? Well, tell me if I'm bothering you. I'm not forcing you to go. I'll go. I'll go even if I have orders to mobilize. Please give priority to that. It was hard to tell if Rin was joking or serious. Well, anyway, I'm glad she's going to come. The fact is, there are still some things I haven't told her about. I'll leave that as a surprise for the day. I'll be in touch. Did you change your email address? Yes. It's the same address. Yes, I haven't changed my address so that you can contact me anytime you want. I'm honored to hear from you. Rin continues to crack jokes without changing her expression at all. She's a funny person. I'll see you on Sunday. Yes, I'll be looking forward to it. Counting the days on my fingers, I parted from Rin, who seemed to be really looking forward to it, and headed home. Part 4. Chapter 1, Tanaka Goes Out. It was a beautiful sunny Sunday. I was visiting the site of the former Sky Tree. The white radio tower that once represented Tokyo no longer exists in Tokyo. The Sky Tree disappeared as if sucked into the ground at the same time the dungeon was born. Incidentally, the Sky Tree is not the only one that has disappeared. So the Sky Tree has given up its role to its predecessor, the Tokyo Tower. There is talk of building a new radio tower, but the Tokyo metropolitan government is hesitant to do so because there is a strong possibility that the big structure will disappear again. If it disappears again, a large amount of taxpayers' money will be blown away. It is not unreasonable, but where did it disappear to? As I stood there, remembering the white tower in my memory, I saw a figure running toward me. "Excuse me." "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sensei." The one who bowed with such a bow was my student, Rin. She was not dressed in her usual uniform, but in a cute plain outfit. I had never seen her in private before, so it was very fresh. To be honest, I was a little nervous. I just got here too, so don't worry about it. I am more interested in your clothes. You look good in them. Really? I don't have a lot of clothes that I can show you, so I was a little nervous about it. But I'm glad. Rin smiled happily. Even though she is like that, her gaze moved to the side and found someone a little behind me, and her gaze became a little sharper. "I'd like to introduce you to a colleague of mine, Hoshino Yui." "Yo, nice to meet you." Hoshino steps forward with an apologetic look on her face. By the way, I had sent a message to Hoshino in advance that Rin was coming. It was unusual for Hoshino to take so long to reply. "I know her well from. She was on your stream." "I see." "Well, that's a quick story. I let the two of you meet because you're both the same age and awakened, and I thought you two would get along well. Look, isn't it better than being alone with someone like me?" When I said that, Hoshino and Rin sighed at exactly the same time. What is it? Did I possibly do something wrong?" "Well, I didn't expect that Sensei would come that way. It's going to be a tough road ahead, isn't it?" I was surprised too. "I'm sure you are too, aren't you, Ayakawa-san?" "It's tough on both of us, isn't it?" "Isn't it true for you too, Hoshino-san?" "That means we're love rivals, right?" "That's true." Hoshino laughs happily. "It's true that we are love rivals, but I'd be happy if we could become good friends." "I understand. We are love rivals and also friends. It would be good to get to know each other better." "Nice meeting you, Hoshino-san." Yup. The two talked happily and then shook hands. I have no idea what they are talking about. Is it a current fad among girls? "Sensei, what are your plans for today?" "I'm going to the arms shop today. I want to take care of my sword and strengthen Hoshino's sword. The materials from the Mount Dragon that was killed the other day are still in my bag. I'm planning to use it to strengthen my weapon today." "Well, it'd be boring if we only did that, so let's get something to eat." "I'll pay for it." "Of course." "Really? Thank you." Hoshino bites into it with a twinkle in her eye. If she's happy, it's worth making my thin wallet even thinner. Since the money earned from the stream has not yet been deposited, The money to be used today will come from my meager savings from my days as a company employee. I wish I had taken some money from Adaki. There is a famous cafe near here, and I want to have a parfait there. Is that okay? Oh, of course. It would be great if you could tell me about such a place. Is it okay for Ren to go with us? Tell me if you don't like sweets. Well, I like sweets too. Okay, then it's decided. Let's go there. After deciding where to go, we started walking while having small talk. Chapter 2. Tanaka takes a bite. We walked into a nearby cafe under Hoshino's guidance. Hey, look at those two. What? Their faces are too small. Are they models? Hoshino and Rin drew a lot of attention both outside and inside the store. They're not only cute, but they're also very stylish. Since my appearance was exposed on social media, I've been doing so in public places. By the way, I was the only one who was not offered water at the restaurant because of this. I hate my attention manipulation skills at this moment. Hey, order whatever you like. Don't hold back. Well, then, can I have this Skytree parfait tyrant dragon with strawberry flavor? Hoshino chose a huge parfait that was as big as the Skytree, and the amount of toppings was worthy of the tyrant dragon name. The price was also dragon class. It was too much for me right now. Hoshino seemed a little reserved when I asked her about the parfait, but it would be too lame to say, wait. I gave her a thumbs up and said, of course, ask for whatever you like. It's hard to act like an adult. Which one do you want, Rin? Well, I'll have the same thing as Hoshino-san's, but melon flavor. Okay, got it. Understood. I returned my presents and called for the waiter. After ordering theirs, I only ask for a cup of coffee. I like sweets, but I can't waste any more money. Rin-chan, you have amazingly beautiful hair, don't you? Do you do anything special with it? No, I don't do anything special. Is it natural and so silky? I'm so jealous. The two were engaged in girlish talk. Before coming to the store, Hoshino started calling Rin Rin-chan and they got along fast. Rin was a little confused, but she was smiling happily from time to time. They are the same age and both are awakened people, so I guess they can relate to each other. By the way, I called you suddenly. Are you okay? Aren't you busy with the first division? I'm sure they are. We are busy, but today is fine. We've had a lot of non-monster incidents lately, so it's possible that we'll have to be dispatched. Rin answers my question. The first division of the defeat section is to deal with monsters. The police deal with ordinary thugs. However, this is not the case if the thugs are awakened people. Ordinary people, even if they are armed, cannot defeat an awakened person. In such a case, the Ministry of Monster Control, which has a large number of awakened persons, is called upon to provide support. Recently, there have been suspicious religious groups that worship dungeons and radical political groups that demand that all dungeons be destroyed, so there is a lot of chaos. It's hard to imagine the strain on Dojima-san's heart to deal with all these people. It's hard work dealing with all those people. Don't push yourself too hard. It's my job, you know. I can't whine about it, Rin said, reassuringly. She really has grown up to be reliable while I haven't seen her. While we were talking like that, a waiter came to us saying, sorry to keep you waiting. On the tray in his hand are two ridiculously large parfaits, each about 50 centimeters tall. What a huge parfait, the Skytree parfait tyrant dragon with strawberry and melon flavors. Please be careful not to let them fall apart. A huge parfait was placed in front of them. Hoshino said, wow. It looks delicious. And snapped a picture, while Rin held her spoon with her eyes glued to it. Oh. If she was this happy, it was worth it to lighten her purse. Tanaka-san. Can I eat it? Of course, don't hesitate to eat it. Itadakimasu. Hoshino looked as if she was about to eat a mound of whipped cream. Rin also said, Itadakimasu, as she nervously cut down the pile of parfait. It's delicious. In contrast to Hoshino, who was saying how much she enjoyed each bite, Rin was silently putting the parfait in her mouth. She was eating as if she were in a food fight, and I was concerned. Rin, are you okay? I'm sorry. I got carried away. Rin noticed my words late and blushed a little shyly. I'm not sure what to do. I didn't know you liked sweets so much. When I was a trainee, I was forbidden to eat sweets. So it's not surprising. I eat it now and then, but it's the first time I've ever eaten something this big. I got a little carried away. The first division of the subjugation unit has no one of the same sex who is close to the same age, so there is no opportunity to eat sweet things outside on holidays like this. Amatsuki is also busy and it would be difficult to go out together. I'm glad I was able to bring him along this time. I'm glad you liked it so much that you got hooked on it. As she said this and sipped her coffee, Hoshino said, "Oh," as if she had noticed something. "I'm sorry I'm the only one who ate. You want some too, don't you, Tanaka-san? Please have some." Saying that, Hoshino scooped up a bite of the parfait with a spoon and put it in front of me. It's what we call an RNN. Suddenly, I stiffened. No, no, is it okay? You don't have to force yourself. I'm totally fine with it. Just go ahead and do it. Hoshino was confused, but she brought the spoon closer to me with firm determination. I'm sure Adaki and others will tease me about not getting upset over an indirect kiss, but it's too stimulating for me, a middle school graduate who has never had much contact with women in his life. I had a great experience with Amatsuki the other day, but I haven't fully digested it yet. The most important thing to remember is that you can't get used to it. Well, then, just a bite. Having made up my mind, I took a bite of the one that Hoshino offered me. It's a good taste. The balance of sourness and sweetness is just right. I calmly analyzed the situation, but my embarrassment won out over the deliciousness. How was it? It was delicious. Very good. He. I'm glad to hear that. Hoshino smiles happily. As I'm thinking, I can't do this again and again. Another spoon is held out in front of me. Sensei, this one is delicious too. The first time I saw her, I was so excited. The pressure is great. I'm not sure if it's the same as Amatsuki's, but I'm not sure. No, but here you go. Okay, the first thing I did was to take a bite of the melon parfait that Rin offered me. Yes, this one is also very tasty. The sweetness of the melon combined with the sweetness of the cream makes my mouth very happy. It's good, but it's still embarrassing. Especially since Rin is a student of mine. I'm not sure if it's really right for me to do this. Doesn't it make us look like a couple? When I looked at Rin with this thought in mind, she gave me a provocative look and licked the cream off the spoon. Hoshino, who was sitting beside me, couldn't see it, but I could. What's wrong, sensei? No, nothing. I see. Rin smiled thinly. Her cheeks were slightly reddish. At this point, I remembered the last time I was with Amatsuki. No way they both think of me that way. It's impossible, isn't it? No, but, I hold my head but I don't have an answer. You know, I was more comfortable when I was in a tie-up with Tyrant Dragon with no weapons. Tanaka-san. What happened to you? Fufafu. I wonder what's going on. In the end, I agonized over this until they finished eating. Chapter 3. Tanaka gets his sword maintained. After finishing our meal at a cafe, we came to a certain place near the Sky Tree. The shopping street, lined with slightly old-fashioned stores, was a place I often visited. Wow, there are so many weapon shops, Hoshino said with a twinkle in her eye. As she said, this shopping district was lined with stores selling weapons, armor, and other necessities for explorers. Hoshino seems to be using mass-produced goods made by big companies, so she's never been to these privately owned stores. This is the Kappabashi Weapons District. It is the largest weapons shopping district in Tokyo. The prices are higher than those of weapons made by major companies, but because they are made from scratch by craftsmen, they fit me better. I'll have Hoshino's weapon made here today. When I explain this to her as we walk in, Hoshino makes a quick happy face, then a dejected expression. I'm very happy about the new weapon, but I can't afford it. Don't worry about that. I'll let you grab more materials for the Mount Dragon you got the other day. Hoshino won't have to pay a penny. Are you sure about that? Hoshino shouted loudly in surprise. The weapons are quite expensive, so it's understandable that she would be surprised if they were free of charge. I didn't pay a penny for weapons when I was a company employee, so this seems normal to me. Incidentally, the company didn't pay me a penny. I secretly saved up the materials I picked up and bartered them to repair and improve my weapons. Thinking about it again, it's too dark. I'm glad my brainwashing has been lifted. And here, this is my go-to arms shop. I stop in front of an old building at the end of the shopping street. The sign reads Shiwa Blacksmith Shop in cursive. The store's appearance is old and makes me worry. But I am sure of his skill. Of all the skilled craftsmen in this shopping district, this is the blacksmith I trust the most. Rin, is this your first time here too? Yes, it is. The weapons I'm using are supplied by the First Defeat section. Rin nodded her head. But they are not of the highest quality, so I may have to look into Rin's weapons next time. Thinking about this, I opened the sliding door and walked in. Excuse me. A customer? As I entered, I saw the back of a person rummaging through a pile of weapons. The person with soot all over their body turns around, looks at me, and raises the corners of their mouth in a happy smile. Look who it is, little Tanaka. How are you? With that, Kaoru Shiwa bashes me on the back with her large leather-gloved hand. It was her way of expressing her affection, but it hurt a lot. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. Excuse me. Hoshino and Rin followed me into the store. When Kaoru-san saw them, she increased the strength of her pat on my back. Why did you bring all these lovely girls here? You can't leave them in the corner like that. Kaoru-san, my back is breaking. My bones started creaking and creaking, so I took a step back to avoid it. Like Dojima-san, the skinship of the older generation is too extreme. By the way, Kaoru-san is also an awakened person and a former explorer. She is an old acquaintance of my master, Takabana-san, and they used to dive together in the dungeon in the past. I also got acquainted with Kaoru-san through Takabana-san's connection, and she has been taking care of my weapons for a long time. Hoshino, Rin. Let me introduce you. This is Ms. Kaoru Shiwa, who is my acquaintance, and I always ask her to adjust my weapons. Nice to meet you both. I'll give a lot of service to a pretty girl. Kaoru-san smiled pleasantly. Hoshino and Rin introduced themselves to her and got to know each other better. Both of them were still a little nervous, but Kaoru-san is a very caring person, so they would soon get used to each other. Kaoru-san, do you work as a blacksmith? Yeah, I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't be dressed like this. Kaoru answered Hoshino's question. Kaoru-san was wearing a large apron and gloves made of leather. Made of demon material, it can withstand the high heat that melts the dungeon's iron. It's amazing. It's so cool to be a female blacksmith. You say such nice things about me, Yui. How about I give you one of my favorite weapons? Hoshino was puzzled by these unexpected words. If I let it go any longer, it might get complicated, so I interrupted her. Kaoru-san, it would be nice if you could give it to her, but I came here today to make her a weapon. Use this. I take out a business bag from my pocket, take out a huge pulsating lump of rock from it, and put it on the big desk in the store. Kaoru-san sees it and smiles happily. Hey, the heart of a mount dragon. It's a pretty good one, too. Is it an abnormally grown individual? As expected of you. I'd like you to use it today to make Hoshino's weapons and also to adjust mine. All right, leave it to me. You'll pay for it with the usual materials, right? Yes. I'm always sorry. The truth is, it would probably be more helpful for Kaoru-san if I paid her properly, but unfortunately, I don't have that much money right now. When I can earn money properly, I'll have to make a lot of money for what I've spent so far. That's fine. The materials Tanaka brings are of good quality. Now, hand over your weapons. I handed my own sword and Hoshino's sword that I had left with her in the morning to Kaoru-san. Kaoru-san carefully examined the two swords. Her eyes are that of a first-class craftsman. Yui, this sword is still usable, so I'm going to make a new one based on this one. Is that okay? Yes, please. Thank you. I will make it a good sword, so just wait a little bit. With that, Kaoru-san put Hoshino's sword into a special furnace. Then Kaoru-san looked at me. You're using the sword too hard. It's a hard sword, but the edge of the blade is falling apart. How do you use a sword like this? You didn't cut a mount dragon in half, did you? No way. I did my best to stay clear of the situation. It's because Kaoru-san is scary when she gets angry. I'm sure it will be fixed in no time at all. Until then, you can try out your skills with that." Saying that, Kaoru-san pointed to a corner of the store. There, a large dragon scale was fixed to the ground. Near it, several weapons were propped up. "Is that? It's a scale to test your skill. If you can cut it in half with the weapons nearby, I will give you a prize." "Hey, sounds interesting." The scales on the table are shining blue. "It is a very tough dragon scale." She said, "There's a prize. Let's try it too." Rin. Wait a minute. Hoshino happily took Rin's hand and went in front of the scales. "Let's see. I'm going to try it too." Chapter 4. Tanaka starts a sudden stream. "These are some fine scales," I say as I look closely at the fixed sapphire dragon scales. When I lightly hit it with my fist, a high-pitched con sound came out. "It looks quite hard. It's a fine one, but it's not suitable for processing, so I'm keeping it. If I could crush it, I could use it as a knife or something," Kaoru-san said as she polished my sword. She was talking while she was polishing my sword, but her handiwork was superb. "She is using the materials I gave her to repair and strengthen the sword." "Then why don't you try first, Hoshino?" I waved to Hoshino, who looked most eager to try. "Yes, I'd like to try." I was also thinking, how about streaming this? I'm sure everyone would enjoy it. That would be fun. I never thought of that. Hoshino's suggestion caught my attention. She is a veteran streamer, so she has a lot of planning ability. But is Rin okay with being in the video? If you don't like it, feel free to say no. No problem. I've been told by Minister Dojima to go to the medium or to promote the subjugation division. I see. Thank you. I'll thank him again next time. Saying that, Rin shook her head in a firm and determined manner. "Kaoru-san, are you okay with it?" "Of course I'm fine." "Please promote this store as much as you can. Recently, the number of customers has been decreasing because of the big weapon manufacturing companies." "I understand." "I will post the address of the store after the stream is over." Then there would be no viewers who would try to harass me during the stream. After getting approval from everyone, I took out the drone that I had left in my pocket. The battery is still in. Thank goodness it was loaded with high-capacity batteries. Okay, then, let's start streaming. I operate my phone and start the drone. I'm still nervous at this moment. After a few seconds of advertising the start of the stream on social media, people started trickling in. Now that the channel has over 1 million subscribers, I don't think it's possible for people not to show up, but it's still a relief when people show up properly. "What? You're starting a stream?" Wakatsu. Internet slang in Japan for greeting live broadcasters and streamers too. "Thanks for the stream." "Shachukan's here, Tanaka. I've been waiting for you. I'm so happy for the stream." "I'm off work." "This is no time to be messing around lol." The comments are soon heated up. I clear my throat, switch to working mode, and start talking to the drone. "Thank you for coming in today. As the title says, today I would like to challenge you to slay the scales of the Sapphire Dragon in this store. By the way, this store I am visiting today is my favorite blacksmith store. I will post the location of this store when I am done streaming, so it would be great if you could come." Okay. I'll definitely go there." "Drop some money, you guys. If they're making weapons for Shachukan, they must be pretty trustworthy. It's a lot easier to go on a stroll than to visit a dungeon. And I have 2 people I know with me today." Saying that, I gestured to the 2 people in front of me who had been waiting behind the drone. First, Hoshino jumped in front of the drone. "Hello. I'm Hoshino Yui from Yui Channel. I'm here today as a guest. Nice to meet you." "Yui-chan is here. I'm glad to see that you and Shachukan are still going strong." "She's too cute as usual. I'm too jealous of Tanaka who can do whatever he wants with those big breasts." "Don't worry. He hasn't made a move on her yet. Get your hands on her, Tanaka. Get your hands on me too, Tanaka." As usual, the viewers here have a strange way of losing their temper. The comments flow even faster when Hoshino is on the show. I'm glad to see that she's popular. Next, Rin steps out in front of the drone. "Nice to meet you all. My name is Rin Ayakawa. I belong to the Ministry of Monster Control, Monster Subjugation 1st Division. I look forward to working with you. Who is this girl? She's so cute. She was in the government stream the other day. I'm glad to see her again. Yui, the cute one, and Rin, the cool one, are a seamless lineup. They're forming a harem lol. I'm so jealous. Yui and Rin seem to get along well with each other. So cute. I wonder how long she and Yui have been friends. I want to breathe the air between them. Too creepy, but I understand a little. I wonder what Rin's relationship is with Shachikan. I think she called him sensei or something in the government stream. Rin is just as popular as Hoshino. It kind of makes me happy too. As I'm thinking this, Rin reads the holographic comments projected next to the drone and begins to answer questions. When I first joined the subjugation division, I was indebted to Makoto sensei. He taught me so many things. I have not seen him for a while, but my respect for him has not changed. So our relationship has been longer than that of Hoshino-san. Shachikan, I didn't know you did that too. The humidity in the way you look at Tanaka is too high. You've already been captured, haven't you? She's so cute. It's making my heart ache. I'm having heart palpitations. I like the heavy emotions of a cool, beautiful girl. It's good for all ailments. She's mounting Yui, as usual. This is a declaration of war, isn't it? The first wife war is about to begin. Take responsibility and get them all, Tanaka. The comments section went wild. I hurriedly made a comment to Rin. Haha, you don't have to worry about how long we've known each other, do you? Oh no. Were the days when we were so intensely physical just for fun? No, that was just being challenged to a duel. Don't say it in a way that could be misinterpreted. I called the police. That's a crime, isn't it, Tanaka? You're responsible for this. It's getting interesting. Yui, you're losing. Shachikan is funny when he's flustered. Sapphire Dragon Scales, Scale-kun. You've been completely forgotten about. I desperately plead my case and manage to clear up the misunderstanding. It would be much easier to stream the dungeon. Chapter 5. Tanaka cuts the scales. Alright, let's start with Hoshino. I waved to Hoshino to get her back on her feet. Hoshino answered with a spirited yes, and picked up the biggest sword among the weapons prepared. It is similar in size and shape to the sword she normally uses. That one would give her her usual power. It's amazing that she can hold such a big sword so easily. She's a power fighter with a cute face. A frog's child is a frog. The disciple of a fighter is a fighter. Scale-kun, are you okay? Scale-kun, run. Sapphire dragons are famous for their hard scales. What will happen to them? The comments were also excited about whether or not Hoshino could cut the scales. It was the right decision to stream the event. Hoshino held her sword in the upper stance and mentally unified herself in front of the scales. She closed her eyes for a while, and when she opens them, she mutters a small, "I'm going." She sent the strength she had built up in her legs to her arms and swung them as hard as she could. Hoshino was performing at a very high level what I had taught her before. It seems that she had continued her training after we parted. The sword swung down with tremendous force, hitting the scales and making a loud bang. Hoshino's arm strength was so great that the building shook unsteadily. Whoa, the sound is so loud. My eardrums are broken. The force is so strong. Is power number 2 alive and well? Scale-kun. Scale-kun is dead. I'm jealous of Scale-kun's popularity. Brushing away the dust that flutters down from the ceiling, I checked on scales. The scales that Hoshino had slashed with all her might were standing there without a single scratch on them. Ah, what? Hoshino tilted her head curiously to see if there was a response. Unfortunately, the challenge failed. Scale-kun, you're too hard lol. Yeah, that's no good. Scales, it doesn't work. It's a dragon. Well, Sapphire Dragon is an S-rank monster. It's still not good enough. Scale is too handsome. I'll join the community. While the comments are heated, Rin steps forward. I'll go next. In her hands, she held 2 daggers that had been prepared for her. Hoshino, on the other hand, came over with a squishy face. It was no good. It was close. You're on the right track. Thank you. I encouraged her and she regained some of her energy, but she still looked frustrated. I'll teach her more later on. As I was thinking that, Rin's preparations were complete. I'm going to go to. Rin, holding two daggers in a cross, swung them at the same time, crossing them. It was a fast, sharp blow. The two daggers hit the same spot on the scale at the same time, making a high-pitched sound, and the surface of the scale chipped off a little with sparks. Yes, it was a well-targeted attack. Rin has also improved her skill. Haha. Seriously? I couldn't see the sword. Rin, you're really strong too. I thought that combatants are drawn to each other. The first division is an elite group of fighters, you know? It's only natural that they're strong. Scales, see? It's no use. It worked. But it didn't cut it off. Did it? What? Shachukan is still waiting in the wings. Scale-kun's fate is probably over there. I'm sorry to have shown you my disappointment. Rin comes back with eyes downcast and a regretful look on her face. Not at all. Rin did a pretty good job, too. You're getting stronger. I'm happy for you. Sensei, after I comforted Rin, I went to the front of the scales. Both of you have become much stronger than before. That's the truth. There is no need to be discouraged. To begin with, sapphire dragons are usually attacked not on the back, where the scales are, but on the belly, where there are no scales. Just because you can't cut it doesn't mean you can't beat a sapphire dragon. No monster, even an S-rank monster, is perfect. Even if you can't beat them head-on, you can easily beat them by hitting their weak points. Of course, it is better to be able to beat them head-on. What the two of you lack is aim. When cutting something as hard as this, attacking in the dark is not effective. You have to find out where the scales are weak. Do you know that there are parts of the same body that are weak against impact and parts that are strong? Yes, somewhat. Yes, I do. I can't completely identify them yet, though. They nodded. They seem to understand somewhat from past experience. I don't get it. Grass. How do you know? Sorry. I don't have a clue about the language of the fighting people. What are they talking about? Even if they were, how would you tell them apart? A lot of puzzlement flows through the comments. Well, this is difficult because it's a sensory thing, but it's a skill you'll want to learn if you're going to be fighting S-ranked monsters down the road. It might be hard, but you'll learn to recognize it. In the beginning, you can touch it with your hands. Things have fine invisible lines. Eyes. If you put the blade along those lines, you can easily cut anything. I read the eyes on the scales as I touch them with my hand. Everything has an eye, just like wood has a grain. Aiming there, I release my hand blade. Here, as soon as my hand sword hits the shiny blue scales, it cuts the scales in two. The scales roll to the floor with a thud, and Hoshino and Rin open their eyes wide in astonishment. He's not using a weapon. Lol. It's beyond awesome. It's gross. Sad news. Shachukan's hand sword is stronger than a real sword. Scale-kun's Scale-kun. Scale. I'm dead. Scale-kun was a good guy. I'm sure they're both a bit taken aback by this. No, they're making faces like they're in love with him. Combatants are attracted to strong men, you know. Scales. I'm in love with you too. I hope he goes to heaven. I thought it would be a lot of fun, so I tried it with my bare hands, and it was more fun than I imagined it would be. It's nice when things go as intended. Chapter 6. Tanaka goes after her. Kaoru-san, I was able to cut the scales, so can I have the prize? I talked to Kaoru-san, who is watching me as I sharpen my sword. Having successfully slashed the scales, I was excited, wondering what on earth I would get. However, what are you talking about? I told you that I would give you a prize if you cut with a weapon. No bare hands. What? Is that even a thing? I was surprised by Kaoru-san's unexpected words. The comments were full of laughter, such as Mao and surely, just like with Dojima-san, adults are sneaky. As I was feeling down, Kaoru-san opened her mouth with a laugh and said, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I'll make blades out of the scales for the number of people in your party as an apology, so can you break them up a little finer? Are you sure you don't mind making one for the both of us? Thank you. I happily began crushing the sapphire dragon scales with my fist. These scales are difficult to process, but if I shatter them and attach a handle to them, they become a sharp knife. It is too small to be used as a main weapon, but it is easy to handle as an emergency weapon. I'm sure they'll both be glad to have it. Oh, Scale-kun is in pieces. You're crushing it with your fist, lol. That's usually crushed by arm strength, right? What was that about looking them in the eye? I'm sure it can be crushed by arm strength as well, just because it's so easy to break. No. Why can he crush it? Scale, let's meet again. You guys, Scale-kun was a good guy, although his hardness wasn't his best quality. This was another divine episode. Thank God there were no surprises. I think we're almost done with today's stream. I crushed the scales into small pieces and placed them near Kaoru-san. Now, all I have to do is wait for Kaoru-san to finish her work. Now that there's nothing left to do, maybe it's time to cut the stream. I could do a chat stream, but I don't feel like I can expand the conversation too much. As I was thinking that, I suddenly heard a loud beep from Rin's phone. It's Rin hurriedly pulls out her phone and runs her eyes over the screen. Then, as if with a grim look on her face, she suddenly takes off the clothes she was wearing. It's visible. It's visible. It's visible. Watch. Rick. Look. The viewers lean forward. However, contrary to their expectations, she does not expose her skin. Underneath her clothes, the uniform of the first defeat section appears. Where in the world did she hide this under those clothes? Did she use some kind of quick change magic? Sensei, I am sorry, but I must leave you here. What's the matter? You were called? Yes. I don't think I'll be able to come back today, so please enjoy the rest of the day with the two of you. Saying this, Rin walked towards the entrance of the store. Although she is trying to look calm, she seems to be in some kind of a hurry. What's wrong? If it's an emergency, I can help you. No, I don't want to bother you, Sensei. Well then. Rin opened the door and disappeared from the scene in an instant. Rin has always been one of the fastest of the awakened. Now she seemed to be even more polished. Rin is a first-class warrior. I don't think she's going to fall behind no matter what happens. But I have a bad feeling about this. I'm worried. Security is not good these days. Can we really leave her alone? What's going on, Rin? What? An incident? Well, it seems there was some kind of commotion near the former Skytree site. What? Near the site? It hasn't made the news yet, but people are talking about it on social media. Oh my God, Rin, will you be okay? If we are to believe the comments, it seems that something happened near the former Skytree site. That's why they called Rin, who was near the site. If it's true, I'd like to go after her, but it's also bad to leave Hoshino behind. I can't just do something that cruel to her. As I was wondering what to do, I suddenly got a push on my back. When I turned around, I saw Hoshino there, with a somewhat uneasy smile on her face. She says, "If you're worried about me, I'll be fine, please go." But, when I tried to argue with her, Hoshino shook her head and stopped me. "You're a hero to me, Tanaka-san, so I won't get in your way. Please take care of Rin-chan." With that, Hoshino bowed her head. "If she goes this far, I can't help but go. Tanaka, take this with you too." Something suddenly flew toward me, spinning. I caught it and found it was my sword. Of course, it was Kaoru who threw it. Just as a princess needs a glass slipper, a prince needs a sword, right? I took good care of it, so use it to your heart's content, Kaoru-san said with a manly smile. I pulled out half of the sword and checked the blade. With this, it seems I can cut anything. I bowed to Kaoru-san and said, "Thank you very much," and left the store. Naturally, Rin was nowhere to be found. Well, I've got to find her fast. Chapter 7. Tanaka catches up. There was a shadow running at high speed over the roofs of the Kappabashi weapons shopping district. The speed of the figure was so fast that people walking in the street could not even catch it. What I just saw was a first-class emergency call. I didn't think that something that big was happening so close by. That fast-moving figure, Rin Ayakawa, checked the current situation on her phone with a grim look on her face. Is it an act of destruction by multiple awakened people? This could be a serious situation if left unchecked. The Labyrinth Liberation Church Q is a religious group with a large number of followers. The group, which has dangerous ideas and the financial power and energy to realize those ideas, had a major incident a few years ago that led to its general disbandment by the government. However, It is still active behind the scenes and is a troublesome group that occasionally commits such acts of terrorism. Labyrinth Liberation? I don't know how screwed up people think. As the name of the Labyrinth Liberation Order suggests, their supreme goal is to liberate the labyrinth, or dungeon. In other words, they are in direct conflict with the government that manages dungeons. They consider the dungeon sacred and are willing to commit acts of terrorism in order to free the dungeon from the hands of man. Many people have lost their lives as a result of their actions. What are they doing there, where there is no dungeon at the site of the former Skytree? Rin rushed to the scene, muttering to herself. The place where we used to meet a few hours ago was in a state of complete disarray. Buildings were damaged, fires were raging, and people were running away, screaming and crying. The culprits creating such a hellish scene were men dressed in suspiciously black costumes. They covered their faces with a cloth, like ninja. Instead, the word Q was written in large letters on the cloth. The letters were the best proof that they were members of the Labyrinth Liberation Order Q. After confirming the enemy, Rin connected the call to the headquarters of the 1st Subjugation Division and made a short report. This is Renee Akawa of the 1st Subjugation Division. I've confirmed a member of the Labyrinth Liberation Church Q at the crime scene. I will now begin suppression action. Rin leapt from the roof and pulled 2 swords from her waist. The goal would be to get the cult members who are trying to attack civilians. There are many awakened people in the cult. It would be difficult for ordinary people to even escape. Grant lightning. By manipulating the magic essence in her body, Rin produced lightning and clothed her sword with it. The granting of lightning not only increases the power of the sword by lightning, but also enhances one's physical abilities by boosting one's own body with electricity. In particular, the increase in speed is unrivaled by any other attribute. Combined with her original Rin speed, her speed reaches a level that even an awakened person cannot capture. Imitation sword, blink. When she touched down on the ground, she kicked the ground with such force that the ground caved in, and accelerated rapidly. The technique was a reinterpretation of something her teacher had once shown her, but arranged in her own way. Twin lightning blades, 2 streaks of lightning crawling on the ground strike the cultists. NN? By the time they realized it, it was too late. She was approaching so fast that they could not even react and were knocked down. Gah! Rin cut down 3 enemies in the blink of an eye. The wounds from the slash were shallow, but lightning was flowing at the moment of the slash, which caused the members of the cult to faint and fall over. After confirming their safety, Rin calls out to the citizens who fail to escape. It is dangerous here. Please leave this place quickly. The civilians follow Rin's words and flee. As Rin sent them off, a cult member with a large club attacked her. Release the labyrinth. The man swung his club down, shouting the words of the cult's creed. Rin dodged his attack, leaping with the grace of a ballet dancer, and then slammed her palm into the side of the man's head. Blitz palm. A magical thunderbolt strikes the man's head. The impact was so great that the man was blown away at a tremendous speed and slammed into a wall. The man let go of his consciousness. Rin landed on the ground and turned her attention to the rest of the cult members. You are all under arrest for destruction of property, assault, violation of the special law for awakened persons, and a host of other charges. Rin held up her sword. Then, the person who seems to be the leader among the cult members opened his mouth behind the cloth that hid his face. That uniform is the 1st Subjugation Division, right? You government dog. You talks big. We're cleaning up your mess, you know? What nonsense are you spouting? Rin frowned at his extremely rude words. What do you think? The dungeon has a power beyond human understanding. The power of the dungeon is truly the work of God. It is not something that humans are allowed to manage. If people don't manage it, it will only increase the number of victims unnecessarily. Are you asking me to overlook that? Yes, that's right. It's called a necessary sacrifice. Rin gritted her back teeth at this extremely self-centered assertion. She had lost her family to a monster disaster in the past, so their words were unacceptable to her. We denounce them. We denounce those who foolishly try to control the labyrinth. We redeem. We embrace the labyrinth to truly save people and move them to the next level. And we are question. That is the creed of our labyrinth liberation cult Q. You government dogs will never understand. Yes, I don't even want to know. Rin was about to run out of the room as if she was done talking, but her legs stopped when she saw something. Rin's face was dyed with anger. What she saw ahead was a little girl who had been captured by the cultists. She must have been about 5 years old. Tears were welling up in her eyes, probably because she was so scared. It was a noble sacrifice to accomplish a noble mission. Now, put down that dangerous weapon. Rin let go of the weapon with a pained expression on her face. The rope rolled on the ground with a high-pitched clang. Now that the dangerous elements have been neutralized, let's reach our goal. Are the measurements complete? Yes, leader. The labyrinth compatibility value here is higher than the others. I think we have a good chance of success. The leader of the cultists, who said, I see, to the words of his subordinate who was measuring something with a suspicious-looking machine, produced a small round ball from his pocket. At first glance, it looked like a seed of a plant. While Rin tilted her head in puzzlement, the man buried the seed-like object in the spot where the sky tree once stood. Now, history will be changed. Seconds after planting the seed, an earthquake suddenly shook the area they were in. After the shock, as if something huge was moving underground, something grew out of the place where the seed was planted. Rin was astonished to see it, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Stupid. What Rin saw was the entrance to a dungeon. They had created a new dungeon. It was impossible to artificially create a dungeon. Rin had never heard of such a case before, but it had happened right before High-Rise. It's wonderful. Another labyrinth is born in our world. If we keep creating more and more labyrinths at this rate, mankind will surely be saved. The cult members laughed loudly. If they are left unchecked, not only Japan but the world would come to an end. Rin intuits that this is the case and tried to exploit their carelessness, but at that moment, a gun was pointed at her. Oops, watch out, don't move, there are hostages over here. The cultist brought the girl forward as if to show her off. He pointed the gun at her temple. This gun and bullets are made from minerals found in the labyrinth. Naturally, it will work on you. Damn. Rin gritted her teeth at the situation that she was facing. The situation would have been manageable if the other party had not been an awakened person and if there had been no hostages. Rin could not think of a way out of this situation. Well, we're busy. So it's time for you to disappear. You got to see the birth of a new labyrinth. No regrets, right? The leader of the cultists put his finger on the trigger. If it hit, death is inevitable. On the verge of death, Rin remembered someone she cared about. Sensei. She bit her lip and kept her eyes down. She hated herself for her lack of strength. Farewell, you foolish apostate. A bullet was unleashed mercilessly. The bullet flew straight at the head of Rin, who was lying on the ground, and just before it hit her, it snapped in half. The bullet, which was cut cleanly in two, sliced past Rin and buried itself in the wall behind her. The cultists, unable to comprehend what just happened, let out a "huh?" in a stupefied voice. Rin, also unable to grasp the situation, slowly opened her eyes, and to her surprise, there was the back she had been chasing. The man dressed in a business suit and holding a sword at the ready was the person she had been most attracted to. Sensei, sorry I'm late. I'm glad I could make it. The next thing Tanaka did was to pat Rin on the head and then turn his attention to the cult members. The expression on his face was cold and frightening, unlike the gentle one he had on Rin's. How dare you point a gun at my pretty student? A cold, murderous atmosphere filled the surrounding area. The killing intent was so fierce that the cult members felt as if they had a blade pressed against their throats. Come at me. I'll make you all regret your birth. Chapter 8. Tanaka crushes. Oh no. That's really terrorism. That's the Labyrinth Liberation Organization, right? They're really going to do something like this? That's crossing the line. It's a real terrorist group, right? You guys are making fun of it, but it's a really bad organization, right? I'm not sure what to make of it, but I'm sure it's a dungeon. There was never a dungeon at the former Skytree site, was there? Maybe it was newly created and the cult came here? But how could they have predicted that a dungeon had been built? Maybe the cult made that dungeon. That's just not true. is it? If that were true, the world would be in trouble. Whatever the case, I'm glad Tanaka got there in time. Thanks to the information from the viewers. A drone streams the scene in stealth mode. Tanaka was a little hesitant about streaming the horrific scene, but streaming would allow him to deliver the situation on the ground to the government. Even if he messed up, if Amatsuki and Dojima knew about the scene, they would take care of it. That's what I thought. Tanaka remained silent and looked at the cult members. The air around the area was filled with a killing intent, and the air was cold and piercing. The leader of the group tried to look calm and spoke to Tanaka in a light tone of voice. Who are you? It seems you are an acquaintance of the dog there. If he is an awakened person, he can repeat what he just did by twisting the blade of his sword while slashing bullets. This killing spirit was worrisome, but the leader still did not see Tanaka as the dangerous. When Tanaka did not answer his question, his subordinate cult member advised the leader. Leader, he is a DTuber who has been the talk of the town lately. I think his name is Tanaka or something. DTuber? He's a fool who is mischievously exposing the inside of the labyrinth. Why is he here? The leader, who had been concentrating on the project for some time, did not know Tanaka. It seems that he is working with that Dojima. And I hear he's one of the returnees. Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I didn't know he had returned from our holy land. Hearing that he was a returnee, the leader became interested in Tanaka for the first time. The Imperial Palace dungeon was a special dungeon, a holy place, even for the cult. However, almost all of the returnees whose names had been revealed were allies of the government. However, if the returnees became their friends here, the morale of the order would be boosted. The leader thought so. How about you, Tanaka? How about you come with us? If you do so, we will let the woman go. As a returnee, you will be treated as an executive. The leader confidently called out, but Tanaka's words made him even angrier. Don't play games with me. I'll never join you, no matter what terms you offer me. Well, too bad. After saying this, the leader gave orders to his subordinates using a device hidden in his hand. Then the cultist, who had been hiding in the rubble behind Tanaka, moves with a sharp blade in his hand, a member of the assassination squad. He jumps up without a sound and tries to thrust his sword toward the back of Tanaka's head. Tanaka. Behind you, Tanaka, Tanaka. Behind you, the viewers called out in the comments, but Tanaka was oblivious because he had turned off his commentary screen. It's a shame. The leader, confident of victory, gloats behind the cloth, but Tanaka had noticed the presence of a man creeping up behind him. No matter how hard he tried to hide the sound of his footsteps, he could not completely muffle the sound of his garments rubbing against each other and his breathing. But knowing all this, he did not evade. It's over. Confident of victory, the cultist thrust out his sword. The deadly blade came at him, cutting through the wind. The sword plunged straight into the back of Tanaka's head and shattered with a sound. The cult member let out a dumb voice. The sword he was holding in his hand was not so high grade, but still it was made from minerals from the dungeon. It cuts through rocks and iron on the ground like butter. It was hard to believe that such a sword could be shattered by a human body. Stupid, impossible. The cult members were perplexed by the sensation left in their hands as if they were thrusting the sword into a huge rock. Then Tanaka turned around, held up the fingers of his right hand and drove it into the cult member's stomach with blinding speed. Gah! It felt as if a real spear had been thrust at him. The impact twisted his internal organs and caused his spine to scream. The cultist, who had greatly exceeded his pain tolerance, easily let go of his consciousness and collapsed on the spot. TSK. Only Tanaka can win. Sword cuts in pieces. Lol. Why is the sword so fragile? Shachukan is so strong. He's a strong man who ate the tsuyo fruit. He crushed the scales of a sapphire dragon with his fist, so it would have to be a stronger weapon than that. That's true. The guys from the cult are so upset when they see that. What the hell is that guy? The leader of the cultists shuddered when he saw Tanaka's movement. These cult members are also training their bodies to realize their own ambitions. They pride themselves on taking their bodies to the limit by spending long hours in their own hidden dungeons, dabbling in dubious drugs, and so on. Tanaka's strength, however, far exceeded theirs. How many hardships did he have to overcome to reach this state? The leader was absolutely mortified. However, they could not admit defeat at this point. At the very least, they had to escape, for they had not yet achieved their noble goal. Don't move. There are kids over here. As the leader says this, a subordinate cult member shows the girl hostage to Tanaka. The cultist holds the girl's body down with his left hand and holds the gun in his right hand against her temple. Tanaka frowns when he sees this. A hostage. No wonder Ren fell behind. Tanaka, however, was not distraught by the appearance of the hostage and slowly put his hand on the sword at his waist. Then, a cult member saw this and shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you understand the situation?" The cultist pushed the gun further toward the girl. The girl was frightened and had big tears in her eyes, but Tanaka remained calm. He knew that if he got upset, he would be taken advantage of. "Do you understand the situation? You're in my range." In other words, the situation between you and me is 50 to 50. The distance between Tanaka and the cultist was at least 20 meters. It was not a distance his sword could reach, but the cultist did not hear Tanaka's words as a bluff. It was as if a sword was pressed against his neck. "You want to give it a try? Which is faster, you pulling the trigger or my sword reaching you?" Tanaka said, lowering his back and assuming the stance of an EAI. Chapter 9, Tanaka Catches. Tanaka lowered himself and assumed the EAI posture. The hands of the cult member holding the gun trembled as he saw this. There's no way he can reach. The distance between the two was far enough. Besides, one was holding a sword and the other a gun. It was obvious which attack would hit first. But there, cult member felt as if he were being backed into a corner. "Ha, he's bluffing. Then give it a try," Tanaka said without hesitation. In contrast to him, the cult member was in a state of extreme tension. It was hard to tell which one of them was the hostage. The leader of the cult members reprimanded him, "Calm down." But his voice did not reach them. The cultist looked at Tanaka and put his finger on the trigger of the gun. He puts his finger on the trigger of the gun. "Yes, let's do it." His grip on the gun tightened. Tanaka did not miss that moment. Wagarayu Kenjutsu, Shun. With a puff, Tanaka's figure disappeared. Wagarayu Kenjutsu, Shun. The technique is to approach and cut the opponent in the blink of an eye. Tanaka intentionally provoked his opponent and made him nervous, which increased the number of times he blinked. Now, when the moment when his body became tense coincided with the blink of an eye, he moved to attack. Using his well-trained leg strength sparingly, Tanaka closed the distance of 20 meters in an instant. And before his opponent could even notice him, he drew his sword from his waist. A flash of his sword cut the cultist's gun in two. The cultist, realizing something is wrong, reflexively pulls the trigger, but the gun is no longer capable of being used as a gun, and nothing happens but a metallic clang. Let's get that boy away from you." Tanaka released his EAI, spun the sword in his hand, and struck the left shoulder of the cult member with the other side of the blade. The peak, as hard as he could. Even though the sword had no blade, it could be a deadly enough weapon when wielded with Tanaka's brute strength. Tanaka's sword severed the cultist's trapezius muscle, snapped his collarbone, and shattered his sternum as it reached his left chest. This caused the cultist's left shoulder to cave in significantly. "Shachukan, you're too fast." That move looked like a bug move. "Suck it up, you cultist. That's not the peak strike I know." "Peak strike, deadly. Don't worry. It's a peak strike. I don't feel safe at all." Ag. A member of the cult lets out a cry of anguish. The left shoulder was shattered, and naturally the left hand that was holding the hostage became unusable, and the cultist let go of the hostage. Tanaka quickly pulled the girl away from the cultist and kicks the dazed cultist to safety. "It's all right now, you did a good job." "Ha, yes." She says this as he looks at the girl, and the girl jumps into Tanaka's chest with tears in her eyes. The fear that had been suppressed until now seems to have overflowed. Tanaka rubbed the girl's back and soothed her while holding her. The cult members all point their guns at Tanaka at once. "Kill him. Shoot him," the leader of the cult shouted, and all the cult members opened fire on Tanaka. The 7 cult members fired dozens of bullets. Tanaka thinks of a way to deal with the bullets before they reach him. He uses his sword to knock out all the bullets is possible, but the ricochets could hit the girl. Rejected. Evade while holding the girl. The girl may not be able to withstand the speed at which she is moving. Rejected. After rejecting several ideas that came to his mind, Tanaka comes up with a way to get out of this situation without hurting the girl. Tanaka opens his hands and puts them out in front of him. He then caught all of the dozens of bullets that flew at him with his bare hands. Bah, idiot. The leader of the cult members was astonished and pulled the trigger until the bullets ran out. But Tanaka moves his hand at high speed and finally catches all the bullets. He's stopping bullets. Umau. The guys in the cult are stunned. This is the world of the Matrix. This won't hurt the girl. But do you want to do it? Shachukan is the best. Shachukan is the best. This girl is going to be in the harem in 10 years. I get it. You can't have a crush on a boy in your class anymore. Can you? It's going to destroy your brain. Your brain is broken too. So we're all the same. When the rain of bullets stops, Tanaka shows the cult members the bullets that ride jangling in the palms of his hands. Then he flicks the bullets off his fingers and hits the cult members, knocking them down. He's shooting bullets with his hands. Tanaka shotgun. We don't need guns anymore. The defeat of modern weapons. If Gun-kun can be defeated by Shachukan, he must be happy. Most of the cultists were killed by the Tanaka shotgun, but their leader was still standing, as if he had been lucky to hit the right spot. Although he had already almost won the battle, he could not leave the girls on the battlefield. As Tanaka wonders what to do, Rin came running up to him. Sensei, Rin, can you take this girl to safety? Yes, sir. Tanaka gently peels off the girl who is hugging him and says to her as he looks at her, I'm very proud of you. Can you take shelter with that sister of yours? Tanaka said, and the girl nodded and went to Rin. After watching them leave the battlefield, Tanaka went to the leader, who still had some fight left in him. You treacherous people who don't know anything about the labyrinth, will eventually receive your damnation! Exclamation mark. I know more about dungeons than you do. It's not as noble as you think. What did you say? You mock the labyrinth. The cult members were angry at being denied what they were shipped. But Tanaka also knew a lot about dungeons. He did not say this without thinking. Dungeons are not only bad, but they also enrich people in the form of resources. But the essence of dungeons is malice. They are not gods. This was Tanaka's conclusion after years of diving in dungeons. The reason they are able to extract valuable resources is to lure explorers into the dungeon. Tanaka thought that dungeons were like insectivorous plants. That's not true. The labyrinth is our savior Nanoda. Tanaka's words were not acceptable to the dungeon-worshipping cultists. If what they believed was wrong, they would be nothing more than criminals, and they could not admit such a thing. The cultist secretly gripped the dagger hidden in his back and suddenly attacked Tanaka. Release the labyrinth. The dagger was aimed at Tanaka's neck, but Tanaka lightly snatches the dagger with one hand and strikes the cultist in the face with his right fist. The bone of his nose was broken and his face caved in with a meki sound. As Tanaka swung his fist, the cultist was blown away and bounced several times on the ground before collapsing. As Tanaka looks at him, he mutters one last time. You're not much to talk about, are you? Chapter 10. Tanaka makes up his mind. After safely defeating the suspicious people, I took a breath and said, phew. I looked around for any sign of them, but there didn't seem to be anyone else hiding. I guess I could consider it safe for the time being. As I was wondering what I should do now, Rin, who had sent the hostage girl to safety, came back to me. Sensei. Whoa. Rin jumped into my chest with all her might. It was so fast that I was about to be blown away, but I caught it with my legs. If I were a normal person, my sternum would be shattered. Sensei. Thank you. Rin was trembling as she buried her face in my chest. They took a hostage and had a gun pointed at her. The fear was immense. The emotions that had been suppressed were now overflowing. I'm proud of you. You are indeed my proud student. I continued to stroke her head until she calmed down. I felt really embarrassed because this was also being streamed. But right now it was more important to be there for Rin. It's so hot, isn't it? You're doing it again, Tanaka. Take responsibility. I really envy you. I wish I could switch places with you. It's true. I wish I could be hugged by Shachakan too. Yeah. Yeah. Over there. The audience is seriously turning into meth heads. I can't tell if you're serious or not. Maybe 40% of them are serious. As I ignored the comments that were saying whatever they wanted, about 5 people appeared who were rushing toward me. That outfit looks a lot like the one Rin is wearing. So are they from the subjugation division? Rin noticed them approaching and quickly backs away from me, trying to look nonchalant. She was indeed embarrassed to be seen hugging me by her co-workers. Well, it was streamed all over the country. I'll keep quiet about that. The man who seemed to be the leader among the 5 came out in front of me. He was a young man with a fearless face. He looked like someone I had seen before. It has been a while. Mr. Tanaka. I am Tsukasa Todo of the Subjugation Division. I had you train me before. Oh, is that right? It's been a long time, Todo-san. I shook hands with the man who introduced himself as Todo. I don't remember each and every one of them since there were so many members that trained under me. I remember Rin because she got into trouble a lot and was very talented. As I recall, this Todo guy was not as strong as Rin, but he was strong. It seems he has grown up and is now working in the subjugation division. Thanks to your streaming, I understand the situation on the ground. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving Ayagawa and the hostage girl. We will be sure to thank you for this later. I'm glad to hear that, but I think it's better to think about dealing with that now. I said this and turned my attention to the entrance to the dungeon that appeared at the site of the former Skytree. I'm sure there wasn't anything like that when I came here this morning. Did the appearance of that thing bring those suspicious people here? I'm thinking, they acted too fast for that. But then Rin overheard me and Todo-san. Actually, according to Rin's story, that dungeon was created by those suspicious guys earlier. I've never heard of people making dungeons. It is not an easy story to believe, but there is no way Rin would lie about it. It must be true. We decided to keep the fact that this is a man-made dungeon out of the conversation for now. If this fact were to spread through streaming, it would cause panic among many people. It will eventually become known, but it doesn't have to be now. When a new dungeon is discovered, the Labyrinth Management Bureau will be on hand to preserve and investigate. First, the entrance will be sealed. Then, as he was explaining this, Todo-san's expression suddenly hardened. His eyes were filled with confusion and surprise. I wondered what was going on, and I looked at the entrance to the dungeon beyond his gaze. Then I learned the reason for his surprise. Really? A small slime came out of the dungeon, bouncing around. It was an ordinary slime with no special abilities. It was rank E, the weakest of all the monsters. But that's not the problem. The problem is that the monster came out of the dungeon. This is out of the ordinary. Did that slime come out of the dungeon? No, that can't be true. Seriously? Yeah. Why? You're lying. Are you kidding me? I live in the next block. No, it's scary. It's a monster disaster. I have to get out of Tokyo. This sucks. The comments quickly turned into a snarl. I swung my sword at high speed, sending a shockwave and knocking down the slime, but the chaos didn't stop anymore. That's how crazy it is to have monsters out there. A unique dungeon of all things. I swear, things are so bad. Right now, only weak monsters were showing up, but if we let things continue as they are, stronger and stronger monsters will be coming out of the dungeons. I can't believe such a dungeon would appear in the heart of the city. Even if I don't like it, I remember the time when the Imperial Palace dungeon was born. No, it was Rin who let out a small voice. Her pretty face turned blue, and her eyes were filled with deep despair and fear. Rin lost her parents in the monster disaster when she was a small child. She must be remembering that time. I can't just leave this dungeon like this, can I? Todo-san. Can I destroy this dungeon? It is true that this dungeon is dangerous, but I have no right to give you that permission. I am sorry. Todo-san apologetically lowered his eyes. Dungeons are valuable resources. Destroying it without permission is strictly prohibited by law. No matter what the reason, breaking it would make me a criminal. However, I could not sit idly by and watch Rin in this state. I could go under the radar, prepared to get caught. But that would make Rin feel responsible. I was wondering what I should do. I looked around and thought about what might be useful, and then I saw a drone streaming on and came up with an idea. If it's that guy, he's on. I operated my phone and brought the drone close to me. Then I spoke into the camera. Mr. Dojima, you are watching this stream, aren't you? If you're watching, please comment. What's up with you all of a sudden? Tanaka, I'm preparing to run away, but I'm also curious about the stream. Are you watching, Minister? Yes. Are you watching, Minister Dojima? What's going on? Ministry of Monster Control official. Oh, you got it, huh? Oh, how did you know? I'm watching you perfectly. Why is he the minister now? What? He's really watching us. What? That was weird. Don't look at it on the official account. I can't believe I'm seeing a collaboration between Minister Dojima and Shachukan again. I found the Ministry of Monster Control's account among the comments flowing, and I smile. I knew this person would definitely be watching me. He must have understood what I wanted him to do, and he must be working on it. I'm going to destroy this dungeon now. Please give me permission. Who are you talking to? I'll take all the responsibility, so just go. Dojima-san responded quickly to my request, as if he had been prepared for it. Chapter 11. Tanaka enters the unique dungeon. After receiving permission from Dojima-san to destroy the dungeon, I took my eyes off the comment section. If a newly created dungeon is to be destroyed without any investigation, there will probably be many council members and groups who will oppose it. These are usually people who have never dived in a dungeon or fought monsters. If they knew firsthand the horror of dungeons, they would not oppose the destruction of singular dungeons. If we were to make even the slightest error in our response, it would be a repeat of the incident that occurred in the Imperial Palace dungeon. We must never let that happen again. Dojima-san has his work cut out for him dealing with people like that. He took care of this case lightly, but it must be hard to silence those who are against it. I'll bring him some yoken next time. Tanaka-sama, you are going into the dungeon, aren't you? Todo-san, the young man from the 1st Division, asked me with a mysterious look on his face. Behind him were several of his subordinates. We will be happy to help you. We have been in dungeons many times ourselves. No, I will go alone this time. You are to monitor the dungeon and rescue the civilians. The police and emergency services had already begun to arrive, but some buildings had collapsed, so it would take some time to rescue those who had failed to escape. The people of the 1st Division are all awakened, so if they can help, they will be a force of 100. However, it would be unwise to leave everything to an outsider. Tanaka-sama, Todo-san was insisting. He is a government official who couldn't back down either. But for me, it would be better if he didn't follow me. I'm sure they're good at what they do, but they don't have as much experience in dungeons as I do. If it were an ordinary dungeon, they could follow me, but it is a unique dungeon that we are going to dive. In addition, this dungeon is freshly built, and I don't know what the structure is like inside. My guess is that it's under construction, and it's expanding rapidly downwards. I don't think people who aren't used to it will be able to handle it. While I was wondering what to do, someone who had remained silent until then spoke up. I'll go in with Sensei. That would be fine, wouldn't it? It was Rin who said that. Rin is also a member of the 1st Division, so if she joins me, it will at least save their face. Well, I can move without hesitation if Rin comes with me. It will be great help if you do. As soon as I said that, Rin's face lit up. Todo-san, who saw the exchange, thought for a moment and then agreed to do so. The situation is urgent, and we will follow the decision of Tanaka-sama, the dungeon professional. I ask for your cooperation. With that, Todo-san bowed his head deeply and headed off with his men to save lives. The two of us, Rin and I, looked at each other, nodded, and stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon. I've never seen anyone dive into a newly built dungeon before. It's the first time I've ever seen a new dungeon. This is really valuable footage, isn't it? My heart is pounding lol. Me too, me too. I feel a great sense of unity. It's hot and something I've never felt before. I'm scared of unique dungeons, but I'm not going to run away. I'm sure Shachukan will do it. The fact that there hasn't been too much commotion is definitely something that only Shachukan can do. I'm relieved too. On the other hand, if Tanaka loses, everyone will be in despair. Good luck, Tanaka. You're our hope. My son is rooting for you, too. The comments were all excited. As I was about to enter a singular dungeon, there were quite a few voices cheering me on. I'm very touched when I see this kind of thing. I must do my best to live up to the expectations. As I was thinking this, Rin, standing next to me, chuckled. What's wrong? No, I'm just happy to think that I'll be able to dive in the dungeon with you again like this. I'm sorry. It's inappropriate for me to think about this right now, Rin said with a thin blush on her cheeks. I felt after spending the whole day with her today that Rin's feelings for me may be a little different from the feelings that arise between a student and a teacher or between a sister and an older brother, and that they may be one step further. I have come to realize this because I am gradually regaining a human heart after being released from the corporate workforce. I don't have any proof yet, but if that's how she feels, I have to face it properly. After this one is over, it might be a good idea to talk to someone about it. Now, it's been a while since I've worked on my day off. Rin, can you go? Yes, I'm ready. I will do my best not to slow you down. Rin said so dependably. It's reassuring to know that. Before entering the room, I looked down at the comments and found that the official account of the Ministry of Evil Countermeasures had made a teasing comment. Hey, stop flirting with each other and get in there. I stepped into the dungeon, thinking that the next time I saw Dojima-san, I would complain to him. Chapter 12. Tanaka aims deeper. Dungeons always appear suddenly. There is no warning of their appearance, and they suddenly break the ground with a tremor and emerge from underground. The dungeons are immediately investigated and controlled by the government, and it is not until 3 months later that explorers are able to enter them. Therefore, it is usually impossible to enter a newly born dungeon, and of course I had never been in one myself. I've never been in a newborn dungeon. My first impression was distorted. The interior of the dungeon was undulating and very uneven. Normal dungeons have a much more orderly appearance. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like this before. Is it the first time for Rin too? I thought that Rin, who works for the government, is used to seeing this kind of scene, but it seems that she is not. The dungeon is still changing inside, so it is forbidden to go inside. It is not until about a week after its birth that we begin to investigate. By that time, the dungeon is almost stable. I see. There was a large hole in front of me that went deep underground. The shape of the hole was constantly changing. Perhaps it was searching for the best shape. In this way, it gradually takes on the familiar shape of a dungeon. That's fine, but the way the hole kept changing its shape was like a living creature, and it made me feel uncomfortable. Maybe the dungeon is a giant creature. I likened dungeons to insectivorous plants, and maybe I am right. I can't leave the unique dungeon alone, even though it's dangerous. We'll take the shortest route. Sure, I'll follow you. Rin and I nodded to each other and threw ourselves into a large hole. Our bodies suddenly accelerated and we fell into the deepest part of the dungeon. We're falling again, lol. We've got our quota for the fall. I didn't prepare any dizzy today. First time? It's time to relax, Rin. You don't hesitate to fall, do you? You've got to be able to do that to be Shachukan's apprentice. The hole is too deep. How far can you fall? The hole in this dungeon was so deep that we kept falling for a while. If this dungeon had been completed, it would have been very difficult to conquer. We could go down all the way to the bottom like this because it was still under construction, but once it was finished, the hole would have been blocked and we would have had to go down little by little. And then, after falling for a while, I found something moving on the wall of the hole. It changed its shape and suddenly sent something flying toward us. Enemy attack. 6 o'clock. Yes, sir. Rin and I braced ourselves in the air and dodged the flying object. Then we kicked each other's feet together and moved through the air. I held myself still with my hands on the wall. Rin also stopped with her blade against the wall. Looks like they don't want us to go deeper. A number of slimes emerged from the small holes in the wall. These are the ones that attacked us earlier. Ordinary slimes can't do that, so they must be the high slimes, the higher level of slime. They can detach themselves and attack from a distance. That's disgusting. If it was just one, it would be cute, but when there are a lot of them coming out of the hole, it's too creepy. Yikes. I have a phobia of clusters, but if they're slimes, they're easy to kill, aren't they? If you underestimate slime, you'll die. There are so many different kinds of slime. It's easy to die if you're not careful. It's hard to tell the different types from their appearance. Acid slime shoots acid that melts bones, so you can't be too careful. Dissolving bones is too scary. A wide variety of slimes came out and attacked us. I could ignore them and force my way through, but it would also be troublesome to be targeted from behind. I pulled out my sword and cut down the approaching slimes in order. Slime-kun and the others are getting cut through. Lol. They aren't even any good as enemies, are they? Some slimes have poison, but Shachukan is resistant to it anyway. They're too bad as opponents. Isn't that what you use to refer to the monsters? Well, the best monster on the screen is Tanaka. After clearing away most of the slime that had rushed in, I suddenly hear a voice above me say, "Kaiawa." From overhead, I looked up and to my surprise, Rin was caught by a giant translucent tentacle. The tentacles were growing out of multiple holes in the wall. They seemed to be connected at the back. Tentacle slime. That's quite a nuisance. Tentacle slimes, as the name suggests, are slimes with tentacles. The tentacles are quite thick and numerous. No matter how many of its tentacles are cut, no damage can be inflicted, and it cannot be defeated without destroying the nucleus of the main body. The main body is always hidden in the ground or in a hole, and only the tentacles are visible outside, making it an extremely difficult monster to defeat. Its rank is A, which is quite high for a slime species, and it is recommended that you go around it when you encounter it. You, let go of me. Rin resists, but the slimy tentacles seem to prevent her from escaping. The tentacle slime was fortunately not very strong, so it didn't seem to be painful. However, the more she trashed around, the more mucus it produced. Egg. Too much. Reg. Thank you very much. The door to my sexuality has been pried open. Oh, my poor baby. You guys have got to be kidding me. There's nothing but perverted degenerates here. The perverts were getting excited with their comments. It's a pity to see her like that, and I feel bad too. I'll try to help her as soon as I can. Chapter 13. Tanaka hits himself. I ran up the wall and approached Rin. The surface of the tentacle slime is sticky unlike that of ordinary slimes. This mucus is not harmful, but it is a hindrance when slashing. If you use a sword with poor sharpness, it slips on the surface and you cannot cut it. My sword had just been sharpened by Miss Kaoru, so that won't happen to me. Rin, I'm coming. Sensei. No, don't worry about me. Rin, after seeing me, began to put all her strength into her body. Her body then began to be charged with electricity. She was converting the magic essence in her body into electricity. Emission. Lightning. Fierce lightning gushed out from Rin's entire body. The tentacles of the tentacle slime that had grabbed her were struck by it, and they writhed in agony. Slime species tend to be generally vulnerable to lightning attacks. That one must have hit it pretty hard! Exclamation mark. The tentacle slime, with some of its tentacles burned off, retracted its tentacles into the hole. Then Rin, who was trapped, was thrown into the air. I immediately kicked off the wall and caught the freed Rin in midair. I was a little embarrassed because I was holding her like a princess, but I held on. Nice attack. Thank you, Sensei. Rin looked a little tired, but she was fine without a scratch. So, I think we could continue the battle without any problems. If there was a problem, it would be the sticky mucus on our clothes. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, but I'm having trouble finding a place to put my eyes. Sensei, is something wrong? No, nothing. I turned my head away from Rin, who asked me at close range, looking into my face. It's no good. If you have evil feelings toward your students, you're not a qualified teacher. I must think of 4 character idioms to calm my mind. Shintadoroku Shiroto Kozoku Yakinikuteshiku, which in order mean, clear the mind. All is vanity, a barbecue set meal. No, wait, the weak are a meal for the strong. It's rare to see Shachukan being embarrassed. If you push him, you'll get it. I can't see Rin well because Tanaka is in the way. I can't see. Can't see. Has Tanaka been covered in mucus yet? Whose benefit is that? What? I deserve it. I want to see it. I want to see it too. Me too. I think so, too. I knew it. You're all perverts. After calming myself down, I first removed the mucus from my shoulders and cheeks with my bare hands. I shook my hand at high speed and used the wind pressure to remove the mucus from my hands. I was very careful not to hit Rin. Thank you, Sensei. I'm sorry, but may I ask you to help me as well? Saying that, Rin brought her chest closer. They had grown bigger than they were when she was a child, and of course there was a lot of mucus. Rin-chan attacking aggressively. Lol. She's fallen, I'm sure of it. She's too clever. She's leading the heroine race. Yui's spiritual pressure is gone. Aggressive Ayagawa. She's so good. What are these guys doing in a dangerous dungeon? Remove it properly. I froze at Trin's unexpected suggestion. This is not good. I could feel the threads of my rationality tearing with a banging sound. I couldn't calm down even if I thought of a 4-character phrase. I make a fist and smash the right side of my head with a hard thud. What? He suddenly punched himself. Lol. It sounded like iron colliding with iron. Well, I'm sure his head and fists are harder than steel. Don't concentrate like you're fixing an old appliance. Okay, the annoyance is gone. With a quick wave of my hand, I removed the mucus from Rin's chest. Mission accomplished. Is everything okay now? Yes. Thank you, Rin. You're so cute. When you sulk, he got rid of his troubles by brute force, didn't he? But this is only a matter of time. Why are we having a heroine race in a unique dungeon? Joy? I managed to get over the biggest crisis and look at the wall. The main body of the tentacle slime must still be alive. If we began to fall, there's a chance it would attack us again. It would be better to take it down firmly. I put down Rin, who I was holding in my arms, and tapped the wall with the back of my hand. This way, Sensei. What are you doing? Oh, I'm looking for slime. When you tap like this, you can tell what's going on inside by the echo. When I explained this, Rin imitated me, but she didn't seem to understand what I was talking about. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. He's doing sonar-like things himself. This guy, Tanaka's seriously not human. What can't this guy do? Rin-chan is so confused. I banged on the wall a couple of times while the comments were going wild, and found the main body of the tentacle slime. Then I went near the part and slapped the wall as hard as I could. Yo, Tsu. A shockwave travels through the wall and hits the main body of the tentacle slime. The tentacles of the tentacle slime can be cut many times, but the main body is fragile. The nucleus was torn to pieces by the single blow just now. The main body of the tentacle slime came out of the hole, but its body was so limp that it collapsed and died as soon as it came out. All right. That worked. Instant kill. Lol. Didn't you know? You can't escape Tanaka. I feel sorry for the monster. So scary. Lol. Now they can go down there. I was scared when I saw the unique dungeon, but after watching this stream, I feel a bit relieved. I guess this stream is the reason why the panic isn't as widespread as I thought it would be. Indeed, the number of people who have watched this stream is over 100 million again, and a lot of people from overseas are watching it. We still don't have 11.9 billion people watching, do we? I'm sure it's going to grow even more in the future. The DTube has an automatic translation function, so it's easy for people from other countries to watch. He's really great. I wish they would deploy him in the US. Sorry. This corporate slave is for Japan. If a foreign country enters me, I'll never get over it. I realized that the number of viewers had exceeded 100 million. I haven't seen this much growth since that time I streamed by mistake. I was happy that more people are watching, but it was no time to be happy. I had to destroy this dungeon as soon as possible. We've spent quite a bit of time on this. Shall we hurry? Yes, let's go. Rin and I nodded to each other and fell back into the deep abyss. Chapter 14. Tanaka reaches the deepest part. After defeating the tentacle slime, we fell down the big hole. We occasionally passed some slimes wriggling on the wall, but none seemed to be attacking us. Since this dungeon had just been created, there were probably not many strong slimes that could react to our high-speed fall. But we must be on our guard. Most singular dungeons have bad monsters. We'd better not let our guard down until we destroy the dungeon and escape. Rin's expression hardens as she fell. I'm sure she was simply nervous, but I doubt that's the only reason. Rin has lost her family because of a unique dungeon. The monsters that overflowed from the Imperial Palace dungeon destroyed the city she lived in and killed the family she lived with in front of her eyes. She herself almost fell victim to their venom, but thanks to Amatsuki, who managed to rush to the scene, she survived. Rin followed Amatsuki's back and joined the subjugation division. Rin joined the subjugation division to ensure that there would never again be another orphan child like herself. That's why the thought that went into this dungeon must have been different from the norm. I hope she is not overwhelmed, but it is not something that can be so easily dismissed. I have to make sure I'm following through. The concentration of magic essence in the surroundings suddenly increased dramatically. The depth of the dungeon is supposed to be about the middle level, but this concentration of magic essence is in the deep level. The dungeon has not been built that deep yet, so the concentration is so high at such a shallow level. When I looked at Rin, she looked a little pained. She is probably not used to it since she rarely goes to the deeper levels. If we stay here too long, we might get magic essence intoxication. Are you okay? Yes, no problem. She answered yes. But there seems to be a problem at all. Good grief, she's a stubborn one, and we're at the bottom. Let's get ready to land. Yes, I'm ready, Rin replied to my call, thrusting two swords into the wall and slowing down. I also plunged one hand into the wall and slowed down while grinding the wall vertically. We slowed down safely, and after a long fall, we landed on the ground. It was a wide, semicircular space. It was large enough to fit a large dragon. The whole place was slightly dark, and the concentration of magic essence was so high that it was hard to breathe. An explorer who is active in the middle level wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Wow, I've never seen the deepest part of a dungeon before, and it's a newborn dungeon. The government's hardly ever seen anything like it. It looks like it's got a lot of academic value, but there's nothing there. You think it'll be easy to get back? What? We're done here. I'm going to take a shit and go to bed. I heard there is a boss at the bottom of the dungeon, but it doesn't look like there is one. In the first place, the lowest level is rarely visited. Maybe they're lying to keep people from going to the lowest level? That's true. If they go to the lowest level, there is a possibility that the dungeon will be destroyed, and the government doesn't want them to go there. But I'm sure the dungeon wouldn't want it destroyed, so I'm sure it would do something about it. While the comments were heated, Rin and I continued on our way, keeping a wary eye on our surroundings. No sign of life. I'm not sure if the slimes have made it this far, either. Sensei, that's... you found it. After a short walk, we found an object floating in the center of the space. It was a sphere the size of a marble. It was black in color, glowing with a mysterious light, and moving up and down faintly. It looked quite small, but the energy it emitted was quite high. It was as if I was facing the dungeon itself. Are you sure that's the dungeon core? I'm sure it is. It is much smaller than I imagined, but I am sure of it. The heart of the dungeon, that is, the dungeon core. Some are small, like this one, while others are quite large. Some of them are said to be in the shape of monsters or human beings. The dungeon core is said to be located at the deepest point of every dungeon, and if it is broken, the dungeon disappears completely. Since it is nearly impossible to physically destroy a huge dungeon, the only way to destroy a dungeon is to destroy its core. Now is the right time, when there are no monsters. We will go right ahead and destroy the core! Exclamation mark. Rin readied her two daggers and rushed out. It's dangerous to let her go alone. Just as I was about to follow her, something unusual happened to the dungeon core. A gulp sound of uncomfortable water was heard, and the dungeon core began to move. With an unpleasant sound of water, a black liquid dripped from the core. In an instant, the liquid enveloped the core, which then increased in volume and quickly expanded to a size of about 5 meters. Rin saw this and exclaimed, breaking suddenly to a halt, "What the hell is this? A slime? It's too big, isn't it?" I knew it was dangerous, What is this? Is it black slime? No. Black slimes don't get this big. I'm a monster geek, but I've never seen anything like this. Its body looks like heavy oil and it's sticky and gross. The image alone is so alien to me. I had never seen a monster like this before either. At first glance it looked like a higher species of slime, but it was clearly different. The amount of energy it contained was one of the highest I've ever seen in a monster. It was stronger than a tyrant dragon. Looking at it, Rin pointed one of the devices that the first subjugation division carry at the monster. That device is a machine that can measure the concentration of magic essence, she said. I have heard that it could measure the monster's magic essence and bring back information about the monster from a database. I'd like to ask Mr. Dojima if I can get one next time, since it would be very useful. TCH. This monster is not a black slime, Rin exclaimed as she looked at the device, wondering if the data was successfully read. The deep despair on her face was evident. It seemed we were up against something pretty bad. The name of this monster is Shoggoth, a rank X disaster level monster. There is no record of defeating it, and you're obliged to retreat immediately upon encountering it. Chapter 15. Tanaka grabs X rank monster, Shoggoth. I have heard of this monster. I believe there have been only 2 reports of its appearance, and they are very rare. The first time was on the west coast of the United States. It suddenly appeared on the ground from inside a dungeon, swallowing buildings, plants, animals, and people, and quickly grew to the size of a 20-story building. Naturally, the US government launched a campaign to defeat Shoggoth using modern weapons and the power of S-rank explorers. However, the results were disastrous. Of the 15 S-rank explorers who took on the task, 8 were killed. 5 were seriously injured. Modern weapons could not even stop them, and even magic essence bombs, the use of which is prohibited by treaty, could not damage Shoggoth. Having repelled all the US attacks, Shoggoth destroyed 3 cities in 1 week, killing millions of people, and then, after all the destruction at its will, it returned to the dungeon as if satisfied with itself. The US government immediately closed the entrance to the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon is said to be tightly closed to this day. The second appearance was in southern India. Once again, the black monster emerged from the dungeon onto the ground and swallowed several towns as it moved straight south. The Shoggoth did not care how much the Indian government attacked it, but just kept going straight ahead. When it reached the sea, Shoggoth is said to have slowly disappeared into the Indian Ocean. In both of these cases, humans have not been able to defeat or even damage Shoggoths. That means we have very little information. What we do know is that its body melts anything it touches. It is resistant to all attacks, and that it is extremely belligerent. Technically, at the sound of an unpleasant voice, 3 eyeballs appeared on Shoggoth's body and stared at us. They were about the size of a human head. I didn't feel any hostility yet, but I had a bad feeling about it. It felt as if it could see right through us to our hearts. Shoggoth must have had a mind-polluting effect. Be careful. Yes, I understand, Rin replied with a steely look in her eyes. I'm fine with this. But Rin seemed to be in a lot of pain. Shoggoth is for real. I'll check the sanity stat. This guy is that monster that went on a rampage in America. Why the hell is there such a thing? This is seriously bad. If this thing gets on the ground, it will seriously destroy Tokyo. I've seen footage of it, and no matter how many bombs they launched at it, it didn't even seem intimidated, and even S-rank explorers couldn't stand up to it at all. Why is there such a thing? As expected, even Shachukan can't defeat this one. Please run away as soon as possible. I don't know. They say it has a mental pollution effect, but are we going to be okay? Sanity level is being cut down. The D-tube has a mental protection filter on it, so we're fine. It's just that the sound and images are subtly processed. Huh, I didn't know that. Well, it looks creepy and it makes me sick in general. Why is there a creature from the Cthulhu mythos? He's a fictional being, right? If you say so. Then dragons are also fictional. I heard that kids these days think that dungeon dragons are the source of creative dragons. Umau. I was a little worried, but it seemed that the viewer's spirit was safe. Still, what the viewers were saying bothered me. too. Why are the monsters in the dungeon the ones we originally knew? Dragons, orcs, goblins, etc. They are beings that have been rubbed to death in creation. Everyone must have wondered about them right after dungeons were created, but after a decade, everyone has accepted them as a matter of fact. Maybe we should seriously think about it once and for all. Technically, while I was thinking about this, Shoggoth sprouted tentacles from his body and stretched them out toward us with great vigor. Rin and I quickly evaded it and moved out of the way. The dungeon core is inside his body. No. From the looks of it, the dungeon core might be his main body. In other words, the dungeon cannot be destroyed without defeating this thing. I see. Then we have no choice but to fight! Exclamation mark. Rin made a determined expression, and then filled her hand with magic essence. Launch Thunderbolt. With a roar, a huge bolt of lightning shot out from Rin's hand. The lightning bolt headed straight for Shoggoth, crashing into it with an explosive sound. The dungeon shook faintly with the force of the bolt. What power! Her magic had improved a lot while we had not met. Rin, you're amazing. Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? They won. I'm gonna take a shit and go to bed. Did you do it? Don't raise the flag. The magic Rin unleashed was brilliant. But, Shoggoth was completely unharmed. Its iridescent body repelled any lightning without passing through it. That's ridiculous. For a slime species, lightning should be effective. Lee. The tentacles attacked the bewildered Rin. The tentacles were fast, but their movements were monotonous. Rin evaded the attack and slashed at it with the dagger in her hand, but to her surprise, the dagger that touched Shoggoth's body instantly melted away. I've never heard of an acid strong enough to melt even dungeon weapons. The X rank is no joke. Oh no. Technically, Shoggoth was getting bigger and bigger, and it was slowly coming toward us. The hole that we came in has already been blocked by his body. There was no escape. I'm sure he's going to run us into the wall and melt us down. So this is it? Rin's face was clouded with despair. Since neither weapons nor magic worked, it was no wonder that she was despairing. Perhaps sensing her frustration, Shoggoth thrusts his tentacle at Rin with great vigor. Rin, who had been crouched down, was delayed for a moment in her reaction. If I didn't do something, Rin would be hit. I kicked the ground and stepped in between Rin and Shoggoth. Sensei, it's dangerous, Rin shouted, but I paid no heed and faced Shoggoth's tentacles coming toward me. I grabbed the sharply pointed tentacle with my bare hand. I caught it safely and held it tightly. The strong acidity made my skin tingle, but it was bearable. Sensei, are you alright? I feel a little tingling, but I can handle this much. Good news, Shichian's skin is harder than a sword. Why is he catching it normally? Or didn't that sword melt just now? Accomplishment Shoggoth-kun. You make Shachikan tingle. Shoggoth-kun. You did it. He's a great guy. Why is this a trend of praising Shoggoth-kun? Shoggoth-kun's eyes, aren't they getting impatient? He's so cute. Shoggoth's tentacles squirmed in my hand. I pulled it closer to my body. Well, let's get to know a few things before we take it down. With Rin tilting her head in confusion, I grabbed the tentacle and bit into it and ate it. Yeah, it doesn't taste good. I chewed it in my mouth, and then swallowed it. It tasted like rancid oil. It is bitter, oily, and not very tasty. The only thing I don't dislike so much is the slurping sensation. Chapter 16. Tanaka eats. Oh, you ate it? Oh, yeah. He's eating it lol. What are you eating? He's so happy to be doing a food report lol. Can you eat Shoggoth? Screw it. He's grunting. No, he said in a past stream that he is indeed eating dungeon stuff, but, well, is it safe to eat that? Rin-chan is really confused. Shoggoth-kun also looked like, are you sure it's okay? I'm so excited. You're turning into a Mo character. Shoggoth-kun is also very upset. I bet he didn't think he was going to get eaten lol. I noticed that Rin and Shoggoth were looking at me worriedly. The commentary was flowing at a blistering pace, and it seems they are quite surprised that I ate it. Eating a monster is nothing special to me, but it's a shocking sight to others. Don't worry about it. My stomach tingles a little, but I can digest it just fine. I hope you are alright, doctor. Why did you eat all this stuff? There are 3 advantages to eating monsters. One is that you can increase the amount of magic essence in your body. By eating monsters, you can take the magic essence in them into your body. The more magic essence you have, the stronger your body becomes. Of course, if you exceed the allowable amount of magic essence, you will suffer from magic essence intoxication, so you have to be careful about the amount you eat and the kind of monsters you eat. I ate monsters because I was in need of food. But the first time I ate one, it was terrible. My body rejected it, and I spent 3 days in agony in the deepest layers of my body. I remember Suda was furious with me to death, but it strengthened my stomach, and the next time I ate it, I only had a slight stomachache. Now I can eat as if I were having a normal meal. And the second thing, by eating, you get to know the other side. This is a tricky one, though. From what I can tell, these shoggoths are resistant to all kinds of attributes. Fire, water, lightning, explosions, etc. don't work at all. In addition, they are also resistant to blows, so only slashes will work. However, his body has a strong acidity, so even if you slice him normally, the blade will be ruined first. This is a nasty opponent. Great, you can even understand such things. How can you know that much just by eating it? Because it's useless to use common sense to measure shachikan. You can tell by the texture of the tongue or something. Appropriate status open meal. By the way, Shoggoth Khan's tolerance is amazing. No wonder the American army can't beat him. If he had resistance to explosions, modern weapons would be almost ineffective. Shoggoth Khan is so cute. When he is told about his abilities, he is so proud of them. It's supposed to be a terrifying monster. And the third thing is that by eating it, you can make yourself resistant to the poison that the monster has. Of course, when you eat it, you will be poisoned by it. But if you can overcome that, you can gain resistance to it. I've eaten most of the poisonous monsters, so I'm almost never bothered by poison anymore, and I don't have to carry around antidotes anymore. I see. Poison is one of the most troublesome aspects of dungeon exploration. It's fascinating to be able to build up a resistance to it. I'm not sure how much I would like to see that. The most important thing to remember is that you can not only resist ordinary poisons, but also the acid that this thing has. It also makes you resistant to the acid that this thing possesses. I slowly approach Shoggoth. In other words, his attacks are no longer effective against me. Teak. Shoggoth extended its tentacles toward me as I approached, and wrapped them around my body. The Kavash business suit I was wearing, a general-purpose business suit for all phases of combat, had the ability to reflect the resistance I had gained in the suit itself. In other words, now that I have gained resistance to Shoggoth's acid, this suit will not dissolve in Shoggoth's acid either. No matter how much time passed, even the clothes did not dissolve, so Shoggoth bent his large body as if tilting his head while looking at me. Shoggoth Khan, you're confused, lol. Why do you think you can build up a tolerance to acid just by eating it? Don't think, feel. Shoggoth, you're in trouble. Well, it seems that the only way he can attack is to melt them, but Tanaka doesn't have a way to attack it either, does he? He can't eat all of it. I'm sure Shachikan can eat it. I'm sure the viewers would be traumatized by that scene. Shoggoth gripped me tightly with his tentacles, but that was not enough to crush me. Then Rin came running up to me, looking worried. Sensei, are you okay? What should I do? I'm fine, Rin. I already know how to beat this guy. I extended the fingers of my right hand and released a hand sword. The tentacles that restrained me were cut off and I was released. If you can't cut him with your sword, you can cut them with your bare hands, which are resistant to him. I proceed towards Shoggoth, slashing at the many tentacles that attacked me. I even had leeway, so eat some of the pieces. I'm getting used to the taste. I would like to have it with grated daikon radish for a refreshing taste. Shoggoth Khan is shivering, lol. I can finally see the fear in Shoggoth Khan's eyes. I think I'd probably have the same look in my eyes if I looked in the mirror. American military power lower than the hand sword of Shachikan. This guy is fighting while eating. I wonder why it looks so tasty. It's going to melt in your mouth in an instant. Technically, as I approached Shoggoth, he suddenly produced a huge mouth on his body and bit me. Inside the mouth was a row of huge fangs with distorted shapes. It looked like it still had some means of attack left. I pulled out the sword at my waist and swung it toward its mouth. Wagarayu Kenjutsu, Sikaku Zan. The huge mouth of Shoggoth was sliced open with a resounding sound. Shoggoth backed away from me, perhaps startled by the counterattack. He's slashing with a sword after all. What was that about building resistance? You're using a sword, lol, Shoggoth-kun. You have a surprising strategy. Confusion. The Wagaru swordsmanship Sakazu is a technique in which the sword is swung at high speed and the blade is clothed in a robe of wind. As a result, each time the sword is swung, the blade of the wind cuts through the opponent. This way, the blade never hits Shoggoth's acid. I know most of you now. It's time to end this. Chapter 17. Tanaka gives a lot of cuts. Technically, Shoggoth repaired his body that had been cut by me and rushed toward me with tremendous force. It seems that seeing that neither the acid nor the tentacle attack would work, it shifted to a strategy of crushing me. It's a creature that I don't even know if it has a brain, but it's got a lot of wits about it. If you don't give up yet, Shoggoth-kun, you'll do your best. He's got good spirit. It's Shoggoth-kun. He'll be fine. I have high hopes for you. He commenters are cheering for Shoggoth-kun lol. He's a real natural disaster monster lol. He's already a Mo character. Good luck to both of you. I readied my sword and looked straight at Shoggoth. The wound I cut earlier had already healed nicely. It seemed that I couldn't do any damage even if I slashed him normally. It would be impossible to defeat him without destroying the nucleus, dungeon core inside his body. However, its body wasn't translucent like a slime. It was completely black. From the outside, it's impossible to tell where the core is. There is an option to eat it all up, but I'm not that hungry right now, so I'll try something else. Wagarayu Kenjutsu, Rikyuku. I swung my sword and a vacuum wave was created, slicing Shoggoth's body in half vertically. I look at Shoggoth's body, which is now split in two, and see that the right half of his body, as seen from me, has been cut in half. The right half of Shoggoth's body, as seen from my point of view, moved in an urchin-like motion and tried to attach itself to the left half of the body. There was no doubt that the nucleus of Shoggoth was in the right half. Rikyuku. This time, the Shoggoth was slashed sideways. This time, the lower half of the body begins to move. Retsuku, Rikyuku, Rikyuku. So then I cut that half in half. And then another half, and so on, until Shoggoth's body became smaller and smaller. Shoggoth-kun is just getting cut lol. Shoggoth-kun, you're getting smaller and smaller. Is the West Coast monster this easy? Am I dreaming? Nikki abroad, cheer up. I'm sure Shachukan will take care of the Shoggoths in Nikki's country. I don't want to loan Tanaka overseas. Even though Dojima-san is here, I'm afraid of losing Shachukan. We should have a Shachukan per country. That's a little too end of the century. Don't you think? I'm afraid of too many. After being slashed again and again, Shoggoth eventually became as small as a baseball. When slashed again in that state, the dungeon core we first saw came out from its cross-section. It's out. Core, hi, Core-kun. We finally met. Shoggoth-kun, I see your precious part, huh? Good job, Shachukan. You can do it. Tanaka, you're kidding, right? Are you really going to beat Shoggoth? English. Oh, the mysteries of the Orient. Hindi. Even the Indians are looking at it. Well, the Shoggoths have done a lot of damage. I can't keep up with all the comments. I don't know which language is which. Hey. I can't keep up with all the comments anymore. I stared at a nucleus the size of a marble. I can't see the brittle part. Apparently, this core is quite hard. In addition, the core is a perfect sphere, almost a true sphere. A sphere is highly resistant to impact, and it would be impossible to even scratch the core with a normal attack. However, there is no such thing as a perfect sphere in this world. There is always a flaw somewhere. I found it. We found a slight dent in one part of the core. It's only a micron in size, but it's enough to catch the tip of a sword. I hold the sword tightly in my right hand and point the tip toward the core. Shoggoth, perhaps sensing a danger to himself, looked at me, his eyeballs appearing in the core. Then two tentacles came out from the core and attacked me. Teak. However, My blade reaches the core more quickly than the attack hits me. Takabana Ryu Kenjutsu, Higanipanshitsu. My blade, which had accurately pierced a slight depression in the core, made a clattering sound as it hit Shoggoth's core. With a sound, my blade shattered Shoggoth's core with a single blow. At the same time, Shoggoth's body crumbled and melts away. Technically, Shoggoth stared at me until the moment he disappeared. There was no hostility in his eyes. I felt it was more of a friendly gaze. You are strong, but I can't let you beat me in front of my cute little apprentice. Teak. Shoggoth disappears with a final satisfied sound. Thus, my holiday workday comes to a successful end. Chapter 18. Tanaka carries. Yes. Shachukan won. Shachukan is the strongest. Shachukan is the best. Shoggoth-kun. We lost a great guy. Stay tuned for what's next for Shoggoth-kun. No. This is seriously bad. The US and other countries are spending a lot of money to contain Shoggoths in dungeons, and if someone is able to defeat them individually, the countries will move in. I am a victim of Shoggoth. I feel saved. Thank you, English. I'm really glad Tanaka was there. If Shoggoth had come out, Tokyo would have been destroyed. Thank you, Tanaka. Thank you so much. I'm in the neighborhood, so I was really worried. I was really nervous because I live in the neighborhood, but I thought I'd be okay because Shachukan was there. Thanks also to Minister Dojima. I'm sure he'll say a lot of things in the diet and at the press conference, but I'm rooting for him. He has a very high approval rating, so I'm sure he'll be fine. No one else can minister there. After safely defeating Shoggoth, I take a deep breath. I was a little nervous because it was my first time fighting it, but I guess I did well. The comments were also very positive. Suddenly, my feet shook, and the whole dungeon made a rumbling sound. It seems that the dungeon core was the right one that I broke earlier. When the core breaks, the dungeon breaks and returns to the state it was in before the dungeon was created. I haven't figured out the principle yet, but the loss of the dungeon doesn't cause subsidence. I really don't know how it works. Wow, I have pieces of Shoggoth on my clothes. I noticed a black gooey substance on the belly of my suit. The other goo had dissolved when I killed Shoggoth, but for some reason this one was still there. I tried to brush it off with my hand, but it was stuck so tightly to the suit that I couldn't get it off. I need to get out of here and leave it alone for the time being. I'll just wash it in the washing machine and it will come off. Tekari, I suddenly heard a Shoggoth-like voice and looked around, but couldn't find anything moving. Is it an auditory hallucination? Shoggoth has the ability to pollute the mind, so maybe I've been affected by it. Maybe we should get checked out when we get back. Well, we've got to get out of here first. If we stay in there, we'll be flattened. The dungeon attack ends when we get out of here. I ran up to Rin, who was watching the battle behind me. We need to get out of here. Can we go? Yes. Of course. Rin looked at me for a moment and then went back to her normal self. Well, we faced an X-ranked monster. It's natural to be nervous. Rin-chan, you've fallen in love with him again. Haven't you? You're so cute with your red face. This uncle's heart is pounding. My heart is palpitating. Why doesn't he just push her down? She's waiting for it. English. I'm sure you're not the only one who's sensitive. I'm not sure how to translate insensitive into English, but I'm not sure. I'll send you a separate comment with that. I think it's insensitive. He's very, very insensitive, okay? Lumao. I can't tell if you're competent or incompetent. Why are you using katakana? Oh my god. Now I understand. You understand everything, lol. I have a translator, so send it to me in Japanese. The dungeon was shaking violently, and Rin and I ran toward the hole we fell into. On the way there, Rin grunted in pain. Rin was covering her right leg as she ran. It seems that she had sustained some damage in the battle with Shoggoth. Rin, that leg. The hem of her right leg has melted and the skin underneath has turned red. It looks like Shoggoth's splattered mucus has snagged it. My skin is a little tougher than other people's, so I'm fine, but it would be a serious injury to a normal person. I'm trying to be patient, but it must hurt a lot. I'm fine with this kind of injury. I can't bother you, sensei. No, I'm not just going to say, well, then you're fine. I'm glad you want to show me how much you've grown, but, when I approached Rin, I took the opportunity to hold her in my arms. The form is what is known as a princess hold. Rin was surprised and screamed, "Kaya, I want you to rely on me more freely." Teachers are creatures who want to be depended on by their students. Sensei. Rin seemed to understand what I was saying and stopped resisting. Okay, now we're ready to escape. We're attacking again, Mom. Rin, you look too happy and cute. Let's set up the wedding hall here. 30,000 yen. Here's your wedding gift money. Finish with a happy kiss. I wish I could have been a student of Shachikan. 50,000 yen. Is this where we're going to have our spatcha timing today? 56,000 yen. My bank account is on fire. You guys are so generous. I'll pay it when they're really married. $30,000. What is it? You want me to give you some money? In English, Gaijin Nikki, meaning something like foreign brother. $30,000 Lamau. This is a thank you spatcha party. Wow, something is going on with spatcha. Red letters fly wildly in the comments section, which is being shown on a three-dimensional image. In no time at all, the amount of money piled up to exceed my annual livestock income, and I stood scared before my joy. No, I'm grateful, but I wasn't sure if I should be getting this much. Well, thank you to all of my viewers. If I were to do a thank you stream somewhere, a wedding? A congratulatory gift? What are you talking about? As I was being dumbfounded by the meaningless comments, a large number of slimes were falling down from the hole above my head. It seems that the vibrations caused them to fall. When the slimes saw me, they jumped and shook their bodies, threatening me. It seems that they considered me an enemy, too. I've been a little too distracted by the comments. I'll get out of here as soon as I can. Hold on tight. Yes, sir. Please. Rin clung to my body tightly. The soft touch and the good smell of her body almost made my rationality jump out of my skin, but I held on with my steel mentality. Then, let's get the hell out of here. I kicked away the slimes that attacked me and began to escape from the dungeon. Chapter 19. Tanaka climbs. Ho, ho. I was climbing the wall as the dungeon collapsed. The shaking was getting stronger and stronger. But well, at this rate I'd have time to escape. He's walking on the wall like it's normal, lol. I'm not surprised by this anymore. I'm not satisfied with the other streams anymore, lol. At the very least, you have to eat shoggoths. Don't do it because some people will copy you. There's no one who can beat shoggoths in the first place. Tanaka's list of things he's done: conquered the dungeon directly under the Imperial Palace and returned. Helped several explorers in a dungeon where an anomaly occurred, and quelled the anomaly as well. Destroy the unique dungeon and prevent shoggoth from getting out. Maybe Shachikan is a hero? It's so crazy when it's listed like this. He deserves the National Medal of Honor. I heard that this guy was a corporate slave. Haha, that can't be true. Who was Suda really? As I was running up the wall as fast as I could, slimes were slithering out of the holes in the wall. I didn't know if they were panicking because the dungeon had started to collapse, or if they were angry at me for destroying it, but they were sure to get in the way. But my feet were gripping the wall and my arms were holding Rin in a princess's arms, so I literally couldn't do anything about it. As I wondered what to do, Rin twisted around and pointed her right hand toward the slime. I'll take care of this. Sensei, please go ahead without worrying about it. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Rin nodded in agreement with my words. And then she launched the magic. The lightning shot out to fill the hole and vaporized the slimes in an instant. As expected. Thanks for your help, Rin. No, I'm not as good as you are. Rin is very humble, but magic is very useful. If I could use magic too, I would be able to use a lot more tactics. Are you still trying to get stronger, Shudder? If Shachikan can even use magic, it's over. You mean the strongest physical character will be able to use buffs and ranged attacks? That's a bug. He's already a buggy character. It's a level of weakness that will be fixed. God, I made a mistake. You already made a mistake. There was some kind of commentary going on, but I climbed the wall without checking. Occasionally pieces of debris would come swinging down, so I would jump on them and jump. It's a little fun, a little athletic. As I was thinking about this, I finally saw the end of the vertical hole. After climbing up, The exit is just around the corner. Sensei, do you remember the first time I met you? Rin suddenly started talking. What's going on? I remember. When I first met you, I was surprised at your murderous intent toward me. I'm really sorry. I am deeply sorry. It's hard to believe if you look at Rin now, but when I first met her, she was in a rough spot. I was not happy with my sudden hire as an instructor, and she often tried to pick fights with me, and I fought her off. I fought her off every time. After repeating this, she somehow became fond of me, but it was a tough time. When she attacked me while I was in the bathroom, I had to give her a lecture. There is a reason why I was so hostile to you back then. I was afraid that my sister, Amatsuki, would be taken away by Sensei. I see. Is that so? Rin was saved and protected by Amatsuki when she was being attacked by a monster. She has lived with Amatsuki ever since. The two are as close as sisters. I knew right away that my sister had feelings for Sensei. If they were by each other's side, they might get attached, and then I might be thrown away. Thinking that foolishly, I fought many battles to get rid of Sensei. I thought that if I lost my family again, this time I would break myself. I didn't know that Rin had thought that. I thought she just randomly wanted me dead, but it seems it was so she wouldn't lose her family. If you think about it calmly, you will realize that Amatsuki would never abandon her for such a reason, but Rin probably didn't have the luxury of time because she just lost her family. Now Rin is an adult, but at the time she was still a child. I mean, even the child Rin noticed Amatsuki's feelings for me? How insensitive can I be? I'm not sure how much I'm being insensitive. Speaking of which, I'm still streaming right now, but is it okay to talk about this kind of stuff? Especially about Amatsuki. Isn't it being streamed all over the country? Good news, Chief Amatsuki, you were a heroine after all. She's always liked you, or she's your childhood friend, right? I saw an article that said they lived in the same neighborhood, but it looks like it's true. This is the third heroine in the race. The heroine race is getting more and more exciting. The battle of the wives has begun. My money's on Yui. No, Shachikan will marry them all. Don't forget the fourth heroine, Shoggoth. There's also Rin-kun. There are too many heroines to choose from. It looks like it was already too late. If I could touch my phone I could mute it, but my hands are full right now. Besides, it wouldn't make any sense to stop the stream now. I fought with Sensei many times for my own selfish reasons, but you continued to go along with me. You accepted my selfish behavior, scolded me, and forgave me every time. As I kept repeating this, my anger towards Sensei disappeared. On the contrary, I began to miss Sensei, Rin, and while I was listening to her story, I climbed out of the vertical hole. All that was left was to go out through the exit in front of us, and that would be the end of today's business. If you had not faced me at that time, I would still be a child. Thank you so much, Doctor. I've been yearning for you ever since that time. I think Rin said this while looking me straight in the eye, and when I think she slowly raised her body, she put her arms around my neck and put her lips on my lips. Surprised by the suddenness, I tried to lean back, but I couldn't escape because her arms were tightly wrapped around my neck. Rin-chan. Yes. Bold kisses are a girl's privilege. You've jumped to the top of the heroine race. Rick, I'm so jealous. Take over, Rin-chan. That way, the viewers are still as cool as ever. Yui seems really nervous. Amatsuki seems to be in a hurry too. Today's stream has so much to offer. I'm dizzy. Puka. Rin, after kissing me for a long time, released her lips and jumped off me with a jerk. Then, with her back to me, she spoke to me. Thank you for today. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of working with you. Her tone was calm, but I could see from behind that her ears were bright red. It seems she was embarrassed after all. I look forward to seeing you again. Oh, hey Rin. Rin ran away as if she was running away. When I followed her out of the dungeon, I found a large number of people there. The first thing that comes to my mind is that it's a good thing that I'm here. It's Shachikan. Please let me interview him. Let me at least take a picture. Thanks for saving the city. I was watching your stream. There was a huge crowd of reporters and people from the city gathered near the entrance of the dungeon. The government people managed to stop it, but people were pouring in so fast that it could break at any moment. Haha, hello. I managed to smile and greet them. This is great. I should probably leave before things get too crazy. Before I left, I looked around, but Rin was nowhere to be seen. It seems that she has already left this place. Even so, I had no idea that even Rin had taken a liking to me. You had the courage to tell me all that. I have to respond to it. Techery. Another auditory hallucination? I looked around, but of course there was no sign of shoggoth. On the contrary, the entrance to the dungeon from which I emerged rattled and completely collapsed. If the dungeon collapses, the monsters born there will die. Shoggoth will not survive, probably. I checked my phone and received a message from Hoshino that she had left earlier. Then there was no more reason to stay there. The troublesome report to the government, it would have to wait until a later date. With that decision made, I headed home, hoping to get away from the crowds. Chapter 20. Tanaka receives a warm reception. A week had passed since the commotion at the former Skytree site. The incident caused quite a commotion and was covered daily on TV and the internet news. The Labyrinth Liberation Organization's terrorist act and the singular dungeon that suddenly appeared. The news reported that the Labyrinth Liberation Church, having discovered the appearance of the singular dungeon, committed an act of terrorism in order to monopolize the dungeon, but that is not the truth. They created the dungeon, but if word got out, it would cause quite a commotion. The government has kept that fact under wraps for the time being, and it has not been exposed yet. It seems that this incident has become a hot topic overseas as well. The monster shoggoth that appeared in the dungeon seems to be famous overseas, and the fact that it appeared and was defeated seems to have been reported extensively. And the more these two incidents become a topic of conversation, the more attention is drawn to me, who was at the center of it. After defeating shoggoth, my foreign fan base exploded and my channel subscriber count skyrocketed. Just yesterday, the number exceeded 10 million, and it continues to grow. By the way, foreigners call me Seokikan or Shoggoth Slayer. According to Adaki, fan clubs have been formed overseas and I have become an internet phenomenon. The conversation got so big that I honestly couldn't keep up with it. Well, that's how it's been lately. I haven't dived in a dungeon since then, so I've been hanging out in my room a lot. I'm a bit of a recluse, but today I was summoned by someone to a certain restaurant in Asakusa. The restaurant, an old-fashioned wooden structure, was said to be a traditional sukiyaki restaurant. I think this might be the first time I had ever been to such a restaurant. "Oh, you're here, Tanaka." The grandmotherly waitress led me into a private tatami room, where I was greeted by the person who had summoned me. He was dressed in an expensive suit and had pectoral muscles that looked as if they were about to burst. The man with the thick voice, arms, and neck is someone I know well. "Thank you for your hard work, Tojima-san. Thank you for having me here today." Ha ha ha. Forget the formal greetings, sit down now. Chan, can you order a fresh one for now? The usual, Dojima-san asked the waitress, whom he called Chan, for a drink. From the atmosphere, he seemed to be a regular. I sat down on the cushion and faced Dojima-san. "I came here today because Dojima-san invited me to dinner. I have some questions I want to ask him, and if he's going to buy me dinner, there's no reason not to come. I'm not busy anyway." While I was thinking about these things, the beer was already being served. Just looking at the liquid, which is shining golden in the light, makes my throat start to rattle. I'd like to make a toast to celebrate Tanaka's new beginnings. Cheers. I clash my beer mug with Dojima-san's, taking great care not to break it. Then I pour the contents of the mug into my mouth in one gulp and quench my dry throat. Ah, it tastes so good. I live for this moment. Goku, Puka. Dojima-san, isn't this beer different from the usual? It tastes great, and above all, I can feel the alcohol in it. We awakened people have a high tolerance for alcohol, and it is difficult for us to get intoxicated with ordinary alcohol. But I felt alcohol in this beer. That's something that doesn't happen with regular alcohol. You noticed. The special beer here is mixed with the divine water wine that can be obtained in the dungeon. That's why even we can get drunk. It costs more, but today is the day to celebrate your new beginning. So, don't be afraid to order sake and food. It's my pocket money, so don't be shy. Thank you very much, Tojima-san. I'll have 80 servings of this top-quality sukiyaki set, please. When he asked the waiter, Tojima-san's movements froze. Did I ask too much? This menu doesn't have prices on it, so I don't know how much to order. Did I ask too much? No, that's not it. I'll have the same amount. So don't be shy, eat up. I feel like I'm spinning my wheels a bit, but I'll just pretend not to notice and go along for the ride. I couldn't risk ruining Dojima-san's face. After I successfully finish my order and the waitress leaves the private room, Dojima-san looks at me with a serious expression on his face. He hasn't told me what we are going to talk about today. I feel a little nervous. First of all, Tanaka, I want to thank you. Without your work, the city would have suffered catastrophic damage. The cult, the man-made dungeon, and the X-ranked monster Shoggoth. There are not many people in the world who can handle all of this. On behalf of this country, I thank you. Saying this, Dojima-san bowed deeply to me. Seeing this, I hurriedly stopped him. Please stop it, Dojima-san. I was just doing what I was supposed to do, and it was because you gave me permission right away. I'm the one who was saved. Taking responsibility is the duty of those in charge, and it's a natural thing to do. There are many people who can't do that these days. I learned from the news that Dojima-san was told a lot of things in the diet for giving permission to destroy the dungeon without permission. The criticism was still weak because the monster that came out of the dungeon was an X-rank monster, but if it had been a lesser-ranked monster, he would have still been called out for it. It must have been difficult to deal with such a loud and vocal member of the diet, but Dojima-san never bothered to mention that to me. He was as manly as ever. I am so sorry to have kept you waiting. Sukiyaki is ready. While we were talking, the waiter brought the meat and prepared sukiyaki in an iron pot placed in the center of the table. The meat with sashimi glistened and shone. Just by looking at the meat, you could tell that it was premium quality. A single plate of sukiyaki would probably earn me about my monthly salary when I was a corporate employee. If I were back then, I wouldn't have been able to eat it even if I stood on my head. Itadaki, monsieur. I clasped my hands together, dip the cooked meat into the beaten egg, and bring it to my mouth. With each bite, the sweet fat and intense flavor spreads in my mouth, making me happy. After enjoying it for a while, I pour it all down with a beer at once. It's so delicious that my brain goes blank. It seems that you liked it. It was worth bringing you here. Dojima-san chuckled happily as he gobbled down the meat. He has a good appetite, too. Okay, then, one more plate of meat. Just as I'm about to take the next piece of meat, I notice that my suit breast pocket is squirming. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell him about this. I must tell Dojima-san about this. I reached into my breast pocket, grabbed the thing in there, and put it on the table. Dojima-san, please take a look at this. What in the world is? Dojima-san's eyes widen in surprise when he sees it. I haven't seen him this surprised in a long time. Oh, hey, Tanaka. What if that guy is? Dojima-san points at an object moving on the table. It was about the size of a thumb, shaped like a caterpillar, and black all over. It has a single, rounded eyeball attached to what appears to be its head, and it is staring at me intently. When I put my finger close to it, it rubbed its body against my finger as if it was sweetly saying, "Teek, teek." Yes, this guy looks like a juvenile shoggoth that I defeated in the dungeon. I thought I destroyed its core, but somehow it's still alive and has attached itself to me. It got attached to you. It's impossible, isn't it? Ha! You really surprise me. Dojima-san said this in a troubled and yet somewhat happy manner. Chapter 21. Tanaka receives a warm reception. Monsters born in dungeons are usually not supposed to be friendly to humans. This is probably a world first. The world will be surprised again. Dojima-san laughs happily as he says this. I knew that this was quite unusual, so I hadn't told anyone else about it yet. Ataki, Hoshino, and Rin didn't know about it either. Even now, I did it just as the waiter went to get more meat. I've heard that some foreign countries are researching the use of monsters, but all of them have failed. I never thought I'd see a successful example of it in my own neighborhood. What do you think we should do about this guy? That's what I wanted to ask you today, Tojima-san. Well, I don't feel any strong power from what I've seen. It should be easy to exterminate him, Tojima-san said as he observed Shoggoth, and then added, but that would be boring. This is a great opportunity to learn about monsters. It's not in my nature to be selfish. Leave it to me, and I'll shut up the other senators and the media who are trying to exterminate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the trouble I've caused you. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's the old man's job to be bothered by the young. A week ago, I noticed Shoggoth at home, tucked into my suit pocket. He has been living with me at home ever since, and after a week I began to feel affection for him, as I do for my pets. I was relieved that I didn't have to get rid of it. Even so, that dungeon must have been special in some way. I wonder where they got the seeds to make the dungeon. You don't know that yet, do you? No, they don't know anything important. They were the last members of the group who didn't know anything important. They were disposable. All of the members of the Labyrinth Liberation Organization who went on the rampage in the city were captured. They are still being held under tight custody and interrogation, but the results do not seem to be good. Once the dungeon was created, Shoggoth would destroy the city. In other words, once they create the dungeon, the job is done. The operation should have been a great success. Unfortunately, it failed because Tanaka was nearby. It is true that if the thing had gone out into the city, it would have caused catastrophic damage. I am so glad we were able to defeat it before it went outside. If we had made a mistake, it would have been the second coming of the Imperial Palace Great Demon Disaster. As I was thinking that, the door opened and the waiter came back. I hurriedly covered Shoggoth, who was wiggling around on the table, with both hands to hide him. Is something wrong? No. No. Nothing. Nothing. Ha ha. I was sweating and became very confused. Then Dojima-san quickly offered a helping hand. Chan, I'm going to grill the meat over here, so it's okay if you go back. I have something I want to talk to him about. Yes. Understood. The waiter walked out of the private room with a curious look on his face. It was a close call. It's not a good idea to keep it a secret. It would be better to let people know about it as soon as possible through streaming or other means. If the number of fans increases, public opinion will be on our side. It will also make it easier for me to protect it. I understand. I will introduce it to the audience in the next stream. I cooked the meat and put it in my mouth. Ah, delicious. I'm not going to be able to come here that often, so I'm going to save some food for later. As I was thinking that, Shoggoth was staring at me with a discontented look on his face. Then, with his short, caterpillar-like arms and legs, he suddenly took hold of his own buttocks, tore it to bits, and presented it to me. Riri, Tanaka. What is he doing? Dojima-san tilted his head curiously when he saw this series of actions. I've seen this behavior many times before, so I understand it, but the first time you see it for the first time, you'll have no idea what's going on. Ah, let's see, he's jealous of the food. Can you be more specific? He doesn't like it when I eat something that looks good, so he offers himself up to me like this, like he wants me to eat him. It seems to be his way of expressing his love. I picked up the meat offered by Shoggoth and ate it. It still doesn't taste good, but I feel like it's getting closer and closer to a level where it's humanly edible. Maybe I've gotten used to it, or maybe Shoggoth is changing the taste, or maybe both. When Shoggoth saw that I had eaten it, he let out a happy, high-pitched riri. What an unusual expression of affection, isn't it? Dojima-san says with a hint of reluctance. Maybe I'm crazy for eating it in a normal way. Maybe I've eaten so much monster food that I've become numb to it. Speaking of expressions of affection, who will you choose in the end? Amatsuki or Ayagawa? At Dojima-san's sudden words, I spewed out the beer I was drinking. What is this old man talking about? I watched the stream all the way through. I used to have a sweet and sour love in the past. I was hoping that you'd get together sooner or later, but here we are, moving forward. So which one will it be? I don't know. I never thought I would fall in love with anyone. I, who had my heart crushed as a company employee, could never think of dating anyone. Recently, Many people have recognized me and I finally have the time to think about my own happiness, but I still haven't recovered enough to think about love. Well, it's nothing urgent. But I'll tell you one thing. I consider both Amatsuki and Ayakawa as if they were my own daughters. If you do anything to make either one of them cry, you won't get away with it. Isn't that a dead end? I think the two of them are very special and important to me. I don't want to do anything that will make them cry either. Ha ha ha. Don't think too much about it. And if you can't choose one or the other, just make them both happy. I'm not like those old people. I don't have old values. Well, I'll think it over. Yeah, that's fine. Come on, let's have a new drink. Sake? Chan, sake. Sake. Dojima-san called the waiter in a loud voice. Today's fun drinking session continued until late into the night. To be continued in Volume 2. Character Introduction. Name, Makoto Tanaka. Height/body, 172 centimeters thin and toned. Age, 25 years old. Setting, Black Guild, Black Dog Guild Explorer. He was a social worker with 350 hours of overtime per month and a labor-intensive working environment. He constantly worked alone in the depths of the dungeon, gaining power that far surpassed that of ordinary explorers. However, at the cost of that, he suffered from mental illness and lost his self-esteem. But after leaving the guild, he gradually regained it. His fighting style is a lot of brute force with the strength of the strongest class of mankind. However, his sword skills are solid, and he is capable of a wide range of battles with the techniques inherited from his master. Since becoming a broadcaster, he has been known by other names such as Corporate Kensai, Shachukan, and Shoggoth Slayer. One of the returnees who entered the Imperial Palace dungeon and survived. Name, Kanata Amatsuki. Height/physique, 167 centimeters. Good style. Her breasts are quite large. Age, 22 years old. Setting, Ministry of Monster Countermeasures, Section Chief of the Monster Subjugation Division 1. She has the nickname Sword Princess of Ice, the leader of the elite organization Subjugation Division 1 and a very talented person. She has excellent leadership skills and is well liked by her subordinates. Her fighting ability is also high, and she fights with splendid swordsmanship using her beloved sword sire. Her strength is the upper class of S-rank explorers. When she was a child, she lived near Tanaka's house, so-called childhood relationship. She took care of him. She cares for Ayakawa, who he takes care of and protects, like a real younger sister. One of the returners. Name, Yui Hoshino. Height/physique, 160 centimeters. Pretty big breasts, thick thighs. Age, 19 years old. Setting, a second-year university explorer. She don't belong to a guild, so she earn money as a broadcaster. Full of energy, there is no front and back, and an honest and innocent personality. She lost her father in the monster disaster, and in order to support her mother and her brothers and sisters, she goes to college and dives into dungeons. Although she is highly talented, she has little interaction with other explorers, so her fighting style is her own. She likes Tanaka, who helped her in a dangerous situation. Name, Rin Ayakawa. Height/physique, 164 centimeters. Slender, has moderately large breasts. Age, 19 years old. Setting, Ministry of Monster Countermeasures, Monster Subjugation Division 1. She is always expressionless and doesn't express much emotion, but her emotional expressions become richer with people she's close to. After losing her family in a monster disaster, she was protected by Amatsuki, and has been living with her ever since. There was a time when she was Tanaka's student, and she calls him sensei. She is grateful to Tanaka for taking everything no matter how many problems she caused, and she was also interested in him as a member of the opposite sex and approached him, but she was not good at conveying such feelings, and Tanaka was insensitive. Unfortunately, she didn't notice it. Specializes in dual-wielding daggers, and tosses the enemy with quick movements. She is also good at lightning magic. Name, Mitsuru Adaki. Height/body, 175 centimeters. Skinny. Age, 25 years old. Setting, Tanaka's classmate. Unlike him, who graduated from middle school and went on the path of an explorer, He went on to college. He himself was an awakened person, and there was a time when he was an explorer, but when he sought Tanaka, he thought that this path was not suitable for him. So he chose the path of supporting explorers. He is smart and has a good sense of purpose, aloof and elusive personality. However, he has a friendly personality and will do everything in his power to support Tanaka. He has a wife and a daughter. Name, Akihiro Suda. Height/physique, 178 centimeters. Good body. Age, 25 years old. Setting, Black Dog Guild President. He was classmates with Tanaka and Tadaki in elementary and middle school. He inherited his father's guild and became the president, but he was hated by the employees because he overworked them and made them work at low wages. However, no one was able to complain because he had high-power harassment and was feared. Although he was on good terms with Tanaka, their relationship gradually spoiled. He is currently in custody for numerous violations of the law. Name, Ryuichiro Dojima. Height/physique, 192 centimeters, has a pretty good build, thick chest and wide shoulders. Age, 58. Setting, Minister of the Ministry of Monster Control. Former Maritime Self-Defense Force Admiral, Escort Fleet Commander. Nicknames include Unino Dojima, Dragon of Wakaku, and Dragon Dojima. He is lively and caring, and has a personality that values humanity and righteousness above all else. A true martial arts fighter with the legend of defeating a brown bear with his bare hands even before he became an awakened person. He was deeply trusted by his subordinates, and had many achievements in the war. For his achievements, he was selected as the first director of the Monster Subjugation Bureau. He likes working in the field, but when he saw that dungeon countermeasures were lagging behind, he thought that someone with field experience should take the lead, and became the second minister of the Ministry of Monster Control. In order to protect Japan's future, he fights every day against hard-headed politicians, the media, and foreigners who target dungeon resources. His combat ability is top class in the world. One of the returnees. Name, Yukizumi. Height/physique, 167 centimeters. Slender, has large breasts, and wears glasses. Age, 28. Setting, Minister Dojima's secretary. She generously supports the minister, who tends to run wild. She is an awakened person and has some fighting ability. She can use light magic and heal the wounded with healing magic. Same town as Dojima. Name, Kisaki Takabana. Height/body, 167 centimeters. Slender. Age, 21 years old. At death. Setting, successor of Takabana-style swordsmanship, the granddaughter of the current head of the family and the only blood relative. Her mother is deceased and she has no siblings. A talented swordsman, her skill was said to be the highest among Japanese awakened people. Good-looking and refreshing personality. She was a free person and often went into dungeons alone, but strangely enough, people liked her. By chance, she took an interest in Tanaka, who helped her in the dungeon, and made him her apprentice. Many people applied to become her apprentices, but only Tanaka actually made it. She dived into the dungeon directly under the Imperial Palace and struggled, but in the end she remained in the dungeon to allow Tanaka and Amatsuki to escape, and died. Because of her strength and beauty, she still has many fans. End of Volume 1.